Welcome to election night 2025.
Here we are.
I'm
I know.
dead tired. How you going, guys?
Dead.
I'm pretty wrecked, but excited in a way to do this with you guys. So it should be a bit of fun.
Now, we have a packed night, and guys at home, thank you. Welcome for thank you for joining us, and welcome to what is probably going to be a super long live feed and night. We're across most platforms. Rumble's failed on us, so it's everything but Rumble. However, if you want, I'm going to put up some comments here and there. That's not the focus. The only comments that 100% we will get to and read, every single one of them, is the super chats on YouTube. That's on either Rukshan's or my YouTube's. So if you want your comment, if you want to say something, you want it up on the screen, we've got a special screen where we're gonna throughout the night stop and basically read those super chats. So get in there, get involved in the conversation. We've got a packed night of guests, at least for the next couple of hours. In fact, there's one waiting for us now. I think we'll bring her in pretty much in a minute. I just want to start with you, Rukshan, and then you, Joel. How's the campaign been for you? Because I know personally, I think I've literally finished. I uploaded my last video about an hour and a half ago, and then we had to set this up. How's it been for you, Rukshan?
Yeah, look, it's been a bit intense because I'm seeing it from the behind the scenes, I guess, of what people go through, what the campaigners go through, what volunteers and candidates go through. So it's been pretty intense, and I can imagine for a lot of the candidates, especially the ones from the minor parties where they have to do a lot of hard work, it must have been pretty intense. So I'm glad we're coming to the close of this election, and I'm glad that I've gotten my vote in. I did go and vote today. It was very busy. I should have probably done early voting, but I did go in there and get my vote in and had my democracy sausage as a true Australian. So I've done my part as an Aussie by having the sausage and voting.
Yeah, Joel? For me, mate, we've put aside our Israeli, Lebanese, Syrian differences, and we've come together for this stream. And
I forgot my whole plan.
It's already got a diplomatic here.
My whole plan was to open up. Welcome to the official election night 2025, brought to you by Israel, Lebanon, and India.
Well, last time we did a stream, mate. Last time we did a stream, it was referendum night, and you were in Israel, if you remember.
Yes, yeah.
You were dodging missiles, but no. Look, literally just finished up work. Been getting these tools out to mobilize everyone, and we've had some great people using their followings to share that out and to get it out there. And I've really had a lot of fun doing it. It's been bloody busy. I definitely need to catch up on like a week's worth of sleep, but no, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a cracker stream, and it's and I guess the reason why we really wanted to do this together was so that we could show, hey, how many times did Peter Dutton come on Avi's show? Sort of the biggest right-wing alternative media show in the country. Not at all. But he went on Mark Burris twice. He went on, Sam Frickler, once or twice. And it's like, where's the respect? And so look, I'm looking at this and I'm like, well, let's get as many views here as possible. So if you guys are listening out there, please give this a share. Please get it out there. We want to get this as much larger than Sky. I have no doubt about that. But I think that we really want to get this out so we can support alternative media.
Yep, I appreciate everyone that's here. We've almost got 4,000 in the first few minutes, so I'm expecting a massive night. Thanks to all of you at home for sharing it. Now we've got Catherine waiting patiently there, so we're going to bring her straight in, our first guest. Welcome. I've got you right zoomed in. I'm going to have to also manage these when I'm... welcome to the show. I'll fix this up while we're doing that.
Okay.
Welcome, Catherine. I always love chatting to you about the Teal seats because you always put it so succinctly as to how they're, the general supporters of the Teal seats. Catherine and I, we ended up doing some shooting, happened to be in America at the same time for CPAC USA, and we did some shooting together, and she's a good shot, so careful lefty.
Yeah, we got out the AK-47s and had a good old crack. Yeah.
So, Catherine, tell us, how's the campaign been for you? How's this, and how are you feeling about tonight going into it? Of course, all the polls are predicting a Labor either majority or minority government. What are your feelings?
Well, for me personally, it's a little bit different to how it was 3 years ago. But I was on the on the polling this morning, and the world that I live in is just saturated in teal. And I just look at, how they carpet bomb our electorates with their call flutes, and I just look at them as a massive problem for our political system. I mean, they're a brainchild, they came out of the left, and the point was to hive votes away from the Libs. And so we now have this utterly underwhelming, woeful Labor government that might actually be able to get in and form a major majority without any sort of, real contest of ideas. And I think it's a very sad indictment on our political system at the moment that we've got these major parties where voters are voting for them, less and less, and not just because of policies, but because of this manufactured crossbench, which is causing all this sort of unnecessary political instability. And in talking to people on the polling, people are just crying out for responsible and effective government. And particularly when we look at what's happening globally, when we look at what's happening with the economy, they really want that predictability and that stability. And I think seeing the Teals sitting there on the crossbench and, I was talking to someone today and I said, they can't do anything, unless they align themselves with the major party. And even then, it's not a given they'll get their policies through. So it's almost like a wasted vote. And all it's doing is sort of manufacturing division. And with the end result of this being that we'll look at the LNP and they will never be able to form majority government because we've got all these disaffected Liberals who are voting for Teals, and it just increases the possibility of a minority government, which, as we know, it just doesn't work. So I find it really demoralising to see that, people sort of haven't figured this out and they genuinely think that the Teals are offering an alternative and offering a choice when really they're just offering instability.
Let me give you a little bit of my personal anecdote, just being at the two Teal pre-polling booths. I think, personally looking at the line with Zoe Daniel in Goldstein, so what I was trying to look at was people holding how to vote cards. Now, if they're holding a stack, then you have no idea what they're going to vote for. But if they're holding one, then you know. And what I noticed in Goldstein, Zoe Daniel, is that there was a lot of blue, a lot of Tim Wilson's running there. However, in Kooyong with my good friend Dr. Monique Ryan, who I respect with all my heart, her one was a lot more mixed, and I did see her. She got a lot of support. There were a lot of people walking up to me, shaking my hand every time they saw me. I spent like a whole day there on that booth trolling her because she wouldn't talk to me. Credit where credit is due to Zoe Daniel. She actually engaged in a conversation. In fact, I felt like she disarmed me just by talking at first. She's a very experienced journalist and she knows TV and she loves the camera, and that's something we probably have in common. But what I did notice in the difference is in the actual lecture at that pre-polling booth. Who knows if that actually means anything? But I did see a very big difference there, and I feel like those are the seats to watch, because it is a very different election than last time. The whole phenomena of the Teals taking off the Liberal Party. Especially at a time when people there was more care for climate change as an issue, even within people that might be, leaning conservative on most issues. So the Teals were able to engage in that. Whereas now I feel like this election, especially in those areas, is people have other worries. What seats are you keeping an eye on tonight?
So is that question directed at me?
Yes, yeah. Well, you're the guest. Yeah. The other two are not interested.
Okay, sorry. So, obviously, like Warringah. And I'm also interested in seeing what's happening in the Senate, because I have had a lot of people reach out to me actually saying they're going to be voting for One Nation in the Senate. So I'm interested to see if Pauline's party's going to pick up a whole lot more seats there. That will be really interesting for me. So that's what I'm really keeping an eye on.
On the Teals, guys, I throw this to all of you, but I've noticed the Teals, they have a lot of volunteers, and I've noticed on the back end with the more conservative right-leaning parties, they're having a difficult time getting people to volunteer and come, and they're putting a lot of call-outs out, whereas the Teals are super organized.
How do they do it?
Why is it? yeah, how are they doing this one? And why is it that the Conservative side really struggles to get people to, go out there and volunteer, do the hard yards and all this type of thing? Why is that? Why does that happen so much?
Well, in my view, I mean, there are questions as to whether volunteers are paid.
I do.
They are also like a bit of the Zalanistas, as we call them, are a very well-oiled machine. They've all got their clipboards, and it all seems to be very organised. But when I look at the demographics of the people who are there, it seems to me to be a lot of sort of empty nesters or partial empty nesters. And Joel and I talked about this, and I said, one reason I think the Teals have been particularly effective is because you've got this group of women who didn't feel they were being talked to, the Liberal Party wasn't representing them, and they were in a situation where they've been highly educated, very good high schools, they've gone and gotten a tertiary degree, they've become qualified, they've gone out there into the workforce, and then they've gotten married. So they've even gone the mummy track, or they've taken a step back, they've let their husband basically let their career eclipse their own. And then they've gotten to this point where their kids are now sort of going off doing their own thing, and they think, oh my God, I was told I was going to break the glass ceiling, I was going to save the world, and I haven't done it. And now here I am in my 50s or early 60s or late 40s or whatever. And the Zalanistas give them, well, the Teals give them this idea that they are going to be able to change the world, that they actually are being offered something. And so they glom onto that because it gives them a purpose. It gives them, a reason. And when I see some of them, it's 6 o'clock in the morning and it's raining and they're standing there waving their placards. And it's because sometimes I wonder if they have anything else, sort of going on in their lives. So they're really tapped into that demographic. That's my view.
Well, thank you, Catherine. We could probably spend all night talking to you, but we do have a whole list of guests, so we really appreciate you. I know it's I don't know if we could call it exciting night tonight. It's probably a slightly concerning night. But just before we let you go, your prediction for the outcome tonight?
Look, I just don't want to have a minority Labor.
I didn't ask what you want. I'm saying, what are you predicting?
Oh, look, I actually
What do I want? I want Trump to be Prime Minister. It's not
can manifest it.
I agree. Look, I think, unfortunately, we're in for another 3 more years of pain, and I just am concerned how much damage Labor's going to do, but I actually think it's going to be for Labor.
Labor majority or minority?
I actually think it's going to be a majority.
I prefer a majority. If it's going to be Labor, I prefer a majority. On that note, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We'll see you soon.
Very welcome, gentlemen. Have a good one.
See ya. She's lovely. She went on the Teals. She doesn't like them.
I was going to ask her how she really feels about Teals. But we've got Daisy waiting to come in, so we'll go straight into the next guests. It's going to be a bit quick like that between them. Daisy, welcome to the show.
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you so much for having me this afternoon. Great to be here.
We wouldn't have it any other way. How can we do a Conservative election night live feed to take on the ABC's nonsense without you?
That's incredibly sweet of you, Avi. Thank you.
How are you feeling?
That's sort of how I'm feeling now. Look, I think it's the Liberals have put up a dog's breakfast of a campaign. I think we can all agree on that. That's really not in dispute at the moment. There's been no kind of proper mantra throughout it. They don't know what their message is. They made that massive faux pas with work from home. I mean, why on earth they thought that work from home was the seat they want, the hill they wanted Peter Dutton to die on, I have absolutely no idea. The reality is,
if they
people
really
enjoy working from home.
Shouldn't they stuck to it?
That was so bizarre.
I know that the flip was bizarre because initially I thought, oh, well, look, that shows at least some integrity and some courage admitting, oh, well, we know we're wrong. But it just gave Labor a really easy, free kick to just say, oh, well, look, they're flipping and flopping. They don't even have the courage of their convictions with their policies. Yeah, at least double down on it and make the case for why you think that's a good idea. And both major parties, both leaders have basically been running on the premise of, hey, well, at least I'm not as bad as the other guy. I mean, there's nothing inspirational or interesting about that, which I think is why the electorate has been so largely disengaged. I mean, yes, look, people are busy. They're busy trying to pay their bills and pay the rent and pay the mortgage and stuff. But surely if one of the leaders had been interesting and inspirational and had a wonderful kind of aspirational message, that would have turned people back on to politics. But no, it's like both leaders have been kind of banking on the apathy of the general public to kind of win, which is a really stupid thing to do. So look, tonight is going to be interesting. I'm not optimistic at all that we're going to get a change of government, but I'm sorry, the coalition doesn't deserve to win. They didn't mount a winning campaign. They haven't mounted a winning candidate. And I love Peter Dutton. Like, I think he's great. I've met him a couple of times. He's a very nice man. It pains me to criticize him, but they've just gone wrong every step of the way, and they simply don't deserve the W.
Who do you think they should have run?
Oh, Andrew Hastie. Oh my heavens. Like I said this 3 years ago, Avi, I said this. I wrote an article. I said, look, I love Peter, to voice the effect of Peter Dutton is great. He's probably the right leader to unify them in the wake of the Scott Morrison thing, shall we say. But I said he's not marketable like Andrew Hastie is marketable. I mean, Andrew, he's a right faction politician, which you want. He's ex-military. He's a family man. He smashed those feral left reporters a couple of weeks ago when they were trying to make him look like a misogynist by saying, oh, didn't you say that women shouldn't be in the positions of combat? It's like, well, shut up. Seriously. I think he is fantastic. And like I said, he's marketable in a way that Peter Dutton and really none of the others are. Absolutely, it should be Andrew Hastie.
Daisy, I want to throw a question to you because you cover a lot of US politics as well. And recently, when we saw the Canadian election go down and Pierre Poilievre lose, a lot of people put the blame on Trump. Do you think we're going to have a bit of people in Australia, let's say Dutton goes down, making those same type of connections between the Trump effect in Australia on the Liberal Party?
Look, I think people are gonna try, and to a small extent, they might be correct, but we've got to remember, I mean, Canada has a much more direct connection with the US than Australia does for obvious reasons. And on top of that, I love Trumpy, how he was trolling and saying like he wanted to annex Canada, which was hysterical. I wish he'd annex Australia, for goodness sake. That'd be fun. Maybe we get a Bill of Rights then and a few other good things. But like he did, he was poking fun at Canada, poking nicely, but he was doing it. And I think that's going to have a much bigger effect on Canadians than Trump is on Australia.
I think it's their border. I think they have a different relationship. I think it's going to have the same effect, but to a much smaller degree here. I think really the reaction by both Dutton and Pierre Poilievre, which were very similar, they both kind of took this approach of being Labor-like they do on too many things, but on that specifically, like they were saying, we're going to be the tougher one to deal with for Trump. We're going to take him on head on. Instead of saying, both of them did that. Instead of saying, well, I will know how to deal with Trump. He's also our friend. I could work with Trump. How's Trump going to work with? How do you expect Trump to work with the Labor Party when they got Rudd there? Like, these are all the free kicks that they had and that the play that they could have made. But instead, they took this approach like we're going to be like Labor, just not as heavy. So I feel like the voter looked at that both here and in Canada and go, well, why are we going to listen to the guy who we don't actually believe isn't friends with Trump and Trump? We might as well take the opposition to Trump and trust that he's going to go hard. So I think it was just really the approach of both of them that was badly. But I agree with you. There is a deeper issue in Canada because it is a border with them. I do, obviously Rebels, Canadian and people's, even the Conservatives kind of approach to Trump. He's pretty hated now, even with big parts of the Conservative movement. Not all of it, but a much bigger part. And the feeling is much greater because it affects them. Whereas to us, Trump is this exciting, funny figure in America who's just picking fights with everyone and trolling. Like, did you see what he posted today?
The Pope Trump?
Oh, the one of the Pope on Instagram?
Yeah, Pope Trump. What do you?
Oh my gosh! That popped up on my Instagram feed, and I went,
"No
what
other
Trump
leader would have the
doing?
balls."
That's insane!" And it was hilarious. But as I'm not Catholic, I'm Anglican. But as a Christian, I didn't quite know what to think or feel, and I did think, well, he actually looked quite nice in the Pope outfit.
As a Catholic, I approve. As a Catholic, I had no problem with that. I find it pretty funny. We've got to lighten up and have a sense of humor.
The guy's a walking meme. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah,
it was
no one
very
else
funny.
can pull that off.
Daisy, before we let you go, we've got the next. We really made these tight. Whose idea was 10 minutes? We could have spent an hour and a half with Catherine and then another 2 hours with Daisy. Your prediction for how it's going to play out tonight?
My prediction is Labor with an increased majority.
With an
I'm very
increased
upset to
majority?
be making that prediction.
That's a big
Pardon?
call.
It's a big call. I think Labor with an increased majority. I sincerely hope I am wrong. I am praying that I am wrong. I tweeted it recently. I am hoping to be reposted and shamed relentlessly at the end of the night if the Liberals manage, if the coalition manages to eke it over the line. I'm not happy to make this prediction, but like I said, terrible campaign. Wrong leader, certainly in a leader that's not going to appeal to young people. Sadly, I think it is going to be Labor, another 3 years of Labor pain, and an increased majority to boot.
Mate, thanks so much for your time tonight.
Thank
Thanks,
you so
Daisy.
much, Avi. Great to be here. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Daisy.
Mate, the views are going well.
Just
What'd you say?
yeah.
I said the views are going well. I mean,
Yeah, we're already
ABC
at
on,
almost 7,000 guys. Keep smashing that share, that like, spread it out there. You know, once the results start coming in about an hour, we want to have the most viewers with us across the country, but we need your help to do it. And guys, if I am putting comments up, that's why I'm looking to the side. I know some of you are commenting, telling me to wake up. Thank you. I'm concentrating. I got to do 4 roles here because Rukshan opted out years ago. Worst Jewish Indian hire I've ever done. But so if you do want to make sure that your comment is read out and you do want to support what we're doing, go to our super chats on YouTube, both me and Rukshan. You can go to either channel and throw a super chat in there. And at some point, if it's not immediately, I will make sure that we bring up a screen and read it.
Yeah.
But let's, without wasting any more time, we'll bring on our next guest, which is, Damien, I think Damien's cut out on us. So I think I might. Oh no, he's back. All right, we'll go straight to Damien.
This is like Chris Kringle. I don't know who's coming, but I know we'll know them.
Damien,
It's a live crowd.
It's raining.
climate change has hit you.
Yeah, it's just hit me. Like, literally in the last 30 seconds, we're standing here and listening to Daisy, totally dry, and now it's bucketing down. Typical Brisbane weather. We're coming to you live from the heart of Greenland, which is better be careful because Donald Trump might try to buy the place. This is one of the 3 inner Brisbane electorates that have the 3 greens. There's only 4 Greens in Parliament in Australia. One of them's Melbourne, Adam Ban, and the other 3 are all here. And we are in the 3 electorates in Brizzy are Ryan, Griffith, and Brisbane. They are the 3 Green electorates here because we didn't have Teals in 2022. We're coming to you from Ryan, which is the inner west of Brizzy. And they're 3 great competitions to keep an eye on tonight. I'll get to Ryan in a minute, but Brisbane's the one you want to watch because it's the bellwether seat for the 3-way contest between Labor, the LNP, and the Greens. So it could go any way, and it will be the one that the smart people reckon is going to be the indicator of what's going to happen. So we could have a situation where we wind up, you've got a guy called Stephen Bates, who's the incumbent Green. You've got Trevor Evans, who's trying to win it for the Liberal National Party, and you've got the Labor candidate, Madonna Jarrett. And any one of those 3 could win, and the early trends of that, whatever happens there, they reckon will be the trend for the rest of Australia. So could go either way. We are really getting heavy rain now, so we might just walk a bit while we talk, and we'll
Definitely, that's good.
This is kind of nuts.
You obviously voted Greens to deal with this climate change you're currently suffering. Is that right?
Of course, mate. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? It's the number one thing, and there's plenty of them here because that will stop the rain. Definitely, absolutely. Got to do that. It's definitely climate change. Every time it rains, I think it's climate change. Somebody very kindly has given me an umbrella, which I really appreciate. Thank you, guys.
That's excellent.
Obviously,
That's
one of the LNP guys. So thanks. It's good. I can hear. All
so
good.
we've got. What have you got? About an hour till polls close. There is that right? What time is it there?
Yeah, mate. The daylight savings gone, so we're on the same time zone as you guys. So we've got 90 minutes till polls close. So Ryan, this particular seat is the seat of Elizabeth Watson Brown, the Green. She won the seat from. It's been a Liberal Party seat forever. She won the seat in the 2022 elections from the Liberal Julian Simmons. And I think they've got a margin here. This is the one of the three that's got the slimmest margin. So it's about 2.6, I think. So this will also be the one that's most likely to go to the LNP if the LNP pick up a seat. In Brisbane, that electorate, I think the margin is about 3.7, and that will probably go to Labor, probably go to Madonna Jarrett, although the previous incumbent was Trevor Evans, the LNP guy. He's trying to win it back, so that's why Brisbane's a really good seat to watch. And then you've got Griffith, which is the inner southern suburbs, with Max Chandler Mather, the Green MP there, and he's the one they reckon will hold. So he will probably hold that seat over in Griffith, because I think the swing there is about 10%. So that might be a bit tough for the Libs to get that one. I think that was Labor before. It was Kevin Rudd's old seat. So it might be a bit hard for Labor to get that one back.
How was have you been there all day or
No, I was at a couple of other polling booths today. This was
how did it look today?
Was big one.
Was it fairly respectable?
Yeah, look, I was at a polling booth in inner Brisbane in the suburb of Barden called the Rainworth polling booth. It's at a state school there. And that is a very, very green part of Brisbane. Barden's a very, very inner city green suburb, leafy green, not sort of grungy green like West End and South Brisbane, but sort of the more leafy green area. And it is it was a different vibe to 2022. In 2022, that particular polling booth was just super green. I mean, I ran in Ryan for the Liberal Democrats that year. And it was, we just gave up at about 12 o'clock and went, this is going green, this electorate, no question. Today it was a bit of a different vibe. Still very green, still lots of young families coming in saying, looking clearly like they were going to be voting green. But there were a lot more people in that booth that were sort of saying, yeah, I'll take one of Maggie Forrest's cards. Now, Maggie Forrest is the Liberal National Party candidate for Ryan. She's trying to defeat Elizabeth Watson-Brown. Elizabeth Watson-Brown hasn't been the most visible or hard-working of the Greens. The perception of her is that she's been a little bit invisible and maybe not as hard-working. Maggie has a reputation of being very hard-working. She's very smart. She's a barrister. She's a mum. She's young. She's a very good candidate for the LNP. So I think they're very, very hopeful of picking up this seat tonight. And I think there's probably a good chance that they will get that required swing of about 2.6% back. But they lost 10% last time to the Greens, which is how the Greens picked it up and got ahead of Labor and then got the Labor preferences and won. But I think Maggie might pull it back tonight. So that's one to watch too. So keep an eye on Ryan, keep an eye on Brisbane, those two seats.
What's the feeling, Damien, on the ground when it comes to One Nation? One nation heartland there in Queensland. So what's the feeling there for the Senate especially?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just really hard, I think, for minor parties to get the vote out. I mean, you probably have to get out the outer suburbs in country Queensland to really get a sense. So I haven't really been able to get a sense of the support for One Nation, but it does seem like, in inner Brisbane they're a bit swamped. But they're running candidates, they're real candidates. So in fact, the candidate of One Nation was here just a minute ago, so it's all looking pretty good. And you can see this sort of interesting behaviour of the Greens at polling booths where they do these silly things like stand next to you like this while you're trying to do a cross. It's kind of
very well.
moronic, but we'd expect that. So good to see more of it happening. It's been happening all campaign. They're true to form. They are true to form. And I've got to say, by the way, I found out today at the Rainworth booth, which is that other one I was talking about that's very green, they actually put their signs up. They had signage everywhere, the Greens, and they put it up last night. So that's got to be fixed. We've got to do something about enforcement of rules, have some sort of guidelines for the polling booths, because that behaviour has got to stop. It's not fair. It's not democratic. It's not just. It's not ethical. And they claim to be the ethical party. They're certainly not when they behave like that. We've seen a lot of that happening.
A bit like Monique Ryan. And what's interesting, I believe, she had to hire security guards to protect some of her signage. And the irony is that it was her own husband that was going around stealing the golf flutes.
Yeah.
We should play that clip later. But Brisbane, Queensland, these inner cities in that state are going kind of woke. If it goes green again this year for this election, are we going to end up with a situation like Melbourne where it's almost impossible for the Greens to lose? Is it going to become
a funny thing? Yeah. Mate, it's a funny place because Queensland is it's the most conservative state. It voted 70-30, against the Voice. But what's weird about it is Brisbane is not. Brisbane is not a conservative city, especially in a Brisbane. I mean, you walk down Boundary Street, West End, you could be walking down Brunswick Street, Fitzroy, you could be walking down the Harbour, Newtown. I mean, it is very, very woke in the inner city here. And, that's fine. It's got a good culture. It's a typical sort of city, but it's not politically like the rest of the state. And that's why you get our good mate, Mr. Catter, not being too happy about it when Brisbane's making all the decisions. I don't know if you saw some clips from him this week, but he was on fire.
Before,
I can imagine.
Before we let you go, mate, we're asking everyone their predictions. How do you think tonight's not what you want?
Yeah.
How do you feel tonight's going to play out?
Yeah, look, mate, predicting is a mug's game. Predicting elections.
We're all mugs here.
No, I'm not going to buy into it because I'll tell you why. Anybody who says they think they know is wrong. And what happens is when they're right after the election, they go, I'm right. Look, I'm a genius. I predicted it. But no, you just got lucky. It's hard to know.
No. You know what? On this one, I can't predict the outcome. When I was in America in the lead up to the Trump election, traveling the country, I was so positive of it. I sat on the biggest podcast in America, and everyone was afraid to call it. And I thought, you know what? He's just like a cocky Aussie. They're just laughing at me, going, "You don't know what you're doing." And I called it. I was like so confident just from speaking to the average person. I don't know here, but we're demanding a prediction because we need something to be able to clip after the fact and mock. What's going to happen tonight?
Oh, gee. Okay. Well, look, I mean, the problem is that we all live in a bit of a bubble, right? So we get the sense that there's a shift occurring, but we don't know. It is tough because the polls can be wildly wrong. There can be a 5% margin of understatement of conservative opinion. So when you've got polls, I don't know. It's really hard to tell. And I honestly, genuinely, deep down, can't make a prediction, and that's why the real reason why I just can't call it. But I would say if someone forced me, I would probably say Labor minority government, which is the worst possible outcome, of course.
I agree with you.
But possibly Liberal minority government. I'm hoping so. We shall see.
We will hold you to it. Thank you so much for calling in, and try stay dry.
Thanks,
and
mate.
send my regards to every single green you see today.
Yeah, and Joel's looking very good tonight, I got to say. Looking very nice there, mate, in the tie. Very good.
See you soon, Damien. Let's have a drink.
See you guys. Keep up the great work.
Bye. Joel is very dressed up, Avi, compared to us. He's very kind of... looks like we're working for him here.
I know. But speaking... Look, mate, I will... Do you know what's funny is literally yesterday, so this is for those of you who don't watch the show, the rebelstore.com.au, you can get yourself some of that merch. But yesterday, funnily enough, when we were in Pakenham covering the story of the Trumpet's a Patriot guy getting bashed for handing out how to vote cards, and I was standing there, we were prepping to film to film the One Nation candidate who actually caught it on camera.
Filmed the footage, yeah.
And... there in the line, Benji points out, Benji's a cameraman. G'day, Benji. Benji points out, he goes, "Oh, there's a guy and he was wearing literally this T-shirt in the line." So I obviously had to walk up and say hi. But it was great to see just some random guy in a line, going to vote clearly for the Greens. But
wearing your T-shirt.
we better jump on to Monica, who's waiting super patiently. I didn't realise how quick 10 minutes goes, so next time we might make it more time. Monica, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for your patience. We just can't shut Rukshan up. We've got about 8,500 people on our live. This is huge, guys. Keep smashing that share. Monica, how you doing?
Firstly, who said I was patiently waiting? Okay, I was very annoyed.
I was being kind.
And also, why are you guys surprised that Joel looks more, than the two of you? He always comes dressed like that.
I think he goes to bed like that.
What are you trying to say about us, Monica?
I'm trying to say that Joel dresses up more than you guys on every occasion.
Definitely.
I'm not hosting the stream, Monica. They'll kick you off.
Oh gosh. Anyway, so what was your question? Sorry.
How you doing?
Oh yeah, doing great. Just voted in the last hour actually, and luckily all the minor parties were actually represented in this small booth area in Jimboomba, which is about 45 minutes from the Brisbane city. It was very calm, the atmosphere, and they were like all the minor parties were represented, and they weren't underrepresented compared to Liberal and Labor. So that was nice to see.
How's the campaign been for you guys? What have you guys been doing in the lead up to this campaign?
Well,
to this election?
Look, unfortunately, in the last 3 years, I was hoping that the Freedom minor parties would have come together so that my audience, which is largely made up of volunteers who are willing to do a lot of work, their energy could be spent more productively. Because in 2022, we started trying to help every single minor party, and it was the most stressful, one of the most stressful things I've gone through. And I've been to prison, and I've represented myself against the government. So for me to say that was stressful, I'm serious. It was, and we were just split up. You know, we had let's say you've got 2,000 volunteers, and then you get split up against 7 minor parties, and we had volunteers handing out 4 different how to vote cards at the polling booths, which is just insane because people are just going to grab all 4 of them and throw them all in the bin because they all contradict each other. So I figured that obviously they will not do that again, but they did. A few parties came together in New South Wales last minute. It was last minute. It was not soon enough. So to be honest, I was pretty annoyed, not from a personal perspective, but from the perspective of someone who can organise very productive volunteer campaigns. So I could not do that again. I could not ask people to do what happened in 2022. Because so many of us were burnt out, I think that there were a lot less volunteers for the minor parties this campaign because of that experience. So what I did is I supported the Put Greens Last campaign because for me, at the moment, the Greens get around about 12% of the vote from what I've read. If we can get that down to 8 or 9%, that to me is going to be at least a win. This election is going to be a bad result, whether it's Liberal minority or Labor minority. No trumpeter patriots or One Nation or Jared Rennick are going to take over the country. Okay, we all know that. So the best that we can.
Trumpets a patriot told me Susan Allen. How do you pronounce her name?
Sue Ellen.
Sue Ellen. Oh, sorry, I better learn the Prime Minister's name. I know they got it wrong with Craig Kelly, but this time she's going to be Prime Minister, no?
Well, it turns out money doesn't buy votes.
No.
So, yeah. I look, you know, there's lots of great volunteers for them. There's lots of great candidates. But Clive Palmer spent $100 million getting Babette in, and then he shut the party.
You seem disappointed with that.
Well, it's a lot of money to get one person in.
Oh, I thought you were just disappointed at Babette. That's okay.
No. What I'm trying to say is that money doesn't buy volunteers. It doesn't buy votes. We know that. But anyway, my point is that joining the Put Greens Last campaign was something that is achievable and focused. And, you know, it was resourced. They had T-shirts, they had billboards, they had support for volunteers. So I got behind that campaign in this election.
So what we're doing with everyone tonight, before we end off with them, is predictions. What's your prediction?
Well, yeah, without sounding negative, I think the Freedom minor parties are going to do about as well as they did in 2022. I really hope that I'm wrong.
Even One Nation? They're polling pretty well. Not that the polls mean anything, I don't know, but they're polling pretty well.
I think the polls are at 10%.
10%. They're like the answer to the Greens from the right. They're really polling unbelievably.
Yeah. Well, if anyone's going to do well, I think it's them. Also, obviously in Queensland, they switched preferences with Liberals, it's quite a monumental thing to happen for Liberals to put One Nation second. So that's very positive. But I still think, I do think it's going to be a Labor minority government. And the only thing I can hope for is that the Greens don't have the balance of power in the crossbench. And I think moving forward, you know, Joel has some ideas and so do I. We can't just sit back in the next 3 years and hope that another group of people come up with a good strategy because we did that, and here we are. It's kind of a mess, in my opinion. I'm not a negative person. You guys all know me personally. I'm actually very cheerful. So for me to be so pessimistic like this, it's not really a place I like to be. But I think we need to change the game. We need to be more strategic. And I have a new campaign coming out on Monday, and I think that we need to join the team to play the game. And if you guys know what I mean, you know what I mean. But we've tried. I mean, we should join the major parties. That's exactly what I mean. Because the thing is, I hate that concept. The concept absolutely makes me feel sick to my stomach. But if you can let go of that feeling and understand that it is strategic, and also look back at the last 6 years and think, hey, whatever we've been trying hasn't really been working, and the definition of insanity is to do the same thing and expect different results. So we haven't tried joining the major parties Australia-wide before. We may as well try it. It's not very difficult. And guess who did it in South Australia? Alex Antic completely runs the Liberal Party in South Australia because he did exactly this. He capitalised on the freedom movement's passion, and he put it into a team that actually calls the shots. And I think that we should be doing that in the next 3 years. So more about that later.
I was going to say there's a lot of credibility to that, as you said, with Antic, because we're asking how many freedom senators are we going to get up. We know we have at least one up because Alex Antic stacked the Libs in South Australia with some great people. So he secured the top spot for the Libs. So there's no way you could literally put the whole studio on at Avi. We're going to see a situation where we see Alex Antic get up. And that's exactly what's going to happen this election because he's in the Libs. And there's nothing wrong with people joining the Libs, voting in pre-selections, and if they're still not happy with the Libs, then voting minor party at the election. There's nothing binding you to actually not do that.
I agree.
But at least you can get...
There's actually a really good saying. It says, join. I know you know what I'm about to say, Joel. You join major, vote minor.
Yeah, that works.
On that note, thank you so much, Monica, for coming on.
Thanks, Monica.
Thank you for everything you do and for your positivity. It's a breath of fresh air after dealing with
and
the
for suing
sun all
Daniel
day.
Andrews and for suing Daniel Andrews. I think the Victorians would be like to hear, Monica, that you do have some actions against him. I know we can't go into too much detail, but you are going after the man himself.
Well, someone has to. I was waiting for some billionaire to do it, but turns out no one's doing it, so someone has to.
Excellent.
Thanks, guys. Good luck tonight.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Monica.
She makes some good points about these minor parties. I mean, they really...
Well, infiltrating the Liberal Party movement. I don't know. Yeah, like generally I believe, like, I fit into the Liberal Party, for instance, but I just can't be a part of that party or, share their views and support them because just for the mere fact that they're not actually real conservatives, in my opinion. But I understand the whole thing that Monica's saying. Like, if you want to make a difference, perhaps this is one option.
If I can say, the end state of where we need to be as the right is where the left is now. They have a major party, the Labor Party, and then it's kept on the straight and narrow on the climate change stuff by the Greens on the crossbench. That's how they controlled all the legislation.
And that's what I see right now. The trend of One Nation is heading there. That's what we'll talk about. When you look at if the polls are anything to believe in, tonight we'll find out. One Nation is definitely filling in that gap, and I do truly believe that they are the right answer to the Greens. And even when you walk around and you talk to people, One Nation doesn't hold that negative connotation anymore. 4 years ago, you said, I'm voting for One Nation, or you mentioned, or you even entertained the idea that normal people, especially people of colour, would vote for One Nation. You were laughed at. Now, I know half the Jewish community are voting for One Nation. So it's become, and if you look at their candidates, it's the most diverse team of candidates.
It's very
you compare
diverse.
them to the Greens. It's insane. We've got Topher on waiting again patiently. Everyone's waiting patiently today. I almost feel guilty, so we'll bring him in. We've got plenty of time to chat between us, anyways. After we have all these guests, Topher, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us, mate. What's happening?
Well, so glad to be here. Firstly, can you confirm that you can hear me okay?
You sound great.
What?
Okay, fantastic. Look, I've been listening to your conversation, and it's been fascinating, the different perspectives coming in, but I think you guys have pretty much nailed it right at the end there. After Monica's input, I have huge respect for Monica. I love the fact that she's going to run this campaign to try and encourage people to join and co-opt, essentially, the Liberal Party. Really, that's actually probably a bit unfair of me, to bring the Liberal Party back to the values that it still claims that it holds, but in practice, it hasn't for a long time. I do think that I was asked at a conference I was speaking at, should we support minor party politics or should we get involved with the Liberal Party? And I said, if you're asking that question, the answer is yes, because it means that you're not involved in either. And so you just need to pick one and go for it. And some people are going to pick the minor party route. Some people are going to pick the Liberal Party strategy. And between us, we're going to get something done, simply because of what Joel was saying there. And all of you guys were agreeing that the reason why the Greens have been so effective is because they're essentially holding Labor to the most extreme end of Labor's values. The reason why the left of the Labor Party is so successful is because the Greens exist. So we need a minor party to step in and fulfill that role on the other side of politics. Personally, I'd rather see the Libertarians fulfill that role. They've been around for 20 years. They've had a lot of electoral success, but at the moment, the momentum is certainly with One Nation. Pauline is being vindicated time and time again. Things that she's said, things she's paid a terrible price for. She went to prison. They literally were so keen to shut her up, they sent her to prison over a technicality, and she's come back stronger. And finally, 30, 40 years of blood, sweat, and tears on her part, not to mention the excellent Senator Malcolm Roberts and others that have been a part of that journey. They really are beginning to become a force in politics. The question mark over them is more of a future question mark. Can they survive the retirement of Pauline? Will they be another one of those parties that once their, in this case, matriarch retires out of politics, they'll lose their momentum, or have they actually transcended that? Only time will tell. In terms of this election here, what I'm watching happen around the world is really quite interesting. So you've got places like Canada, where we've just watched Mark Carney absolutely crush a candidate on the Conservative side who I would say has a lot of similarities with Dutton, in the sense that he was very keen to distance himself from the values that his party supposedly espoused. He put himself in opposition to Trump. I know you guys have been talking about that already. But we're also watching, for example, Reform UK last night in the UK local council election.
They won against
really
Labour.
Well. Correct. They've performed really, really well. And so we're watching that happen. We're also watching across Europe a terribly illiberal movement towards banning the supposed extreme right. If you actually look at their policies with dispassionate eyes, they're not extreme right. They are what the Labour Party was 40 years ago. That's all they are. And we're watching the AfD, for example, in Germany being turned into almost a terrorist organization. We've seen Marine Le Pen. They're trying to throw her in prison again. A lot of the same tactics they used unsuccessfully against Trump are now being deployed across Europe against other candidates there. So the world, in a sense, is splitting. We're watching places like Canada choose to become an anti-Trump, and we're watching places like Europe try and follow Trump's lead, but the establishment won't allow that to happen. Unfortunately, in Australia, I think we're heading the first way. I think it's very likely at this point in time, and I've made a number of different predictions over the journey of this campaign, because I've followed the campaign very closely, and obviously as things change, I change my opinion. I'll put my hand up and say my early prediction was a Dutton win. And this was on the basis of dynamics that I saw, and I know, Avi, you saw as well in the US. I was in the US in 2015 before the election with my wife, and we predicted a Trump win in 2015, and we were correct. And there's certain reasons why that happened, certain dynamics at play that I won't go into in detail, but I saw similar dynamics happening early in the campaign with Dutton. Then he did his backflip on firing tens of thousands of public servants, and he allowed himself to be completely outplayed on the issue of working from home. Labor were able to pretend that he was saying he was going to stop anyone from working from home when he was actually just talking about public servants, and he let them outplay him. And I think the minute he backflipped on those policies, the passion in his campaign died. The grassroots in his campaign, the soul, as it were, of his campaign left him. I've since been predicting a Labor win since that backflip, vacillating between a Labor majority and a Labor minority. I think, in actual fact, we are seeing a bit of a shift towards the Liberal Party. I think the arrogance that we saw in the Labor Party campaign in that final week, particularly with Penny Wong coming out saying they're going to bring back a voice, and all of the infighting around that was an own goal on the part of Labor. That was a lack of discipline on her part. Even if it's true, she simply shouldn't have said it. And I think that arrogance is going to play against them, a little bit like what happened with Jeff Kennedy in Victoria. Just the arrogance and the confidence actually played against him when he got ousted. So I think there's a little bit of that, but I don't think that's going to be enough to cost Labor this election. We are going to see an Anthony Albanese win, in my opinion. And that is not a good thing for Australia, because I can't help but notice the people who are enthusiastic about Anthony Albanese are the same people as used to be enthusiastic about Hugo Chavez. And I don't think the comparison is at all unfair.
No, it's an apt comparison, Topher. I just wanted to ask you, Topher, you've spent a lot of time trying to educate the public. You've done your marbles videos about preferential voting. Do you think that's getting through to Australian voters, or they're just still voting, a bit in the dark, swayed by the media, the mainstream media? Do you think there's a bit more education out there in terms of how the system works, or no?
There's certainly a bit more, and this is where I am going to disagree a little bit with Monica. I love her dearly. I have massive respect for her, but I'm going to disagree slightly with her on this point. I do think that the efforts of the minor parties and of people like myself to educate people have been having an effect, but we have to recognize Australia is a country of 25 million people. I'm not sure exactly how many are voters, but there's an enormous number of people that need to be reached, and we can't win them over all at once. I have a longer time horizon, I think, on my view of what this journey of saving Australia is going. It's a multi-decade journey. I take the view that I inherited the amazing country that I inherited when I was born here in 1982 because of the work that my ancestors did defending and preserving freedom. And this fight for freedom will continue long after I'm dead. And it's just my job while I'm breathing to play my part. So I take a very long-term, multi-decade, indeed multi-generational view of this. It's going to take some more time to educate enough Australians. But let me give you some numbers. We've had 350,000 people watch at least one version of my marbles video in the last number of months. We've had multiple hundreds of thousands of people download Turning Point Australia, Joel Jamal's How to Vote cards. We've had multiple hundreds of thousands of people download the One Nation How to Vote cards as well. Now, obviously, there's going to be overlap between those people. I'm not saying these are all. We should just add these people together. But what we're seeing is pretty unprecedented in the sense that there are now multiple hundreds of thousands of Australians who are passionately enough engaged on our side of politics that they're doing things like downloading How to Votes, watching educational videos about how to use your preferential vote efficiently and effectively. And I think we're going to see that reflected. Now, I don't think that means that we're going to see lower house seats going to the Libertarians. Maybe there's one or two that maybe One Nation have a fighting chance of picking up, but that's going to be about it. But what I do expect to see in this election is an unprecedented level of minor right party votes in the Senate, combined with an unprecedented level of discipline in using preferences effectively. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that every minor party senator is going to get elected, but I think when we look at the numbers in the fallout after the election, I believe we are going to see a meaningful shift in the primary vote for One Nation, Libertarian, to a lesser degree, Family First, and Trumpeter Patriots is a bit of a dark horse in this situation. I have enormous respect for Clive Palmer. I will never forget what he did for Australia with hydroxychloroquine during the COVID pandemic, but I think this Trumpeter Patriots nonsense is nonsense, and he should have sat this one out, but that's just me. But I think we're going to see a really marked improvement for One Nation's primary vote, and I think the Libertarian primary vote is also going to do well, but more importantly, we're going to see more of number one votes for One Nation, then going number two Libertarian, and vice versa, number one Libertarian going to One Nation, than what we've seen previously. Keeping in mind previously about 80% of minor party voters have voted number one for that minor party and number two for the Liberal Party, which is a waste of a vote. So what we're going to see is an improvement. I don't expect we're going to see that improvement translate to a massive change in the outcome, but what it will represent is a continued progress in the right direction. One last point before I shut up and let you get a word in edgewise. We've got to keep in mind that if you rewind 50 years, there was no crossbench in Australia. You rewind 30 years, there were only a handful of crossbench seats. I'm talking in the lower house. Rewind 10 years and there were still only a half a dozen or so. Now there's 15. We are seeing Australia move away from the complete dominance of the two major parties and to more of a pluralistic society, politically speaking. And I think that shift is going to continue in this election. And if we continue that shift for another two, maybe three electoral cycles, that is when we'll see a Liberal Party having to negotiate with One Nation or with other minor parties just in order to hold power.
You're the expert on preferences and that. And what I've noticed, I'm pretty sure in this election, just before we let you go, because we're running a bit over with you, is the Liberals, this was the first time the Liberals actually preferenced One Nation over Labor, wasn't it?
This is a pretty significant shift, in my opinion. One Nation and the Liberal Party have not had a lot of love between them. But also, let's keep in mind, Clive Palmer and the UAP have kind of had a lock on that number two spot for the Liberals. Clive Palmer was a major Liberal Party donor. He then went his own way, supported his own party. But in a sense, he's actually been a preference harvester for the Liberal Party. In reality, that's kind of how it's worked. And it's been interesting for me watching. They got Ralph Babet elected at the last federal election. He's done a wonderful job representing Victoria in the Senate. But I think that shifted things for the Liberals, where he went from being this kind of amusing buffoon on their right who was feeding them preferences to being perhaps a contender, someone who was actually going to take some seats off them. And if that's the case, they've evidently, along with the Trumpet of Patriots debacle, they've shifted their loyalties across to One Nation. It is significant that they've put them ahead of Labor. I think it gives Malcolm Roberts a fighting chance in Queensland, which is so important to me. I've spent a lot of time with him personally, and I have a lot of loyalty to him at a personal level. So seeing him get re-elected would be fantastic. I would, of course, love to see Jared Rennick get elected as well with the People First Party. I don't think Queensland has what it takes to elect both. And I think with the deal that One Nation were able to do with the Liberal Party for preferences, I think it's more likely to be Senator Malcolm Roberts that we will see re-elected there.
Mate, we'll let you go. I know you're going to some sort of party. We might later on, who knows what plays out tonight. Hopefully we can call you to either enjoy the celebrations with you or probably more likely have a drink away our sorrows together.
Well, let's not pretend that Dutton winning would be cause for celebration. It would be a bit of a sigh of relief, but it wouldn't be cause for celebration.
Listen, mate, I take any excuse to drink. Like I said, the sigh of relief. Either celebration, sigh of relief, or depression. Either way, I'm having a drink, and we're going to cross live maybe with you to do it.
All right.
Perfect.
Well, Avi, I've got to go and hang out with some people who are actually fun. So please excuse me while I do that. But if you do feel like crossing back to me later, I'd be happy to do that.
Mate, thank you so much for your time.
Mate,
cheers.
See you, Toph. Mate, can I just say a huge thank you to Topher and Monica? No one pushed the how to vote cards more than them. And despite them disagreeing on the future of where to go from here, with whether it's, bit of this, bit of that, they have been absolute champions and just getting behind the Turning Point resources, all 6 of them. And I couldn't have crashed the site as many times as we did without their help. And so, I really, really want to thank them for what they're doing. And it's totally right. The minor parties, the Libertarians, have seen great success at local council elections in Victoria, New South Wales, gotten dozens of councillors elected. Just like what we're seeing with Reform UK, One Nation doesn't yet fight local council elections, but they really ought to. And I just hope we can get these guys to come together. I hope there's a moment of introspection after this election. And I think the 11,000 of people listening live right now would share our concerns. I hope that after this election, they're like, all right, what are we doing wrong? What are we doing wrong?
Just before we move on to the next guest, and we are running a few minutes late, so the guest after, I know he's also in the weight room. We're running a bit behind schedule, but we've got all night, so I think it should be okay. But for those of you who are putting in super chats, thank you so much. And for everyone sharing this stream, we do have a whopping over 11,000 tuned in
Amazing.
Right now, ready even without Rumble working. So thank you. Keep sharing it. And for those of you doing the super chats, I think we're going to do the interviews, because the super chats, I don't want to just throw them on screen. I want to actually read them. So we'll do them once we finish the chunk of our guests, which is going to be after 6 o'clock. As the numbers start to come in, and in the beginning of that, we'll probably have a bit of extra time. So we'll go through the super chats properly. So put your super chats in, support the stream, keep sharing. We really appreciate it. And saying that, here we go. Our next guest, George. Thank you so much. Sorry for running late here. We couldn't shut Topher up. You talk about marbles, and that guy loses his marbles.
Yeah, that's right. He does. He's obsessed with his marbles.
How are you doing?
Mate, I'm going well. I'm not sure how the country's faring and how it's going to be faring over the next few days. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I hope someone gets to rub it in my face what I'm have said and what I'm about to say. But look, Labor are going to get re-elected, and I think they're going to get a majority again.
Do you prefer that? I prefer that.
But I do prefer it because if it's a Labor and they're having to rely on Teals or Greens, then we're in a worse place, I guess. So
you better start learning Arabic.
But the hubris that there will be from the Labor Party for winning again, when, look, even 2 or 3 months ago, they were gone for all money. They were gone, and rightly so. They should be gone, because Albanese has presided over an economy that's tanked. I mean, the cost of living has gone through the roof. Housing, we've got a housing crisis. At the same time, 1.4 million migrants being brought into the country. What did he throw up? What was his big thing over the last term? Well, the Indigenous voice to Parliament that 60% of Australia rejected. Up my way, 80% rejected it. That was the big thing. So we've had a woke government that has absolutely and utterly destroyed this country over the last 3 years, and they deserve to get turfed out on their ear. But what has happened? And look, again, I hope I'm wrong, Avi. I really hope I'm wrong. I hope that someone says, eat your words tonight, and that, we have them turfed out. But the reality is, and look, people will say, oh, well, what about 2019 where the quiet Australians, I noticed Peter Dutton talking about that today, the quiet Australians come out and they carved an election miracle for ScoMo. I was there in the trenches in 2019, let me tell you, and I could sense that something was happening. I knew that the polls were wrong. I knew that something was in the offing that all the pundits were not expecting. So I could sense it. What I can sense this time is the same sense you get when a sick man's in a hospital bed and you're waiting for him to die. That's what I'm sensing right now.
Is it possible though? I guess I really want you to be wrong, and by the comments, I think most of the comments want you to be wrong. Some of the comments are laughing at the fact that you're the only Aussie in the room. But that's all right.
No, I don't agree with that. Anyway.
But when you say you had the sense, is that because you were you were a part of it, like you were you were a national, so you kind of had a different sense, and now you're out of it, so you don't get that feel?
Yes, but can I tell you that actually being in the thick of it actually makes you less analytical, because
I agree, but sensing that's why I feel like you were surrounded by it. You were in the thick of it. You were judging it off how you felt your kind of echo chamber was. Look, just give us some hope, please. Give us some hope. Just tell us we're going to walk away tonight, and Sue Ellen is going to be Prime Minister.
The hope can only be in the Freedom Parties taking an extra bite into the Senate. I don't know how that's going to go, and I'd hate to start, making calls on that. I think that the call, sadly, about Gerard Rennick and Malcolm Roberts both being returned is right. It's unlikely that there's going to be two. There will be one. The hope is that some other states start pulling their weight, and that we get one of the Conservative minor party candidates from New South Wales, Victoria, elected, perhaps even Tasmania. That is the hope. So if we get that, we get closer. And as I said, Joel knows I say this until I'm blue in the face. If we didn't have a splintering of the vote, last time round there would have been one minor Freedom Party or Conservative Party elected in every state. Now that would have been pretty much close to the balance of power. So why don't we have it? And it's because preferences spray left, right and centre. And unfortunately, I don't know, you're wanting some hope and I'm not giving it. But anyway, unfortunately, voters do their own thing, particularly when they're, right-wing, conservative-minded, individualistic. They don't like being told what to do. I didn't follow the bloody how to vote card, I can tell you that. I numbered everyone that I wanted to number in the order I wanted to number them. And unfortunately, that's what happens. And vote spray, then preferences spray left, right and centre and don't flow. Really, if there isn't a big win for the minor parties this time, this is the hope out of the darkness, I guess, that we get our shit together and we actually come together and we work out either a unification strategy or a strategy that is going to ensure that there are no preferences spraying left, right and centre. One way you could do that without having a union is to have a joint ticket and to have all of the parties come together to pick the candidates they want. They run under their own banners, but it's all on the one ticket. That actually happened in Queensland back in the mid-1990s between the Liberals and Nationals when they were separate. Two separate parties come together, had joint pre-selections, and they run them under the Queensland Coalition banner. There's no reason why that couldn't happen with minor parties if there was a willingness to work together. So egos need to get out of the way so that we can have a benefit for the country. But again, look, I'm being a bit doom and gloom. I hope I'm completely wrong. I don't think I'm going to be.
On that note, we're going to have to kick you off the stream.
Salvation, sorry, I was going to say, so you're saying salvation lies in the Senate?
Salvation does lie in the Senate. No. I don't know whether we're going to get there this time round, but, perhaps if we don't get there this time round, that lessons will be learnt about how we need to be more united and think about the 80% of things that we agree on rather than the 20% of things that we don't agree on. I mean, I know this is a hot one for you, Avi, but Israel, I mean, the Israel-Palestine conflict, is this an issue for Australia or is it a second order issue? Is it more important that we are
I'm happy for it not to be an issue for Australia, but unfortunately, it becomes an issue for Australia when you have an army of Green senators marching into Parliament in kafirs, where there has to be a pushback. Otherwise, we are going to turn into...
Correct. You've nailed it. So the issue isn't the actual Palestinian-Israel conflict. Yep. The issue is, why have we imported a bloody problem into this country that's playing in our streets that's got nothing to do with that nation? So
I'm with you.
Is the issue.
The reason why I push back so hard from an Australian perspective is because I think that is the attack on Australia. That's the problem, and that's where we're heading. And people are so blinded by stupidity and by, following ridiculous things online that they're not realizing what the actual threat to our democracy is.
Yep, and there is a grave threat to democracy. And can I just tell you, this is again the doom and gloom. Like, if the Albanese government is re-elected with a majority tonight and they get the balance of power in the Senate, and heaven help us if that happens, heaven help us. But we will see that combating misinformation and disinformation bill back again. We will be in the trenches once again, fighting against that. And that is the biggest strike to democracy itself. I can tell you that, unfortunately, Avi, Rebel News will be off the internet if that bill is passed as quick as blinket. Same Turning Point will be sanctioned. And Rukshan and I will also be swinging a cup.
I might be all right. I might be all right, George. I have the right skin color to pull out the diversity card. Perhaps survive.
You pass. Yeah. So,
thanks, George.
But we're going to be in trouble. Democracy will be undermined in this country.
100%. Definitely agree. Definitely agree.
Thanks so much for joining us tonight, George. And I've got to say, the last time I did an election feed with you, I remembered as your beautiful face popped up on the screen there. Do you remember it?
It was the local government election, is that right?
No, election night, I think was, if I'm not mistaken, maybe I'm wrong because I got the memory of a fish, but I'm pretty sure it was Trump's 2020. And you guys were running a live feed and we were all excited. That was the most horrible night. So I don't know why I brought that up now, because that's just, hopefully it's not a trend.
Well, I got it wrong that time round. I thought that he'd won, but actually I'm not sure that I did get it wrong. I think that he did win.
All right. And on that note, we don't want to lose this feed off every bit. We've got 12,000 people with us now. George, we love you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, mate. God bless him. What a great Australian, George.
I know. He was going to take us out with him.
No, we're allowed to talk about that now.
Are we? Okay. I just can't keep up with it.
Trump's running the show now.
I'm going to jump to our next guest straight away because we're running about 8 minutes late. Yeah. Steve, welcome to the show. How you doing, mate?
Hey, guys. How you going? It's been quite some time since I've caught up with Rukshan and Avi. That was down in Brisbane, but we've got a whole new course of events happening up here in Queensland, and I'm going to follow through on George's theme. Guys, we're going to wake up on Monday morning. It's a Labor government. That's I can just about guarantee you. Sportsbet is coming in at the moment about $9.50 for the Conservatives and $1.05 for Labor. So that speaks volumes to me. When the betting money's going that far, mate, I think we're in big trouble.
And do you think it's minority or majority?
Mate, I'd say they're going to probably get a majority government. And again, riding off George's coattails, the only saviour we're going to have is if the Senate has got the minority groups in there, which is us, and we can make a sustainable difference to the future. I think what we've got on our hands, gentlemen, and your guests have spoken about it a little bit earlier on, we've got to count Monday as the beginning of the new election. We've got 3 years to get ready. All of this hate, animosity, and spite that goes on amongst all the minor parties, we're going to bury it. It's got to be. It's
very frustrating to watch when I sit back every election, and I'm friendly with everyone in all these groups. I have slight political differences with some of them, but just watching like people that are friends, that are mates. And suddenly it comes to the election, and what comes to mind to me is something like Gerard Rennick and Malcolm Roberts, and you just go, wait, what? How did that happen? How does it, like, are you that desperate to get the seat that you need to throw the other one under the bus?
Harvey, I'm with you. I had to make a conscious decision. I've been out today handing out how to vote cards all day for Gerard Rennick. Malcolm Roberts is a very good friend of mine. I like Malcolm a lot. He's a good guy. I mean, perfect world, I want them both in the Senate, but I don't think that's going to happen. That's not what Queensland does. But I'm going to throw a sleeper into you up here, and something you want to watch as the polling unfolds tonight. But I don't know whether or not Fairfax is going to end up being in the LNP's hands this evening. I think, and I know it's a very, very big call. I think the margin's about 8 to 9%. But we have, and this is the electorate I live in. And again, I've been out there handing out all day today. I've watched the people. I kind of understand elections reasonably well. And, mate, the Teals are flying. We've got a female Teal, we've got a female Labor candidate, and we've got a female Green. Normally, Labor gets probably 30 to 34. The Greens get somewhere between 10 and 14. And now we've got the Teals thrown into the mix. What's that going to look like? And Ted O'Brien and the Liberal Party did a preference deal with One Nation, and One Nation never showed up. They're not here. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing that lets us all down. I mean, we've got to be coordinated. We've got to have good people. We've got to have money behind the campaign that's going to run an effective campaign. And without those things, we're going to be in this same position in 3 years' time. But I look at this as opportunity. You know, if we do end up with Labor here, we do end up with the Teals here, we do end up with a Labor government, people are going to suffer for another 3 years. And I hope it's enough to snap the nexus and get people to actually realise our country's better than that. I think we can do so much for our kids. We can do so much for our grandkids. I mean, just the simple stuff. And it rolls off the tongue so easy. Why can't our kids afford to buy a house? Stupid governments. Why do we have the dearest electricity in the world? Stupid governments. Why are we in the economic situation we're in? Stupid governments. I'm sorry, that's just a fact of life. Until we're ready to vote for the right people in government, I think the Australian people have got to continue to suck it up and go, hey, we did it. We voted for this lot.
Sorry, Steve, do you mind me asking, sorry, I was going to ask you, you know better than most because you're up there. Do you think Dutton ends up losing his seat of Dixon?
I reckon he's in with a very good chance. They've spent an absolute mozza. They've gone after him, and you've got to remember he only had a 1.8% margin, so it's not going to take too much. And again, they've got the Teals running down there. I mean, this is the wild card in Queensland. We've never had the Teals before. You know, we haven't had that sort of impact, and I can tell you now, they've spent big money. Just in this electorate here, I've never seen so many signs
big money in
my whole political career.
Electorate. They're wild. They've got deep pockets, and I don't know what it's like over there, but what I noticed here in the electorates that they're running, the pre-polling, it's like insane how their marketing campaign they dominate. They dominate the amount of cornflakes, and just it's weird to me. And I made that video where there's the climate. They have these like different other groups that work for the Teals and the Greens. Every group, every other side group, like a issue-based group, activist group that's out there giving They're giving different cards on, who to vote for if you're a climate or immigration. So any of the refugee stuff, it's just literally, it's sort of like, they're not how to vote cards, but they're just saying which party's like the ones that rate the best. And it's always Greens and Teals are together. But so on climate, for example, it's all about climate, but these guys, their carbon footprint just to run these campaigns are enormous. And I literally asked Zoe Daniels, who is that former ABC journalist, I'm like, why can't you do it like Clive Palmer? You've got money, you're spending money like crazy, Clive, but I reckon his carbon footprint on the elections is less than the Teals combined around the country, because Clive does mostly like advertises on TV, on YouTube, like he smashes the YouTube and like online, even X, everything online, so much online advertising, which they could do. That you guys are climate conscious. Why are you not doing that? They're the biggest hypocrites. They do not believe in their core message.
Harvey, I think it's even bigger than that, our problem. I think the real problem that we face is that everybody's out there and we're all really good at kicking each other. Really, really good. We've become professionals at kicking each other, but something I've taken out of Jarrett's book, and maybe it's a God thing that's been passed on to me in recent times, and I'm learning as I'm getting older, because I seem to be the only bloke with grey in me, beard. You don't have it yet.
Rushan dyes his hair. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I actually realised that. I heard that last time I had dinner with you blokes. But you've got me off track. Jared Rennick, you know what he does? He goes out there and he'll articulate the problem, and then he'll give you the solution to the problem, but, all the way through he hasn't kicked anybody. And I think we've got to start.
I don't know. He did kick Malcolm a little bit. Let's be fair. That's when I was talking about him and Malcolm. I watched that, and it was just so hard for me to watch, because I agree on both of them, most of the issues, and it played out publicly, and it was that fight for the the Senate spot or whatever it is.
Avi, you just proved the point I'm talking about. We spend far too much time doing all of that instead of putting out the good solutions, and this is what we're going to do for Australia.
I agree, but I just think we need to be. I agree, but I think we just need to be factual. Like, it's not like I'm not going to sit here and say just Malcolm Roberts did that when it was also Rennick. So it's a problem that happens across the board.
I don't think there's one person on this panel that doesn't love them both and wouldn't love to see them both in the federal Senate. Yeah. I mean, what we've got to work towards is one of them is going to get elected, and I can't tell you who that's going to be. I think the problem in Queensland we've got at the moment, I think the Conservative vote is going to crash. I don't think they're going to do very, very well at all. And that's going to be a problem, because the LNP normally get 3 senators in. They're not going to get 3 senators in. They might only get 2. Labor, they may end up getting 3 in, and then we've got a real problem, because the Greens are going to get 12%. So we could lose both of them, and that would be the greatest injustice that's ever happened in this country, because they're both very, very valuable to the future and for the future of democracy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not boring you blokes too much.
I want to ask a question. So on the ground there, because we hear a lot about cost of living, these kind of, these big issues that are impacting how Australians decide. Do you think it's actually impacting the way that people are voting? Because if you look at something like cost of living, obviously people have been through hell and back over the last couple of years. And again, we're hearing a lot of the people that are coming on the show tonight, a lot of the panelists, including yourself, saying that Labor's going to come through, perhaps with the majority. So have these issues really impacted the way that people are voting, or they're voting based on something totally different?
Not at all. I think this is human nature, and I'm just going to go off my 62 years on this planet. When there's the threat of war, when there's a threat of financial collapse, you always stay with the people who are in government. You stay with the incumbent. That's just what happens. People don't change the boat when things are really, really tough. And I'm sorry to say, I'm not a Labor supporter. I grew up in a Labor town. Originally, I would have voted Labor because they used to be a good party a long time ago. These days, they're not. And I'm sorry to say, I think the Conservatives have lost their way, because the reason the Conservatives aren't doing well is because they never walked away from the Paris Accord. They did nothing different to what the Labor Party is doing. I mean, they are Labor-like, and that's the really terrifying part. And I am hearing scuttlebutt that people are already talking about who's going to replace Dutton, and they're going to be lefties within the Liberal Party. And again, I think what we've all got to do is get smart. I mean, we are all on the same team, Australia. We all want good things for our children and our grandchildren. We all want cheap energy, cheap water, and, a good time. That's what Australia is. Best country in the world, but we're letting other people stuff it up. So, gentlemen, I hope that you can get everybody to start working together, because I know I've tried in my time and I'm not about to give up. But let's wait and see what comes out of tonight, get that mixture together and make sure that we're ready for whatever the fight's got to be in 3 years' time. I think they're the issues. And, it's guys like yourselves who are communicating with people right across Australia every day, and even myself in a small way. We've just got to be consistent, continue doing what we're doing, and bringing good people together.
Mate, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
God bless you, Steve.
Hey, God bless you guys. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Freaking love Steve.
Yeah, he's good fun. He's always got good energy. Now, luckily, because we were one guest behind, but luckily, and I feel bad, but apparently there's blackout issues with our guest that was supposed to be at 5:30, but we're still at the 5:20 guest. So we've got Warren who's been waiting like 15 or 20 minutes in the waiting room, and so it works out brilliantly because now we've got to catch up, mate.
Hey.
Thank you so much for your patience. I apologize. It turns out God is on our side for this feed, because apparently our next guest is having power issues. So we've caught up. How are you doing? You must be wrecked.
Oh, gentlemen, I am depleted. This is the culmination of not just 2 weeks' work. This has been, flat out for 4 months, but obviously this is 3 years' work. To reiterate Steve's point as well, this is legitimately 3 years' work, and tomorrow we start for the next 3 years of work. That's the reality of this situation. But yeah, happy to hang around, but keep in mind, lads, I'm watching the last stragglers of people walk into this booth. So if we miss out on this seat by a small handful of votes, I am holding you gentlemen accountable.
Oh, no.
Mate, we'll take your phone and go stand there and how to vote cards as you're standing there. We have no dramas with that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Look, I feel like anybody that's voting at this time of day, they're probably not amenable to being too swayed. They're just going to go in and donkey vote, I'd say.
So how has the campaign been for you, man?
Mate, it's been up and down. It's been a rocky road, and look, this time in Victoria specifically, we're running a lot of those suburban seats that we've never run before, and I think that was important for us to do to gauge a measure on how we can actually do in the suburbs. And as many people have said, this battle this time around will be won in the suburbs. So it's been interesting. The feedback we usually get now with our traditional demographic out in those regional areas is obviously always fantastic, but manning these booths consistently for 2 weeks, it's honestly very mixed reviews. I think, as you usually see, the first week or so of pre-poll, you've seen the politically astute that knew how they wanted to vote come in and actually be amenable to, debating ideas or talking politics. And as of last Saturday, mind you, just anecdote, very polarising for me. Anzac Day out in my local area, dawn service with my medals on whatnot on Friday, Saturday, back on pre-poll. People treating you like you're a stain on the concrete the very next day. I was like, wow. It's legitimately just people that love their country that are still trying to provide a service any way possible to the democratic process. But anyway, so as of the Saturday, yeah, we'd lost people again. We were an inconvenience that they had to come down and vote. But look, this week, mixed reviews again. We've had, some indifference of opinion, but I think, to be honest, today was very busy this morning, but the rest of the day's been quiet. And I think the AEC, we're at a detriment within the minor parties because we clearly don't have the ground game that the majors have got. And as Steve alluded to as well, we do need to work together to cover booths and make sure we've got presence everywhere. And I think 2 weeks of pre-poll that's hard enough to man all booths for 2 solid weeks. But then to back it up with so many booths, this electorate I'm in right now has 43 booths. There's just no way. There's absolutely no way that we can man those. And it's to our detriment. But they were only busy for an hour and a half this morning, and then it's just been trickling all day. So really, if we'd shortened pre-poll to a week and then had, half the amount of booths, I think we'd still be right and we'd be able to cover it. But look, that's where the majors are in front of us, and that's where we keep falling over.
Yeah, it's frustrating. There's we were talking about before. One of the frustrating things coming into these elections is the internal fighting between the different minor parties. I'm sure it's just as frustrating for you. I know you. I've now known you for it's a few years now since COVID. Like, you're a pretty genuine guy. I even see you when it comes to those inter-party politics. You don't actually get involved. You're just genuine. So it must suck. How has that been? And what do you think we can do to, no matter what the outcome is here? What can we do to change that?
Mate, it's been incredibly frustrating me. I ran on the Senate ticket in 2022, then backed it up with the state, tried to manage the group voting ticket in Victoria in 2022. We managed to do it in pretty good effect for One Nation, but the reality is, we could have had 4 or 5 minor Conservative parties represented at the 2022 state election in the Victorian Upper House, had it been done properly. Now, my frustration is the fact that we continue to have these meetings behind the scenes, that, those respective state leaders and whatnot of all these parties, only speaking from Victoria perspective, and we always walk out of them with great ideas, and we're going to all preference internally, and then we'll go to the majors. So, it's so frustrating. But when people bring up the topic of merging the parties into one giant freedom-friendly minor party conglomerate, it wouldn't work. For a plethora of different reasons. Firstly, there's enough differences that it would cause us problems down the track, and they are big enough differences that we're not prepared to compromise on. So there's that. But then there's also the fact that a lot of that percentage of that voter base are One Nation voters, They're not people that are so politically astute. They walk into a voting booth looking to vote for One Nation. And if they walk in there and they say FFMP United, I don't know what the hell this is. When it was One Nation, they mustn't be running. We lose a large portion of our voter base for a start. Now, the other problem I foresee is in that scenario is we're expected to get into, outside of that scenario, if we're just working together in a 10-year strategy, as I think John Ruddick or somebody may have floated the idea. Now, our problem with that, again, is that we're forming a loose alliance, and it's going to be a very fragile alliance over a 10-year period. Well, we've already got our own 10-year strategy. Why would we jump into a loose, fragile alliance with parties that continually and repeatedly throw us under the bus every election cycle when we can continue on our own trajectory with our own 10-year strategy? So it's frustrating. All we need to do is do the right thing. If every party acts with integrity and preferences each other first before going to the Liberal Party, no discussions need to occur. Nothing else needs to happen. We don't need to keep having meetings. I've already had, leaders of other parties reach out this week and say, all right, we need to get together next week and start discussing Vic State. I'm like, you were literally the party that just went to the Liberals at 2 last week, and now you already want to talk about an alliance for next year? Are you kidding? Like, this is what frustrates me. All anybody needs to do is use his preference with integrity. That's all that needs to happen. It's that simple.
What was One Nation polling last election? Do you remember?
Across the country, can't remember. I believe in
Victoria. Nowhere near what we're looking at now.
I think probably knows. I think in Victoria it was like 3.5%.
How are they suddenly polling? Like, I've actually noticed a palpable difference just with the brand of One Nation in this election, which is odd to me because they were under attack by the freedom movement a lot, especially since that vote of the hate crimes act or whatever it is. They were, they all got all the other groups in the lead up to the elections kind of ganged up. That's why I had to pull what's his name, Steve, who I love him, but it's the idea that Malcolm just fought with Gerardo was kind of laughable. But they all ganged up on One Nation over that. They used it as a platform to go, this is not who to vote. But how is it suddenly, with the general public, the normies, One Nation is doing so much better? So it's not, you're not everyone else is fighting for the crumbs of the kind of that, the freedom movement group. Whereas One Nation it seems like, has broken out of that in this period of time, and they're reaching the wider public. We'll see tonight how that actually plays out. But how did they do it? If it's true, how did One Nation do that?
Yeah, look, mate, that's another massive point of frustration because those that are aware knew that, abstaining from that bill vote didn't actually make a difference. It was effectively a protest. Now, my point is that the parties that chose to make a deal out of that and scrap it out over that and then claim to posture themselves from some position of righteousness, the reality is all they are doing realistically is scrapping it out over crumbs with One Nation's voter base, who are those freedom-friendly followers. Now, One Nation has always been legitimately the freedom party that has literally been at the forefront of fighting for the individual freedoms of Australians for 25 years. It's the original freedom party, if I might add. Now, what they're neglecting to realise is that One Nation actually has a follower base outside of the freedom community. One Nation appeals to a broader audience. And when you get so Victoria is one of our fastest growing memberships in the country, and it's not more people from the freedom movement that we're picking up, all right? It's disenfranchised Conservative voters from both the Liberal and National Party that are looking for an alternative. Now, they're not going to go to their arch nemesis. It's a cult. Then you won't get a bomber supported a barrack for Collingwood. It's just not going to happen. But One Nation offers a palatable, viable alternative, a genuine third-party option. So look, that's where it's coming from. That's honestly, that's the only place it can come from, and we'll continue to try and harness that to appeal to those voters by continuing to put forward good economic policy.
Yeah, can I just say, I see a lot of similarities between Reform and One Nation, Reform UK and One Nation, because they were heavily under attack for, I don't know, not going hard enough on immigration, for example, Nigel Farage. And then the actual test comes up and they end up getting all these seats elected in council elections and by-elections in the UK. And it's like, well, what goes on online, Twitter is not real life, that sort of idea. In terms of what's
quite literally the echo chamber of the educated online. It really is. And people that go to social media for their political content, they're all here, all right? It's the same 200,000 that follow Pauline, that follow Malcolm, that follow Ralph Babette, that follow everyone, all right?
Yeah.
It doesn't amount to a large percentage of the Australian population.
Absolutely. What's that you've got up?
So we're just gonna prep the have the numbers up there. We might find a better graphic for it. I think that might be. Is that easy to read for people? Brookshan?
That's just the main two-party preferred that's coming in through ABC at the moment.
Yeah, you could probably take the one off the ABC TV. They've got a little graphic on the side there.
Oh yeah. I'll start finding those. But I'll leave this one and I'll find the other ones.
No dramas.
Can I just say, Warren, mate, complete kudos to you for fighting 3.5 years now against everything and running and doing the grind. Because you and I chat offline, and I don't think a lot of people see the work that you do behind the scenes. And I think I take your hat off to you, mate, because God knows there's a million things you could be doing, especially in construction and being a veteran. And I'm looking forward to starting on Monday, looking at the Victorian state election and then also the New South Wales state election, because they go hand in hand. They're about 4 months apart. I'm excited to see what we can do.
I appreciate you saying that, mate, because it is. A lot of people don't realise the work that goes in behind the scenes. I mean, this is myself and a very small team in Victoria working tirelessly, countless hours for nothing to just... And we do it because we want Australia to be the place that we want it to be. But look, appreciate you saying so, mate. And my focus will turn immediately to Victoria as well. Win, lose or draw with regard to lower house seats or the Senate seat itself. I don't think I'll run at Vic State. I think we need that continuity of somebody that can manage things without actually being a candidate, because it's a lot. It's a lot to manage. But yeah, look forward to working with all of you gentlemen going into Victoria State next year.
Before we let you go, mate, your prediction. We're asking everyone, how do you think tonight's going to play out?
There's far too many variables, as you guys know better.
I didn't ask for excuses. I asked for...
All right, I'm forever the optimist, so I'm going to say Peter Dutton, minority government.
Peter Dutton, minority government. That is the best case... so that's a best case scenario. So
what's he
from
paying?
your mouth to God's ears.
$9. Look, mate, like I said, sunny side up. We've got to stay positive.
Mate, thank you so much.
Otherwise, we project another 3 months, we go a Labor minority government. We end up with a hung parliament, a double D. In about 3 months, we end up back in the booze in 4 months.
That's you're assuming there we don't just join the Communist Party, but that's okay. Mate, appreciate your time. You got 20 minutes left, I think, on that poll, or 15 minutes left. Is that right?
I do.
Go out there. Don't blame us for anything, mate. Go for it.
Good on you, gentlemen.
Good luck.
God bless
Thank
you,
you
mate.
for your time.
Mate,
Thanks,
let's see what
mate.
happens in the Hunter. I'm really excited to see about One Nation, Stuart Bonds winning in the Hunter. That's like my number one sort of place to watch in this election.
We'll start breaking all that down in a minute. I want to catch up on a few of the super chats. We've got 16 now. Guys, you can put them all through super chats. I will read, we'll bring up on screen like this throughout the night when we get breaks and a chance to do it. So I'm just going to start from the beginning. Trent, thank you so much. Do you think lowering immigration will help in lifting wages, productivity, and the fertility rate? Joel, do you have a view on that?
Look, yes to the first part. Not sure about the fertility rate.
I don't understand the connection there, but I appreciate the support.
Maybe if things get easier, then I don't know. The fertility rate's an interesting one.
Can't it help the fertility rate if they just bring in like really pretty women only?
Well, look, the idea that mass immigration is killing the fertility rate is the kind of when you put
Trent,
it like that.
Let us know what you meant by that.
Put the question back. What was the question? I just want to see it.
Mate, concentrate.
Man, I'm looking for overlays. Do you think lowering immigration will help in lifting wages, productivity, and the fertility rate? I don't know if they're explicitly linked. But as we're seeing now, in terms of, I see this.
I do get a loose connection. Like when people see someone like Rukshan walking down the street, they get less, sexually excited in life, so they're less likely.
I think what he's saying is people having more family time, like, the country's like, it's less stressful for people. They have jobs.
That's actually true. That's a good point.
They're spending more time at home so they can focus on family.
Okay, all right.
I think that's
the sensible Rukshan has walked into the room, guys. What do we got? We got from Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy. How can minor right-wing parties work together more in future? How can we make people preference properly? They only put one minor party up top. Like, this is what we've been talking about the whole time. I do see that. I think Jeremy did that earlier on, and I think we did cover it. It's a problem, and it's a problem. I think in Joel, in politics in general, it attracts egos, and you see that problem when it comes close to the election for a number of reasons, because everyone wants to win, and it's win at all costs, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Look, we're running a test in New South Wales. It's not the first time we did this. We did this at the New South Wales state election, and it worked very well. We've got Craig Kelly in a coalition ticket with Gerard Rennick's party and the Hart Party, Michael O'Neill's party. If they do far better with preference flows, and we know they will, and so by some miracle they get Craig Kelly elected, then we've got to start doing coalition tickets. And in fact, in Queensland, Gerard Rennick's gone in coalition with the Katters Party for the Senate as well, which is increasing that efficiency. So, look, the Freedom Party needs some kind of a primary system, just like the Republicans do, where they all go in, they say, look, we're going to run in for the Senate. You have a bunch of members vote for who ends up being, they hold a few debates, they hold a vote at the end of it. A bit like how we got Trump out of 2016. But look, who's going to organize it? I mean, I'd put my hand up, but the problem is these freedom parties, they always renege on each other's deals.
I know.
And
we've been discussing this a fair bit. It's a problem, and unfortunately, I don't see a solution. I don't see an answer to it, because I've been around long enough now to see it repeat itself every single time, and everybody makes big promises, and the ones that make the biggest promises are the ones that break it the next time, and the ones complaining last election did the dodgy deal. So it just is. It is a problem, and it is disappointing every single time. I'm with you, and the people that get most frustrated by it are the people that vote, are the people that support all these groups. And yeah, like I said, we've litigated it hard in this already. And I want to thank everybody that's with us. We've got almost 15,000 people with us already. And we haven't even, the numbers haven't even started coming in.
So we're beating ABC and Sky News combined.
Look, I would say that's a flex, but ABC has 3 people. Sky probably has a few more, but no, it's good. So guys, keep sharing it. And let's do these super chats because there's a few here I want to get to before we move on. And polls close in about 15 minutes. I think, Rukshan, are you working out how to get a nice thing on there for us?
Yeah, I'm working on the graphics. Yeah, I'm trying to find a nice
graphic for us because we want to be up to date. Yep. We don't want any of your excuses.
What's he got?
Chat? $5 from Refurb Ishment. Thank you, Refurb Ishment. It sounded like I thought I was reading some immigrant name, like maybe one of Rukshan's cousins, but it's actually it's probably one of Rukshan's cousins that
like refurbishment.
Yeah. Video game controller poses triumphantly in between the words critical hit. What am I missing something? Is this a reference that I don't get? Thanks for the support, I guess.
Okay, thank you for $5. Appreciate it.
Anyone besides Labor or Liberal or Greens? Let's go. John, thanks for your support. Agreed. What do we got? We've got from Trent. Do you think lowering immigration will help in lifting wages? That was again.
We did that one.
No, it's twice.
He did it twice. He thought because it disappeared. It was only $10. It would have disappeared.
Appreciate twice, Trent.
He really wants to know.
Listen, Rukshan got to it at the end. He worked out what you were saying. So thanks again. Super chat, McCallan says, Avi Yemeni, please run for Prime Minister in the next election. Okay.
We can't do that. We can't do that. No way.
No, that's going to be Sue Ellen.
Mate, you got to lay off the trumpets, mate. You're having a go at the trumpets.
I'm just when people are going to say, Avi, can you be Prime Minister? I'm going to point to the only other person that says they're going to be Prime Minister. No.
Fair enough.
Why are you so defensive? You work for Lydia Thorpe anyways. We've got our next guest. I'm going to come back. Guys, we'll keep coming back to the... we're just going to remember. So the Prime Minister one was the one we're up to. We've got our next guest ready to go. There's going to be plenty of time, I think, in between.
100%.
Thank you for all the support, guys, in the super chats, and I will 100% read all the super chats before we finish tonight. So we will get to them all. But for now, we'll go to our next guest and my good friend, Morgan Jonas. Morgan, welcome. Oh, wait, sorry. Let me bring you up to... Yep. I think Morgan's fighting with me for control.
Perfect. He fixed it for you.
I'll fix it for you.
Morgan, welcome, mate. How you doing?
G'day. How are we, gentlemen? Can you hear me okay?
Doing good,
yeah. Loud and clear. Polls are about to close. How are you feeling?
I mean, personally, I'm feeling pretty good because, as one of your previous guests mentioned, Topher, the challenge to restore Australia to a respectable standard is not necessarily going to be won in one election. In fact, it's not going to be won in one election. So I feel okay because I understand, and what I'd like the audience to understand is that regardless of the outcome, getting our country back to a standard where decency and dignity is restored to Australians, it's going to take a long time. It's going to take several elections. It may take several decades. So in my view, a beautiful aspect is the journey involved and evolving and growing and ensuring that necessary measures are taken so that the minor right, who I believe has the power to bring Australia back to where it needs to be, this is just a process that needs to play out with the right people, and nobody can be in a rush because it doesn't happen overnight, but it can happen.
How's this election, the campaign? How's it all been the last couple months for you?
Well, it's been good for me. Not very stressful because Freedom Party, being a Victorian state-based party, has not been running. So I've been helping out in some other ways. I've assisted Advance Australia with their Greens Truth campaign. So I was out visiting the polling booths today in the inner northern suburbs of Melbourne, which have very sadly been abandoned by the Liberals. They don't seem to try anymore. They've just given these seats over to the left and said, well, we don't want to go near them. But the courageous volunteers, many from the Freedom Party, were out there facing the Greens and encouraging the public to put the Greens last. And I say that's what we need in this country, courageous people to step up, especially when circumstances may be hostile. So I've been basically involved in that. I've also been authorising some ads that have played around Australia, which I hope have made a difference. And as I said before, I feel good about things, but I dare say that there is a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done. And Rukshan, Joel and Avi, you three gentlemen will play a big role in making that happen.
Appreciate it. Sorry, go on, Joel. Go for it. I've got to fix some line.
I was going to say, which seats were you guys focusing on? Are you talking like Kooyong and Menzies and?
Yeah, so Kooyong was a different campaign, mostly targeted at the Teals. We've been focused on the seat of Wills, which is currently held by Labor, but being challenged by Samantha Ratnam. Now, people in Victoria who lived through COVID, they'll remember Samantha Ratnam from the Greens. She, of course, voted with the Dan Andrews Labor government on the lockdowns and the new pandemic legislation to put us in this constant state of emergency. And what it appears is that the Greens actually have a pretty decent chance in Wills. So mostly the focus has been on Wills. The seat of Melbourne is going to take some major strategy in consideration, considering the two-party preferred pushing 60% there for Adam Bandt. So, yeah, it's been the seat of Wills, the seat of McNamara, which took a turn when Josh Burns or the Labor Party decided to issue an open card, so not issuing a how to vote card preferencing the Greens, which all but eliminated the Greens' possibility of election. So yeah, that's where we've been.
On Samantha Ratnam, I did see some videos of her just saying this whole election for Australians is about Gaza. I mean, there's been some. This is in line with what the Greens kind of talk about a lot these days when it comes to Australia. But what do you make of that, especially for someone to kind of make foreign issues as the main platform for what Australians should be deciding their votes on?
Well, I think it says a couple of things, Rukshan. I think it says the Greens consider that campaigning on such a platform will be beneficial for their primary vote, their popularity, and getting members elected to Parliament. But furthermore, what it says is that the Greens don't actually care about Australia. They're making foreign issues front and centre. Meanwhile, we still have veterans from the Vietnam War living on the streets, and we're bringing in such huge amounts of refugees, many from cultures that will never assimilate into our country, and many of whom will never really be able to contribute to the cohesive society of which we all very much value in this country. But what it shows to me is the Greens do not care for Australia and care more for the affairs of other nations. And that should be something brought to the attention of every single person in this country, because I think most reasonable people would agree that we need our candidates, politicians and political parties advocating for Australians first.
100%.
I agree, 100%. So I was concentrating on fixing something here because Rukshan stuffed something up as usual. Did you give us a prediction? We're ending everyone's sessions with a prediction. What's your prediction with the play? How this is going to play out tonight?
Prediction for the outcome. All right. Well, I'm going to go against the polls, and I'm going to make a prediction that Australians have felt embarrassed or shy to express their support for the leader of the opposition, Peter Dutton, and they kept the information to themselves out of fear of some type of retribution from family members or Labor and Greens enthusiasts. And what we'll see when the votes are counted is a surprise upset with Peter Dutton making government. So there you go. There's my prediction.
Do you think he's going to get a majority or minority government?
I'd say minority.
God, this is two predictions in a row where I'm praying you guys are right, but I fear you are absolutely wrong.
Who are you praying to, by the way, Avi?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
I shouldn't have
Did I
asked that
pronounce
question.
it right, Joel? Do you speak Arabic?
Shui. You probably speak more than me, mate.
That probably means like a little bit, right?
A little.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, yeah, like 50-50, yeah.
Yeah.
So Morgan,
Talk to me.
what did you witness this kind of election cycle? What do you think you think Dutton's going to win with a minority government? So I can't really ask you what you think went wrong, because if you're right, it sounds like everything went right. But how do you think this election cycle went?
Well, I'm being optimistic, and to be honest, I think the Liberals made a lot of strategic blunders in their campaign leading up to election day, and I think it really would have helped for the Liberals to come out a lot stronger on the issues that matter to Australia. But what I've witnessed, well, there's been so much. Like you, Avi, I also share a lot of frustration regarding the infighting that we have all witnessed on a public level between the minor right. And I absolutely did not like seeing some of our prominent right-leaning senators argue with each other and that type of thing. I thought that was terrible. And considering the toxic nature of the sort of infighting that took place in Victoria in 2022, yes, I may or may not have been a player in that, but that should have set an example for what not to do moving forward for everybody else. So I was very upset to see that. And I just hope that the chips lie where they're meant to. You know, a terrible outcome would be if the last Senate spot in Queensland is split to such a degree that neither Malcolm or Jared Rennick actually achieved that seat. Just imagine that they sort of nullify each other's votes. So I think that what we need are more courageous Australians getting involved in the electoral process. We absolutely need cooperation between the minor right, and that cooperation needs to be made public. Okay, so no longer can these discussions solely be behind closed doors. Obviously, some conversations need to be, but there needs to be public forums about how votes are allocated, how preferences work. I mean, in the Victorian state election in 2022, 550,000 Victorians voted for a minor right party. Now, if we include the fake sack Dan Andrews party, which tricked many Victorians into believing they were voting for a centre-right party, that figure would have been closer to 600,000 people. That's closing in on about 16%. That is a force much more powerful than the Greens. So what we have learned yet again is that we need cooperation, we need public discussions, we need coordination between the minor right, because the minor right, when they're organised, will drag the Liberals back to a place of decency, back to a place where they once were, where they must return to for the sake of this country. And I've also observed, a lot of toxic shenanigans. I visited a volunteer today who was...
break the news. Obviously, the first polls have just closed. So the east of the country, so we're going to start seeing results probably in the next hour or so. But polls have officially closed, so there's nothing you can say now to convince anyone who to vote for. I know you want to sit there.
Don't vote for the Greens, ever.
You can vote for the Greens now, guys. Go and vote for anyone who wants to vote for the Greens. Go now. Go on.
No, don't do it. I just want to make one more point that, I want to commend the volunteers on the polling booths handing out how to vote cards for putting the Greens last. They showed such a tremendous amount of courage. The Greens volunteers, on average, are despicable human beings. They bully, they taunt, they use intimidation methods. And one of my volunteers today, when I met her and started speaking with her, she actually just started crying because the amount of pressure that these thugs put on those who are simply participating in the electoral process is unacceptable, and is something that needs to be brought to the attention of this country. And we must not tolerate those who intimidate when it comes to our democracy. So shame on the Greens volunteers, and my hat is off to those who have participated in the Greens Truth campaign, headed up by Advance Australia, that I've assisted with. So we just have to keep on fighting, gentlemen.
Mate, thanks so much for joining us, and thanks so much for your work in the lead up to this election and your work since the beginning of my journey in the political sphere in Australia. You've always been by my side, so a personal thank you, but I think Australia owes you a thank you. And let's see if you're right at the end of the night. I really, really hope so.
Thank you, Avi. Thank you for everything you've done. Joel, you're doing a wonderful job. Hope to collaborate with you more. Rukshan, you're the man. Many people would second that, and third and fourth and fifth. So thanks for having me on. It's a real pleasure.
See you, mate.
I'm going to cut him as soon as he said that nonsense.
Yeah.
I think I found a graphic. So I found a graphic to use. How was that one?
Yeah, that was good.
Let me just go back to live mode.
Put that graphic on. We should have the graphic on now. Is it it's automatic live update? Yeah.
I'll refresh it. Once in a while. I'm keeping an eye on it. Yeah, for sure.
You have one job, mate. Do it properly. Our next guest, I think Morgan was the perfect segue into our next guest, because talking about the polling booths, we had the Trumpets of Patriots, which I know has nothing to do with UAP. I keep getting told that. Nothing to do with UAP. Very
nothing
different
at all.
entity. But the Trumpets of Patriots, there was that really nasty incident in Pakenham where the candidate the volunteer was violently attacked. Welcome to the show, Babette, Senator Babette. Can you tell us how your volunteers?
Hang on. First of all, can you hear me all right? Or was it a bit echoing?
It's enough. Right, look, I'd prefer you to be lower and potentially silent, but
mate, this is as good as we're going to get it. I'm on my laptop. I'm on a balcony. It's not going to get any better than this. But yeah, the Trumpet of Patriots volunteer that had the altercation with the unhinged leftists the other day, a couple of days ago, or was it yesterday? I can't remember. It's been like a whirlwind.
2 days ago now.
Look, mate, absolute bullshit. These lefties are freaking nut jobs. Like Morgan said previously, right? These, the Greens volunteers and whatnots, these people are legitimately unhinged. They're not normal people. You know what we need? We need an inquiry, a Senate inquiry into left-wing extremism. And I'm going to push for that in the 48th Parliament. Absolutely sick of these.
How many inquiries have they had on the far right? Remember in COVID, the Greens, of all people, ran that inquiry because of the protests against lockdowns and mandates. They were claiming it was run all by Nazis, even though those protests were one of the most diverse protests. In fact, we could do with some of those protests. Now, why? I'm saying that as somebody, how many times I went to those protests and Middle Eastern Muslim men would come up to me and go, I don't agree with you on Israel, but you're a legend for standing up for COVID. And it really united people. I got to have conversations with people. This is my point. I got to have conversations with people I never got to have conversations with before. And the Greens, the irony at the time, managed to push through a Senate inquiry labeling everyone as far-right neo-Nazis, when the whole time, we were saying it back then, but it's become so clear in the last couple of years that the extremists that threaten our country on several levels are the Greens and their allies in the Victorian Socialists and all those different groups.
Yeah, you're right. The biggest threat that we have to our country right now, I seriously believe this, is an internal threat. It's not an external threat. The threat is left-wing extremism. The left, these people are crazy. They advocate for policies and ideas that will have the long-term and short-term effect of destroying this country, of tearing down the very fabric of Australia. These people want to tear down things like the family. They want to tear down that institution. They want to tear down the ideals of free speech. They want to tear down what it literally means to be an Aussie. It's not safe anymore in Australia for people that have conservative values, because these lefty nut jobs are unhinged. In my opinion, you know what they are? They're domestic terrorists. That's what they are, domestic terrorists. And I am going to do something about it in the 48th Parliament. I want us to have an inquiry into left-wing extremism, because like you mentioned, we've already had an inquiry into, quote-unquote, right-wing extremism, whatever that is. Oh, you think that women shouldn't, women don't have penises? Oh, you're a right-wing extremist. You think that children shouldn't be indoctrinated in radical gender theory and, or climate hysteria? You're a right-wing extremist. These things were looked into by the Senate, but we have not looked into left-wing extremism, the true extremism, and it's absolutely bullshit.
I agree. We now another thing we need a Senate inquiry on is Rukshan's ability to get this graphic up. What's going on, Rukshan?
I'm working really hard to get it all lined up properly, mate. Don't worry.
Is there some method to your madness
really
here?
Echoey where I am, so I'm going to just disconnect for a sec and move spots.
Look, we've got 2 more minutes with you, so don't disconnect because we're not going to let you back on.
But all I have. 2 more minutes.
You can come back in a bit later when we're breaking down numbers.
We're gonna have you back on. We need you back on for the analysis.
We'll have you back on a bit later. We've got our 2 next guests in the waiting room already.
Right, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Just quickly, your prediction. This is the way we're ending with people. What's your prediction for tonight? I know what you're praying for. Something I disagree with you on. You prayed for a collapse of. You want Dutton to lose his seat. But go on.
I want Dutton to lose his seat. I want Albanese to lose his seat. I want a complete collapse of the two-party system. I have a real problem with what's going on in this country right now. All you bandits out there that have said the Liberal Party's going to save us, the Liberal Party's coming, let's support the Liberal Party. You're wrong. The Liberal Party and the Labor Party are almost exactly the same. I'll give you some examples, right? The Disinformation Bill, that was drafted by the Libs, but it was introduced by the Labor Party. The Voice, the Labor Party said put it in the Constitution. The Libs said legislate it. Net zero, they both support net zero. UN, WEF, and all the sister organizations, they both support it. The Hate Crimes Bill, they both supported it. Banning social media for kids under 16, they both supported it. Immigration, they both support big immigration. They both can't define what a woman is, really. They both support the E-Safety Commissioner. There is no COVID pandemic. They both supported it. What is the freaking difference? There is no difference on anything important. Hang on. There's no conceivable difference between the Labor Party and the Liberal Party. It doesn't matter who wins. We're all going to get fucked. That's what's going to happen. All of us. It does not matter, guys.
So I would argue that I agree on some of these issues, especially that you've mentioned. They are too similar.
Two rings on the same bed.
Well, Liberal slightly better, but it's a race to the bottom. However, on some major issues, there is a difference. For example, when you talk about immigration, you might be talking about numbers, but it's also quality over quantity. It's a type of immigration they're bringing in, the people they're bringing into our country, and it's the war on extremism when it comes to some cultures and groups that don't integrate into our society. So there is a point of difference. I agree with you. It's not ideal. If it was up to me, we would have some of the minor independents that are running now. I'd make them prime minister, but that's not the reality of our system, and I feel like our target needs to be Labor, the Greens, the Teals, whereas you have a different approach.
I feel like the whole thing needs to burn to the ground. Nothing changes.
Now you sound like an anarchist.
I'm not an anarchist, but I also realise that we've been doing the same thing, Labor and Liberal, forever, almost as long as this country has existed. And look where we are today. Everything is worse. We've got to stop doing this. We have to either we burn the system to the ground, or we've got to absolutely
what if when you burn it down
better people?
What if while you're burning it, the left picks up the pieces and the communists take charge?
I think at this stage now, the country is in such a bad way and it's so destroyed that I don't think anything gets better until it gets worse. We're at the point now where people literally have to suffer. You have to suffer. You have to miss paying your mortgage. You have to maybe get to the point where you're potentially thinking about missing meals and eating your pets. Argentina bad until it gets better. There's no saving us out of this position anyway in any easy fashion. What we've got now is we've got a people that are so accustomed to getting everything for free. Everything's free. Government is your daddy now. And it's not sustainable. We're at the point now where that attitude and that mentality is coming to a crossroads. We are going downhill so quick that I think the best thing for us now is just to accept the fact that it's going to be hard. Live through that difficult time now, while we still can now, before we can pick ourselves up out of it. I don't think there's any easy way out anymore.
On that note, mate, we'll catch up with you a bit later. Thanks so much for joining us.
I'll be back.
It's definitely a different way of looking at it. And to answer that, let's bring on Alex Antic, not waste any time, because, again, somehow we're running late. Mate, what do you say about your friend, your colleague, the Babette, the Ralph Babette, who wants to burn the entire system to the ground, wants to take out the Liberal Party with him? Where you're the last standing good Liberal.
Well, I don't know about that, but I love Ralph's flourish. I thought he was on a roll there. He was like he gives some excellent speeches in the Senate chamber, but we do not agree. We agree on a lot of things, but we don't agree to burning it to the ground. I got to say.
He sounds like an anarchist from Antifa when he talks like that.
Well, I don't know if I put Antifa and Ralph in the same category.
No, but I mean that language where I'm going to burn the system to the ground is where those are the ones that usually speak. Like, I understand his frustration. I understand what he means about the uni party and you're in it. It's probably more frustrating for you than anyone here. But yeah, what do you think?
Well, I mean, look, I don't know what the result tonight is going to be. I think it's going to be a challenge, though. I mean, here in South Australia, we've got 2 seats that are really significantly in play. One's Sturt, which is the seat held by James Stephens in Adelaide's east, and the other one's Boothby in the southeastern suburbs, or it goes more broadly, and that's going to be a challenge as well. And anecdotally, what I was seeing, I was out in the north, so I was out in the very red Labor seats where we've got 2 excellent candidates who are, true blue Liberals. Dan Wild from the Institute for Public Affairs.
They like you. I know the comments, the viewers. We've got about 15,000 now watching it, or 16 and a half actually. Because most people watching this, I imagine, know who you are and appreciate you within the system. Are those Liberals like you? Can we count on them like you?
Well, in terms of party political, yeah, look, certainly. I mean, in South Australia, we've spent the better part of the last 3 or 4 years finding support for people like those so we can get them on the core flutes, get them on the ballot paper and get them elected. My view, for what it's worth, and I've been completely upfront about this for a very long period of time, is the best hope this country has got is a strong Liberal Party, because it's one of the 2 major parties, one of the parties of government. And I understand people's frustration, but with politics generally, I mean, Aussies are, laid back and we don't always get involved like they do in America. But the reality is the Liberal Party has to be strong so it can provide an alternative government. And look, I think here in South Australia, I think things are going to be very, very tight this evening. And I'm waiting to see that. I've been out campaigning all day. It's very hard to tell. Anyone that comes back from a booth and tells you anything about it is, probably pushing their luck, because you're only seeing bits and pieces and snippets, and they're only 1 booth out of 40 in an electorate. So I don't really know, but my feeling is that there is a significant number of people that are very unhappy with both major parties. I think, unfortunately, I think we might see a drop in the primary for us. And maybe for Labor as well, and maybe a drift off to the minor parties.
Where do you feel it's going, though? Do you think it's going left or right?
Well, I think it's going both. I mean, here in South Australia, I said it. I was in a pre-selection several months and years ago, about sort of 14, 15 months ago, and I said that I thought that One Nation were a real threat to the final spot in South Australia for us, and I think that is true. So I worry about that, because obviously I want to get as many Liberal senators elected as I can. So I think we're going to lose a bit from that angle, and I think Labor are going to take a haircut to the Greens. But of course, where it washes back on 2-party preferred, we'll have to wait and see.
We've been asking everyone tonight, and we're going to hold you to it after. What's your prediction for the outcome?
Well, look, I'm going only on instinct here. I think it's going to be a challenging election for us, and I think we're going to have to wait and see. But I'm not feeling overly hopeful at this point, I have to say.
That is not overly hopeful. The entire panel has that prediction. What's your prediction that we're going to hold you to after, in the coming hours?
Well, the Senate is very hard to predict nationwide.
No,
my light's gone off. My light's gone off. That's right. Oh, there's something going on,
good,
Harvey.
Black.
There's an interruption.
Now you look like Rukshan. Just smile.
I got to find it. There. Hang on. I got to find it. I'll do a turn. I'm just.
Why have we got two screens of Rukshan? Oh, that was confusing.
I'm getting Batman vibes.
I'm not used to this
Looks
studio.
like Bruce Wayne.
Look, I am concerned, very concerned, like all Australians should be, about the prospect of Labor returning in a majority government.
But let me ask you that, because when I'm looking at it, I prefer the idea of a Labor majority than a Labor minority. Am I wrong?
Oh, well, sure. But I prefer neither.
Okay. I prefer you being Prime Minister, but...
you're very generous.
So when you say, what do you think's actually going to happen? I don't think we got the answer. He is a good politician. What's your actual prediction? Is it a Labor majority?
Only because and I'm not trying to be evasive about it, because the polls are closed, so it doesn't really matter. But I just simply don't know. But I think if I was putting my house on it, that's what I would bet on.
Labor majority.
Yep.
That's not the worst outcome. I'm just going to put it out there. I'll take anything.
No,
at this point.
A minority government with the Greens is by far the worst.
I just hope they get
outcome.
wiped. I'm looking at Canada. We see what happened there, and their equivalent Labor Party obviously won. Some of the same issues, probably a bit stronger there because of neighbouring with America. We were talking about this before, but their essential Greens and the NDP or whatever, they got smashed. Are we not going to see a beating like that for the Hamas, the Greens?
Well, I mean, I just don't know. What I gathered today was I just saw a lot of people taking green how to vote cards, and I don't. I mean, look, SA is a different electorate. We've got a very popular premier, and locally, the state Liberals have had some issues as well. But there is a green element in South Australia. We've always lent to the left, sadly, in this state, and I don't know. I think nationwide, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Teals. I've got no read on that at all, because we just don't really have. We have one independent in the lower house here, and it's sort of it's all a bit different. But I don't know. I think we have to be. And I think Advance Australia did some really good work on this, but I don't think yet we have really told people what the Greens Party is all about properly. I don't think people understand that. I mean, I saw a little bit on polls today of people thinking they're voting for the environment and not understanding the bigger picture. You want
to know a shocking story?
I don't know.
Yesterday, my wife's a hairdresser, and I walked into her salon as she was cutting this lovely old lady's hair, and she goes, "Oh, I just voted." And there's two things you're not meant to ask people: is who they're voting and their age. So it's rude to do that. So me being me, I did both, and her age is irrelevant. But she told me she voted for Animal Justice Party. I'm like, really? Because I've spoken to this woman, and I know she ain't no Animal Justice Party. I go, really? And she said, yeah, I love animals. I'm like, oh my God, it's such a problem.
Issue, yeah.
And then
even legalize cannabis.
I explained to her some of their policies, and she was like, why didn't you tell me before?
We start a YouTube channel.
I clearly don't have enough of a following. It's a scary thought, mate. What's on the cards tonight? What are you doing tonight?
Well, we've got a function tonight, and I'll be going to that. And I hope I'm wrong about the result. I may well be. I've been wrong before once. I remember it. We'll see what comes of it. But I think South Australia is a bit of a challenging space at the moment. It's a difficult thing. But my message to people out there is, you can't give up on our party. What we need to be doing is making sure that people get involved with the political process. Football is often my analogy when it comes to politics, but it is a bit like that. There's always a red and a blue team, and that's the reality of it. And it's not going to get any easier. There are new electoral funding laws, and in South Australia, we can't even put up corflutes anymore. So it's a difficult environment for minor parties. Our key to making this country strong is a strong Liberal Party, and that means people who believe in this stuff have got to get involved. You've got to join up. You've got to make sure you're electing the right people, pre-selecting, and you've got to hold the line and have some faith.
Mate, we hope you're wrong, and if you are wrong, I'll message you and we'll cross to you while you're and we'll say cheers, and we can laugh at the fact that you were wrong and that we're not totally screwed for the next 3 years. Mate, thanks so much for making time for us tonight.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys. Good on you.
Thanks, Senator. Thank you so much.
Mate, that guy is freaking awesome.
I love him. Yeah, he's one of my favourite guys, and I do love that he's working within the system.
Yeah, hey, but in the comments, I just want to say this in the comments. Though, sorry to cut you off, Joel. In the comments, a lot of people agree with what Senator Babbitt says.
They do.
I'm reading the comments. A lot of people agree with what he says. I just want to put that out there.
They do. There's a lot of people that agree with him, and if you didn't have your little thing on there, I'll bring on some of those comments. Mate, if you want your comment to be read, put in a super chat. We'll get to it soon. But the point is, I get the frustration, and that's why I think a lot of people think like that, because people are talking from a point of frustration. But however, the problem is with the way our system actually runs now, I fear a way worse outcome if we follow that direction. If we burn the system to the ground, it's not going to be us picking it up, because one of the things that we see is the left is really good at uniting when it comes to taking on these fights. The right isn't. And so what's going to end up happening if we burn everything to the ground instead of going the Alex Antic way of working within the system, but also working to create, like One Nation is doing, like the Greens on the left, a One Nation on the right, or somebody that can hold the right accountable and push them back to the right. We're going to end up in a communist country, because we're going to be the ones paying the price. That's my fear of it. It's frustration.
They're trying to provoke us. You know, I just came back from a trip in Washington, D.C. in February, and I talked to the USA guys, TP USA guys, and I said, how the hell did you guys pick yourself up after 2020? Because we covered that on the show at the time. And they said, Joel, it was the divine providence we needed to get our shit together.
Was that Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, that was Tyler. So Charlie's guy that actually gets the stuff done is Tyler. And he's the one with the engineering mind.
Charlie's just the face.
Look, Charlie's talented in his own right, but we've got to delegate, and just like you delegate, Avi, and that's the thing.
I try to delegate, but then Rukshan re-delegates it back to me.
Well, I was gonna say Avi's just the face. I'm the actual guy behind doing everything, getting everything done.
Mate, I wouldn't be showing off right now. We've hardly had.
I got the results up now. I found one. I think that works.
Let's see them. Okay. Let's see them working. Let's bring on our next guest, because we are running a bit late. Jeff, how you going, mate? So thanks for your patience.
Hey guys, how you going?
Sorry, we're running a bit late.
That's all right. I've been enjoying the show. Ralph was excellent.
You enjoyed it. Do you agree with what he was saying?
I think, look, not all of it. I think burning things is a bit too far, but look, he's obviously excited. He's obviously passionate. Probably a bit too far, I would suggest.
There we go. I agree with the sentiment. I do understand what he's saying, but I think that it's just, you've got to have a really good plan prepped to execute something like that. And I just don't think that the Trumpets of Patriots or the United Australia Party, I just don't think that they've proven themselves to be up for that challenge. They, look at how much money that Clive spends, and what did he get last election? He got Babette. This election, I doubt he's going to get anything.
Well, I agree as well. I think he'll be under 1% of the vote, unfortunately. He doesn't take into consideration enough people's opinions when he's putting something together. But I thought some of his ideas were pretty good. Lower immigration, I thought was very good. Probably his main policy, I thought, as well. But he needs to be out of the picture, I think, to be honest. Clive.
Yeah. Look, I think next election it all changes, because you can't. The rules kick in and he can't spend that kind of money. So it'll be interesting to see how he tries to get around that. I feel a constitutional challenge coming, but it'll probably be a failed bid.
He loves his time in court.
I am somebody that I appreciate people that like time in court. I love I love court as well. I don't have the financial backing to be able to be there as often as I want. But I think there's a really good, there is a place for Clive Palmer in Australia in the political sphere, and in COVID, we saw him taking up fights. We always see him. He's at the forefront of it. I don't think his Trumpets of Patriots was particularly helpful in this round of elections. Let's see how it plays out tonight. I don't think it was helpful. I think it divided.
Well, two of you, or three of us on the panel live in Victoria, and we know he's not well liked in Victoria. I don't know why. I quite like him. I like some of his ideas, but he's not well liked here in Victoria. That's just the way that is. And it doesn't matter how much money you pump into it, $100 million or whatever he pumped in last election. He didn't get those votes. And the impetus last time was for people to vote for Clive and the United Australia Party because we had a lockdown and we had other things that he latched onto, which was great. Yeah. But it didn't convert at the polls.
It didn't. So how are you feeling? We've got a few minutes now. What's your prediction? We're asking everyone tonight. What do you think tonight? How do you think tonight's going to play out?
Look, I would like to defer that to the stat man in New South Wales, Joel, but my thinking, Joel, is I'm thinking it's the look. I don't like to say it, but I think it's the ALP for a win. I think the Teals will probably keep their seats in what used to be safe Liberal seats, and it's unbelievable that the Liberal Party put back in Tim Wilson to go for Goldstein and if I've even forgot her name in Higgins. Who's the one in Higgins? Not Higgins anymore. The one next to it, Doctor somebody. Yeah. They were two failed MPs last time, and they put them back up. So unfortunately, I think I don't like saying it, but I think the Labor Party. I don't think
majority.
Majority. I don't think the Liberal Party had their messaging right. I think they had some good things, but they didn't really come through very clear to the public. And Labor, of course, were great at turning things around and throwing things back into people's face, taking into account people's ignorance of politics and winning them over with basic language and fear.
How do you think the actual the campaign? You've been around for a while in this in Australia's political world. How do you feel? Do you feel that there is some sort of shift happening at the moment?
To where, Avi?
Anywhere. Is there a shift?
I don't really know. I would like to think that I talk to enough people, but I think sometimes my circle of people are a little bit closed now. I speak to less lefties than I may have in the past. So I'm not too sure about that. Well, I don't know if there's a shift. But I think that maybe Labor might have a majority this time around.
Well, that'll be better than a minority, that's for sure.
Jeff, can I ask you a simple question? How is it that Victoria can vote down a referendum 55%, but we can't get organised enough to win enough seats in Victoria? Because all these Labor seats are in Victoria and New South Wales.
Yeah, we've had a brief chat on that before, Joel. The Liberal Party just not showing leadership down here in Victoria. I think both the Victorian guys here, Lukshan and Avi, you'd agree. There's no leadership here in Victoria. I mean, for John Pesutto, just at the Victoria state election, the former opposition leader, his first act was to sack one of his own people, Moira Deeming. That was his first act of leadership. Disgusting. And what did he do after that? He didn't. The next policy I hear from them is that the policy they brought up in the upper house was they wanted to have lights on cars during the days. They wanted to make that a law. I mean, how ridiculous. Where's that? Where's the hope? Where's the motivation? Where's the growth for Victorian decisions like that? I thought we're very poor. They're lacking leadership. I don't know if Brad Bannon's I hope he does. I really
Politically,
do.
I think he's better. Let's see if he's brave enough. He is a good guy. He is politically more conservative, but I feel like the Liberal Party in Victoria is kind of a lost cause. That's where I agree with Babette, because it's just I feel like here.
Mate, you guys need a morale boost.
Yeah, it's
that's right. That's what I was.
But then I go back to what Monica said. I wouldn't mind if people got more involved in the Liberal Party in Victoria to change it, because
that's if they let you in. That's if they let you in.
No, they won't let me in. But
I'm talking about anyone who thinks the way necessary.
Sure, but I think if you get enough people, because the way it works at the end of the day is once you have enough people, the problem is the left infiltrated the Liberal Party. So the right needs to take it back. And if the right takes it back, right now we still have a democracy and those institutions work democratically. So you just need numbers. The problem is they're not getting those numbers, and everyone's anybody that leaves it tends to go to one of these other minor parties, and it kind of, so there is no one fighting. That's why we need the Alex Antics of the world.
Yeah.
It's a very complicated issue, and it changes state by state. But I think after this election, Topher said, we're going to need more involvement from people, less complaining. And the burn it to the ground solution doesn't quite work because they want to provoke us into that, because then it gives them permission to shut us all down.
That's what I
prison.
Yeah,
and that's the problem.
I agree with that, mate. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Can I just say one thing? Can I leave on a happy note?
On a happy note,
thanks guys for all the work you're doing. But I want to say hello to my grandkids in Brisbane because I know they're watching. They're only young, but to Nala, hello Nala, and
Nala.
you, Odin, and my daughter-in-law Tegan's up there as well. My son's off in the army; he's doing some exercise at the moment, so he's not there. But hi to those guys, and thanks so much for the work you guys are doing.
Oh, that's fantastic! That was a really nice note. I like that one.
I feel bad because there's been swearing on here, so sorry, grandkids.
Who swore?
I did notice that, but yes, I keep it clean.
Who was it? That was Babette again. Babette's the only person that swore.
Yeah,
he's passionate. He's passionate.
Yeah.
Mate, thank you so much for your time, and I hope the family are well. And g'day family.
God bless.
God bless you. Have a good one.
Yeah, that was nice.
Man, yeah.
That
lightened the show a bit.
He did. We have 18,000 people. I want to thank everybody that's on our live feed. Keep smashing the share, the like, spread it. We're beating.
So we do have some results coming in slowly. Not results, but you're seeing things are on the ABC website, especially there. A lot of swings towards ALP.
That was not a good, although still better than the minority. Let's see.
These are already ALP held, but there's obviously a bigger swing towards them. There's one in Victoria, the Mallee, and there's a 7.3% swing towards the ALP. So that's a national.
How much of the vote is counted?
That's held by the Nationals at the moment. Not much.
All right, let's bring on our next guest here, who's been waiting super patiently. Sir John. How you going, mate?
How am I going? I'll tell you how I'm going, Avi. I am pissed off with a capital P. And I'll tell you why I'm pissed off. We've heard from the Liberal Party, the inflation's bad, the cost of living, the debt. This was all invented by the Morrison government. All the COVID spending gave us the inflation, right? So then they pontificate around saying, look at this inflation, look at this inflation. They caused it. Now, Albo's probably made it a little bit worse, but it was invented by the Liberal Party. Now, the second reason I'm pissed off with the capital P is that it has been a very bad government from Anthony Albanese, left-wing Labor, and the polls said over the last 12 months that the country wants a change of government. Good. Then what happened is we get into the final stretch. It's like, the campaign's like a marathon, an Olympic marathon. We're now in the final lap when you go around the Olympic opening stadium, and Mr. Dutton's fallen flat on his face. And I'll tell you when the decline began, when he betrayed us on free speech. That's when he lost the base. And the golden rule of politics is don't betray your base. If you lose your base, you're stuffed. So I'll tell you what's going to happen here tonight. And I think Rukshan just said that the results are coming in. Labor's going to have a historic victory. Okay, every first-term government in 100 years has got re-elected, but they've always had a swing against. Albo's on track to have a swing in favour of him. Gee, thanks, Mr. Dutton. And it was his weakness. The UK Supreme Court comes out 3 weeks ago and brilliantly clarified this whole transgender craziness. And it says, it was a very, very good ruling. Peter Dutton's asked about it the next day. He says, I don't know anything about that. I don't want to comment on that. Okay. He walked away from work from home. Gee, the poor old little public servants can't work from home and bludge anymore. Then he says, no, I apologise. That was a silly policy. Okay. He doesn't know what Trump's immigration policy is. What was he good on? Look, the nuclear stuff was pretty good in principle. I don't want it to be run by a government department like the Liberals do. I want the private sector to run it. But he was having a go on nuclear, and then what does he do? Doesn't want to talk about it. Okay, that nuclear plan could have dominated the agenda. So, Look, 32 years ago, John Hewson lost the unlosable election, but he lost with honour because he was fighting for good principles, which the Howard government, to some extent, largely introduced over the coming years. Peter Dutton is going to lose with dishonour.
I hear you, and I tend to fear that I agree with you. Although, again, I'm going to say that I do prefer it to be a majority Labor government than a minority Labor government. We agree on that, correct?
Yeah, totally, absolutely.
Yeah. How do you think the minor parties are going to go? How do you think that's going to play out?
Well, look, there's only one good minor party in this country, one great minor
party.
One nation. It's called the Libertarian Party.
Oh.
Okay. Now we've had.
I thought you were going to say Trumpet's a patriot or something.
That looks like a trumpet of patriots.
Yeah, it does look like a trumpet of patriot.
We've got. Well, I'm offended, look, the Libertarian Party's definitely 100% got the best ideas for the future of Australia. And if we have a disappointing night, guess what policies we're going to change? None of them. We're going to change none of our policies because our policies are right. We want to have a much, much, much smaller government. The country's going to hell because we're getting crushed by the big bossy government. But I'll tell you what's going to happen. Look, everyone's voted. I can't change it now. One nation's going to have a very good night. That's what's going to happen. And now let's see what happens. Pauline's had 35 people elected over the last 30 years. 29 or something like that have had a falling out with her in the first year. Maybe she can keep it together. This country does need a decent party on the minor right. Look, we've got a lot of overlap with Pauline. Okay, she does. Where we differ is that she thinks the size of the government's fine. She just thinks if her people are running the government, then it'll be much better. No, we just need to make the government smaller. But anyway, that's what's going to happen. Pauline's going to have a very good night. The Teals are going to have a very good night. The Liberals are going to absolutely lose their heartland. And I blame the Liberal Party leadership for being too weak. You know what, boys? John Howard never believed in climate change. Tony Abbott never believed in climate change. And Peter Dutton didn't believe in climate change because they're too smart to believe in it. But the three of them went along with it. And so if you're out there in Liberal Party heartland and you get told the Labor Party says, the world's going to come to an end in 10 years because of global warming. And the Liberals say, we sort of agree with that too. So you're sitting there thinking you're not that political. You think, oh, gee, well, there's a big crisis here. Both the major parties say it, so I'll vote for the party that's actually going to do something about it, because obviously the Liberals are more wishy-washy on it. They shouldn't be wishy-washy. There's a leader, a world leader out there of a country called America, Donald Trump. He just comes out and he says, it's all BS. I'm not going to fall for the climate cult. Oh, he's only won 3 elections in a row. So that's the only way to reverse the left today, the aggressive.
I love how you slipped that in. He only won 3 elections.
It's true. It's true. It's completely true.
That's right. So Trump has shown us the only way to reverse the tsunami of woke insanity, which is going to stuff us all up, is to be on the front foot. Nigel Farage is demonstrating that to us in the UK. Donald Trump's demonstrating it to us. Mr. Peter Dutton and the Liberal Party. And look, boys, this isn't just a low ebb for the Liberal Party because they've been hollowed out. The left-wing faction has replaced what used to be known as the economic dries, the people who were concerned with really boring things like balanced budgets and paying off debts and cutting tax. The dries used to dominate the party and they used to dominate government, and it was very good for the country. That's why Australia is still a very rich country, because we've had economic dries, Thatcherites, libertarians. They don't exist in the Liberal Party anymore. Now, I hope they can turn it around for the good of the country, but I'm thinking we're going to have to do what Farage did and not reform the Liberal Party, replace the Liberal Party.
Who do you think is going to be able to do that? Because I look at the political landscape at the moment and I see One Nation, sorry, it's not the Libertarians at the moment, but the One Nation seems to be like what the Greens is on the left. We keep talking about this through the night. And like the direction it's going is one in which One Nation will be an actor in which the Liberals will have to form government, minority government with them potentially. But the idea that you're talking about is somebody actually taking over the Liberal Party, like Farage did in the UK. Who can do that? Farage is a super charismatic personality that's done it time and time again. Remember, he did UKIP originally, and then he did. What was the one to exit there was UKIP and then the Brexit Party, and now like he's done it time and time again. Every time he seems to win. We don't have someone like that in Australia, just like we don't have somebody like Trump. So do you actually realistically see something like that happening?
Look, it has to happen. It's an inevitability. The Liberal Party is going to implode because they've lost the true believers. Now, Nigel Farage, who's now a hero, you see what happened in the UK last night.
Last night, yeah. Okay. Wild.
Nigel Farage has been battling away for 35 years. He used to run in elections to get 1%, 3%, and back to 2%. He just persisted. Okay, it's like AC/DC taught us. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Okay, so that's the Libertarian Party. Okay, we're just going to keep persisting. We've got the best ideas. And look, I genuinely wish Pauline Hanson the best. I think they are going to have a sizable Senate presence here. Now, look, it's still quite possible that Craig Kelly could get elected in the Senate in Victoria, and Jordan Ditloff's a reasonable chance there in Victoria for the Libertarian Party, so that's what we're hoping on. But I think even if they do win, Pauline's going to have a good night. Now, I'm not sure if that party has got the intellectual capacity to do what's required, but I think they'll be, on balance, a positive force, and it's better that you have One Nation people in there than other Liberals and Nationals and weak people like that and silly Jackie Lambie. Hopefully tonight's the end of Jackie Lambie.
Oh, from your mouth to God's ears. On that note, thanks, mate. Thanks for coming in tonight, and good luck with the results.
We're gonna get John back on later on. I think if you feel free, John,
come back after. Yeah, no, John, perfect. So we'll
yes, I'm happy to do that. It is possible by then I might have had 4 or 5 beers.
That's why we want you. Literally when we want you.
Might make me more animated. Okay, well, let me know, gentlemen. Send us a text if you want.
Just a quick question before you go. When you have 4 or 5 beers, do you morph into Babette?
Well, I like Ralph a lot. Okay,
we all like Ralph a lot. I don't know why you're assuming that's not liking Ralph, because I'm saying you morph into him after a few drinks. What's the correlation there?
Well, why don't we say I'll be like Donald Trump? He's never had a drink. Donald Trump with 4 or 5 beers in him. So that's what I'm saying.
All right, brother. We'll cross to you later on. Enjoy the beers. Have one for us.
Okay, thanks,
mate. Have a good one.
Awesome. Yeah, he's always good. He's always great value on these, and he's full of information. He's actually quite a clever guy. Old Ruddick.
So we got about people asking about the totals not changing in the comments, but look, it's only 0.2% of the vote that's being counted.
It's going to take some time. I think that
it's going to take a while.
Yeah, I think until 7:30 in about 45 minutes, you'll start really seeing some numbers there. So,
can I just say, guys, results are literally just about to come out. If you're listening, and there's almost 20,000 of you, give this a share. Get it out there. We are currently beating ABC and Sky News Australia combined. So get it out there. We need these guys to be realizing when state elections, when federal elections come around, come to shows like this. There are people out here. There are eyeballs out here that actually mobilize. These are the most active people in the movement. And Albo will go on Abby Chatfield, but Dutton won't touch Avi. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Abby literally sells vibrators, whereas Avi sells shirts and
I thought you were going to say Abby sells vibrators, Avi buys them. No, it's a good point, guys. We're just about to smash the 20,000, so it's up to you guys sharing. And now that we've got the graphics on the screen, the comments that we're going to read, and we're going to get to all of them through the night. Is it all the super chats? I know there's about 40 there, so we've got a few to catch up, but we will get to all of them. Throw a super chat, and I will read it at some point. Let's bring in the next guest because he's been waiting so patiently. Jordan, how you doing, mate?
Hello, gentlemen. How are you? Greetings from the Socialist Republic of Victoria.
You must be a little bit tired. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I think that it would be fair to say you could chart my progression of the various stages of fatigue and sleep deprivation through the last 13 months if you watch my social content. And today I woke up and I actually, for the very first time in my life, thought maybe I should put some sort of makeup on under my eyes because I looked like I'd walked out a revolver at midday on a Saturday.
It would have been cool if you came out with blackface.
Look, let me tell you, I have done that many moons ago in my misspent youth, in my 20s. So that's not an empty metaphor, but Yeah, look, it was great to hear John Ruddock talk about Victoria as a potentially winnable seat for the Libertarians, because I would agree with him. We've been getting absolutely fantastic feedback on the ground here from a really wide range of people, like including almost every Liberal Party volunteer on pre-poll and polling booth today that I spoke with actually told me that they gave me their number one vote in the Senate. The exact words used are always some variation of, we want the Liberals to govern, but we want them to be better at governing when they are governing. And so that's what they see the role of the Libertarians in the Senate as.
That's good.
So how's your feeling on how this is going to play out? We're asking everyone for a prediction, and then at the end of it, we're going to cut it all up and embarrass you for getting it wrong, or celebrate you for getting it right, but we'll more likely make fun of people who got it wrong. So what's your prediction?
Yeah, look, I think that tonight what we are going to know is which party has won government, or at the very least, which party... Sorry, it's obviously an election after party here, so I apologise for a bit of background noise.
We're actually slightly jealous.
Sorry, I'm just on live. Thanks. There we go. Herding cats, that's the main skill of a Libertarian leader. But basically, tonight we're going to know whether Albanese, most likely, or Dutton are in a position to form either majority government or in the driver's seat for minority government negotiations. And I think that really, even with margin of errors taken into account, even with polls tightening as they do, this is and has always been Dutton's election to lose, and he has lost it, I believe. And really, the most frustrating part about that for any observer on the centre right in either major or minor party politics is how avoidable it was and will be. At any point up until about even as little as a few days ago, if Dutton had shown courage on issues like climate change, if Dutton had shown courage on issues like free speech, like any number of the issues that we've all been waiting to hear and been found lacking, this election could have been his. And unfortunately, he's just left a lot of policy announcements too late. A lot of people have already voted and they've stopped listening. And I think that the story of tonight will be a question of where the seats come and go. I actually think that the overall seat count won't change very much. I think the Libs are likely to pick up some seats in the west of Victoria here, like Gordon and Hawke, but I think they'll lose others. And certainly in New South Wales and Queensland, there's a lot of seats in play for Labor. So honestly, this is a hot take prediction. You heard it first. I think that Tim Wilson in Goldstein might be a go to unseat Zoe Daniels, potentially. I think that's a count to watch, and that obviously would be great. We'd love to see the end of a Teal. I think in Kooyong, Amelia Hamer, she's just had too many missteps in her campaign. She's really struggled to get any traction, and I think that she will, unfortunately, not succeed in getting rid of Monique Ryan. Even though we were blessed with the glorious side of Monique Ryan being shit on by a bird today. That was pretty great.
I didn't see that.
It was amazing. It was like live ABC. This bird just literally shit on her head, and she looked up like, what was that?
That's meant to be good luck.
Still shitting on her.
It's meant to be
biblical,
great.
Shakespearean.
Do you know what's interesting? Because I opened this early on in this live feed is from an anecdotal perspective, from being just on that pre-poll the day each space. I actually felt the opposite. I felt like, oh no, actually you're right. I'm going crazy. That's what I saw. I saw everyone taking single Liberals in Tim Wilson. So that's Goldstein. And Monique Ryan I thought was split. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and the thing is with pre-poll, what you've always got to remember is the first voters to vote are the voters that want change. So you're always going to get a feeling of whichever voters are disconnected.
But the problem with that is with that theory is this year's massive. What was it? 8 million
7 point
Yeah,
something.
that's right. So a little bit under half. But then again, if you break down the numbers, that is probably the percentage of people who will be voting against the incumbent government, and the other side against, on a two-party preferred basis, Dutton. So, look, I think that from our point of view tonight, in Victoria, it's important to note we only ran in about half of the seats, so about 19 seats, plus we had Russell Broadbent handing out our Senate how to vote. We were supporting Russell in the seat of Monash with volunteers, and we didn't run a candidate in Monash because we really want to see Russell succeed. So that was a big part of our philosophy this election. Obviously, New South Wales, we did a joint Senate ticket. We did the Freedom Summit prior to the election where I coordinated with Jared Rennick and the Heart Party. So the story of this election has been Libertarians showing a desire and willingness to be pragmatic and to cooperate with great lower house freedom independents like Matt Camanzuli and Russell Broadbent, and be cooperative with other freedom parties that have similar aligned values. So I think that's a fantastic template and a sort of a leadership model we can take forward into 2028. And I'm very, very hopeful that whatever the result of tonight and the week or two that comes after it, we'll be able to start conversations about 2028 well ahead of time, and hopefully with a lot more people paying attention.
Mate, so watching how this one played out, and there was a lot of controversy around the minor parties again. We've discussed it with a couple of the other people that came on. What do we need to do to stop that?
Look, I think ego is obviously the biggest problem. I think that, conversations I've had with people like James Ashby from One Nation in the past, and I don't say this to name and shame or to throw anyone under the bus, the election's now done. We've had it run its course, whatever the results will be. But I had a conversation 2 years ago with James Ashby when I was trying to organise what we've done for New South Wales with Rennick and Hart on the joint Senate coalition ticket. I tried to organise that all across the country 2 years ago. And the phone conversation I had with James Ashby was, he said, Jordan, I think it's a great idea. I like what you're doing, but One Nation's not a minor party anymore. That's what he said to me. And 3 weeks later, Mark Latham and Rod Roberts left One Nation in New South Wales, and Pauline sacked the entire New South Wales executive. So that didn't age particularly well. And I think the problem we have is that, I heard you describing to John Ruddock before, saying that you felt like One Nation was sort of becoming positioned to be the Greens of the right, so to speak. I disagree with that. The reason I disagree with that is because any gains they ever managed to achieve, they always erode over time. It's this cyclic thing.
He did make that point, which is interesting. I'm just talking about the polling, but you're right, and that's something that doesn't really happen with the Greens.
The other thing to remember with polling is that polling is a national average. So in Victoria, for example, when national polling was having One Nation at about 7%, One Nation in Victoria in the last 2 elections got 2.9%. So you need to remember that the numbers for One Nation are not uniform across the country. And in Victoria, they've never really managed to break through that 4% barrier. They may tonight, but I don't think it'll be by a lot. I think that One Nation's primary vote in Victoria will probably be sitting around about 4 to 4.5%. So Victoria is still very much in play. And I think ultimately, the 2 places One Nation might pick someone up will be South Australia and Queensland if Roberts is ready to return. I think those are the 2 realistic possibilities. And the reality is that we have a different picture on the minor right here in Australia. We have parties that are distinct, that are strong, and in particular with libertarians, like we are strong at state and local government levels, which are levels that One Nation has never really managed to retain a strong, consistent footprint in. They haven't invested in branches in between elections, and that's been a source of our momentum and our strength and resilience. The last 3 years, I mentioned in a video earlier today, we shouldn't even be here. 3 years ago, the Liberals basically passed legislation through Parliament to deregister our party. And
I remember that.
So we were deregistered after the 2022 election, and that was meant to be a deregistration we didn't come back from. The Liberals ran us over with the lawfare truck and left us on the side of the road for dead. And this election, we've got a fishhook and we're writing, we know what you did last election on the walls. So basically, they're probably very dismayed that we're back. And the reason they passed laws targeting us and not One Nation is because they see us as a threat to their base. One Nation has always been a threat to the Labor right flank, and they draw just as much support from former One Nation voters as they do from Liberal voters. That's the reality of One Nation's support base. And if you look at the sort of support they've gotten from Sky News this election cycle, the Liberals do not see One Nation as a threat to their long-term duopoly. They do not. One Nation would like to say that they are a threat to that, but it's very clear that when push comes to shove, they will support the Liberals and not really hold them to account and challenge them and be a competitor to their actual membership base in the way that libertarians are. And I just described to you the feedback I've been getting over the last 2 weeks from Liberal Party supporters, members and volunteers. Both people on pre-poll I'm meeting who are actually actively handing out how to vote cards for Liberal lower house candidates, telling me they're putting me number 1 in the Senate. And also friends of mine who are still in the Liberal Party sending me pictures of their ballot with me 1 below the line. So, we are a threat to the Liberal Party in a actual, real sense that we could potentially replace them or start to erode their membership base. You might remember in the free speech issues that happened before Christmas this year, we ran an ex-Liberal membership campaign targeting the Liberals after they failed to change their position on the social media restriction laws. And we gained 200 members from that. That hurt them a lot. Speaking of Tim Wilson told me before we took that step that we shouldn't do it, and that it was a terrible law, but it's already happened and all this sort of stuff. And as soon as he told me we shouldn't do it, I said, now I want to do it twice as much. So, it's like the brain bug thing in Starship Troopers. They're afraid. And they're afraid of us, and they're not afraid of One Nation.
All right. Well, you've made some big statements, and we're only hours away from knowing whether there's some truth to it.
Well, look, to be clear, I think that whatever the result is tonight, the momentum and the support and the professionalism of the Libertarian Party campaign, we've already won in every sense that counts. We have come back from the brink of deregistration. We've got more people both supporting and volunteering and voting for libertarian ideas with no possibility of name confusion, no possibility of ballot draw, none of the factors that our enemies have traditionally used to try to explain away our vote and our persistence in the Australian political landscape. This time in Victoria, if you want to vote one Libertarian in the Senate, you had to go halfway through a tablecloth-sized white Senate ballot paper and put a 1 next to the word Libertarian. So every Victorian has seen the word Libertarian this election, at least once, probably many more times than that. And whatever the result we get tonight is, it's a fantastic sign of momentum and something will continue into state elections in 2026. And the work for the federal election in 2028 begins tomorrow.
Mate, on that note, appreciate you joining us tonight. Enjoy the party, have a drink for us, and good luck on these results.
I'll have a Heineken Zero for you, Avi.
I'll take a triple Jameson right now.
Mate, let's do it. See you, Jordan. Mate, Jordan's a great guy.
Good luck, mate.
Yeah, I do like Jordan. The thing is, I actually like all these guys that we've had on tonight. And we've got a couple more that are going to come through. We've got Bernie Finn coming up. I do like all these guys. I hate the infighting. I don't agree with them 100% on everything. And I'm not afraid to say it, but I don't make it about them or their party or whatever, because I think these guys all have their heart in the right place. Just sometimes I think they're wrong. I have a different opinion, and that's okay.
At the end of the day, these guys, these minor parties, and there's a lot of them. There's 21 on a state and a national level. If you are getting elected representatives up, you hold legitimacy.
Yeah.
If you're not, you don't hold legitimacy, and that's the problem you've got in Victoria. You've got a Freedom Senator, that is from the UAP, a deregistered party. You've got Libertarian upper house members. You've got One Nation upper house members. And you've got some good Liberal upper house members like Moira Deeming. So the real challenge is, how do you coddle these guys together? That's the real question. And so in other states, we've got, other senators as well, like Senator Hanson and Rennick and Antic, and that's the problem. That's the real problem we've got. It's split. Yeah. And how do you coddle it together? That's the $1 million question.
I'm just going to read through a bunch of these super chats so we can get them out. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
So the world is halfway to hell. Yeah, thank you. The world is halfway to hell. And then the world is halfway to hell because they realize we're halfway to hell through another $7.99. One Nation is our only chance. She's not perfect, but she's big and getting bigger. Vote one, boys. It's FN time. Thank you for the support. What do we got? Trent again. Pauline is anti-Ponzi scheme economy. Thank you, Trent. Crypto Dummy says, people first and Gerard Rennick have a plan to be able to take power in the next election, and we need to start now and all work together to make this happen. We all need to do better the next time. I agree with the sentiment, and thank you for your support, Crypto Dummy. We're 3 hours in and we're starting to read these. It's getting harder. But I'm going to read them all. I promise you guys, and thank you all for your support. Paul says, sorry, but seriously, most Aussies are mentioned in the Bible. Most Aussies are mentioned in the Bible to Peter. What did I just read? I think
he's doing a reference to a Bible.
Peter 2:16. Hope I'm wrong. Oh, he's going to tell us what it is. We've got our next guest. That's good. We've actually got Drew on the line. Let's bring Drew in.
I wanted to get Drew after the result came in, but
yeah, we wanted to bring Drew in after, but we'll have Drew now. Drew, welcome. We've got 20,000 live with us tonight. It's been a massive thing. Guys, keep sharing it. We're beating all the mainstream on the live, so...
yeah, actually, Avi, people are asking how these numbers don't add up because you got to understand, guys, we're simulcast on multiple platforms. So if you're just watching on your platform and you see 4,000 people watching, it doesn't add to the total of all the platforms combined. So
and this is without Rumble. Rumble failed on us. This is across all platforms. The biggest platform at the moment, I think, is my YouTube.
YouTube or X? X is,
No,
YouTube was
maybe X. Maybe X. Drew, welcome to the show. How you doing? You're muted.
His audio's cut, yeah.
Did he mute himself or did I find something to do?
Nah.
I've done what so many people have tried before, to shut Drew
Silence
up.
him. Maybe the CCP have got it in, Drew.
I think
Drew, we're talking over you.
No, his sound's off. Do you want to call back in a minute, bro? All right, let's just try knock out a couple of super chats before he comes back.
Yeah, bang it.
Who have we got?
You know what's interesting? On ABC News, they've got Joel Fitzgibbon, who's the former member for the Hunter Valley, and I think they're expecting the Hunter to flip, and for Joel to be like, Joel, because Joel Fitzgibbon used to be the Labor minister for that seat, and he ended up resigning because he said, "You guys aren't doing enough on coal. Basically, you're shutting down coal country." And it's going to be interesting to see if Hunter flips tonight, and they ask Joel Fitzgibbon. It'll be interesting to hear what he has to say.
Drew, you there? No, you got no sound.
Drew,
mate. The youngest one we've invited on, and you're the one having...
This is what happens when you refuse to buy your microphone from China.
And he spends too much time rage tweeting at everyone else. All this time he spent rage tweeting. He doesn't focus on the technical stuff. That's the problem here. You can hear us.
Drew, I'll leave you on. You can play. I'm just going to go to the super chats and you talk, and when we can hear you, we'll tell you. But right now we can't hear you.
That's funny, man.
Okay, so let's read these. I voted in Corumburra, seat of Monash today. Big dairy farming area. The Teal candidate is tipped to oust Liberals. Teals will vote to decimate dairy. I hope not. I hope you're wrong, Stubbo. Thanks for the support. Cano? How do you pronounce that? Am I reading that wrong?
Cano Gallifrey.
I haven't voted before, but feel like I should now. Who would Rebel News likely support Victoria's Yarra Valley? They align with my views. I'd say you're late. The poll's closed, but any of the Freedom Party, Independent, One Nation, Libertarians, Family First, above Liberal, then Labor, then all the loony lefties right at the bottom. Thank you for your support, though, but I wish you reached out earlier. The world is halfway to hell again. Gave us another $7.99. Thank you. If Islam isn't a terrorist organization, I think we... Oh, damn, what did I do here? I stuffed that one up. What have we got? This one we'll have to make it bigger again. What do we go? Rukshan's glass is empty.
It is empty. I have to actually do a top up. I'm waiting for a good break to actually go get another bottle.
What is it? What have you got there? What have you got?
I'm just drinking Indian tonic water.
Oh, come on, mate. I've got the
tonic water, no gin.
Mate, the last time I had a drop of this was when we won the referendum. I'm only having this. Nice. It's very nice. I'm only having a drop, kids, in moderation, if we win some seriously good seats like the Hunter Valley, or if Tony Burke loses his seat. That would be the funniest.
Then you got to have a sip. Nice.
100%.
Nice.
100%. Anyways.
Drew, how you doing?
UTF.
Mate, this guy, Drew.
Mate.
It's true what they say about him.
Just do it on your phone, mate.
Hear me now? Can you,
there we go.
Oh,
there
you go.
Right.
Sorry, that was fucking torture. I'm sorry. That was so annoying.
Mate,
I apologize.
Don't do a Babette and swear. Can you Rukshan update? Rukshan, update the thing. I think there's some numbers coming through.
that's updated as far as the data that Sky News and is using on the Herald Sun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Drew, how are you feeling?
Good. Look, I kind of went into this thinking that no matter who wins, I'm pretty sad for the state of Australian politics, because I think no one's really addressing, for example, the housing bubble. No one's really addressing, migration. No one's really addressing, China. So, I mean, I go into this not necessarily too confident. I kind of feel like no matter what happens, like the big issues in Australian politics are not necessarily going to be discussed or properly fixed. So I'm not too happy right now. I'm not too happy. What about you guys? What do you think?
I think we can agree kind of on the fact that no one's too happy with the state of the politics and the options.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to win?
Oh, look, looking at the polling, I think it'll be Labor. Latest polling, I think, was 53-47 towards Labor. I can't see how Liberals can even form a minority government with it being 53-47. And look, it looks like it was the Trump effect, like in Canada. And I know Rukshan got really mad at me for saying that the other day, but like
I didn't get mad. I didn't get mad. I just think just too much emphasis placed on a country doing that. But go for it. Finish what you're saying.
Why'd you get triggered?
I mean, it was pretty obvious in Canada, wasn't it? I think it was pretty obvious, wasn't it? Like they had, they were polling.
But it's not the Trump effect per se. It's the fact that the leaders there don't stand by their conservative values and their views. It's not so much what Trump is saying and doing. It's so much the way that the leaders are reacting.
Who knows? We don't know, right? We don't know. Because like if let's say Pierre Poilievre came in and approached it how I thought he should have and how Dutton should have. I think Canada's harder because it is actually their neighbour. So, and I don't understand. I don't know the nuances, and I don't understand the culture there with regards to their relationship to America. It's very different to Australia. And that's what I think that there is a difference between us and them. However, I do agree with Drew that the Trump effect, as in with everything, if Trump had waited with the tariffs and didn't put, and it's his right, like America, he's America first. He's about America. He doesn't, what does he care who we have as government? Although I'd argue he probably should, because he would have a better ally if he has conservative governments, whether it's in Canada or here. But he didn't for whatever reason, and he doesn't have to. The reaction to that, to the tariffs and that by Dutton and Pierre Poilievre, I don't know. I think here it definitely hurt Dutton the way he reacted. If he treated it differently, would he do better? I'd argue yes. I think that people just looked at Dutton and said, well, if we're taking this hardline approach to Trump and Trump's the bad guy, then why wouldn't I go with the guy who actually believes Trump is the bad guy? If you're both standing there preaching that Trump is bad, why would I trust Dutton to make that argument? Is that not true?
I mean, that makes sense. I think the problem is, and I think Trump's starting to have this problem in America too. Look, listen, I am somebody who's more like sort of moderate left, but I want to have crack down on crime. I want to have less migration. I want to end illegal immigration. I think we've got to have a proper conversation in society about Islamism, etc. And look, like, I think the problem is that Trump is causing a lot of trouble for himself, because a lot of the things that he has done in the opening 2-3 months really scares a lot of like middle class people, and you can't form. I mean, it's now producing a backlash, I think, around the world when it comes to conservative politics. Like in Canada, it was the stuff about annexing Canada. He would talk about it every single day. And
mind you, it looks like Alberta's going to vote for it, and he might actually annex Canada.
Yeah, look, he was literally like Poilievre was polling 23 points ahead, I think, on the day that Trump got into office, and
Dutton was also polling way ahead.
He was smashing it. And I honestly, 3 months ago, if you asked me, I thought Dutton was going to form a majority government. I thought,
me too.
I thought the Labor government had made a lot of major mistakes on migration and crime and all this stuff. But I think people get freaked out by some of the tariff stuff, Trump talking about annexing allies and stuff like that. I think it freaks people out. And I'm giving you advice as a small sort of centrist person. Like if you're freaking people out, it's not going to be a positive, right? I think it even freaked out people in Germany.
Look, I think freaking people out might be bad in the short term if you follow through and can actually win something. Then it doesn't really matter that much if people got freaked out in the short term. It might affect us in our politics, but for Trump and for the world, if what he's trying to achieve, he actually achieves it, then we can look back in time and go, well done. But I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Trump's doing everything right. But we're not here tonight about Trump. We're here about Australia. And at the end of the day, you're calling a majority Labor government. Is that right?
Yeah. Look, I think that's just the feeling on the ground and the polling. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think? Do you think he can form a government at the moment?
Who?
Dudden?
No.
Do you think Dudden?
No, but we're asking every guest to predict it. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm super concerned. But the thing that freaks me out most is a Labor minority, and I
would agree.
There's also a bunch of seats that are just interesting tonight.
I mean, I put Greens last on my ballot. I'm a more sort of moderate Labor voter, so I put Labor there, but I put Greens last. I don't want there to be a Teal Green coalition. I don't want that to happen.
Did you vote Labor first?
So yeah, I did. Look, I'm a moderate, old-time Labor voter. You know, healthcare, education.
But do you think the Labor Party now is moderate? Do you think the Labor Party?
No, I don't. I'm like the vanguard of opposition inside the party, right? Like I want them to take a different approach. I want them to follow the Danish Labor Party and decrease migration. I want them to, crack down on crime. I think they should be anti-woke. That's my thinking. I know that they haven't done that, and it's
why would
sad
you
for me
vote for him? Why would you vote for him?
Because I'm at the end of the day, you have to have somebody, right, who's kind of like a more. I mean, would you prefer like the Labor Party be filled entirely with communists, or would you prefer that there be some people in the Labor Party who have
there's
more
two different things.
views?
No, I support you. I support you having a membership and trying to change it from the inside.
Yeah.
But rocking up at that polling booth where you're giving the power to the people that you personally don't think are good for the country, why would you do that?
Look. I don't think Dutton was going to do better though. If you look at Dutton, he wasn't really talking about properly decreasing migration. He was going out there saying that he was going to be more pro-China than the Labor Party. He was saying we really want to have a good relationship with China. So look, I was disappointed in both parties.
Do you truly believe that the Liberal Party would be more friendly with China than the Labor Party?
I mean, Dutton was out there. He went to one of those. Events, right? Where he went to one of those events where they're selling. He said he was going to bring back the kind of sell the golden visa to Chinese investors. Like people will be able to buy citizenship, sort of for a high price. He was talking about that at one of these events.
Sure, he's going to sell high-priced visas to a very small group of Chinese. Is still better, I would argue, than Labor, who's just going to import them for the votes.
Listen. I'm somebody who's trying to say I'm an old-time Labor voter, and I think Labor needs to change its migration policy. It's ultimately going to destroy the Labor government if they don't change that. So, look, my actual views on a lot of these issues are more conservative, and I'm trying to say to other people on the left, listen, you've got to pull yourselves back from the brink. You have to abandon this woke stuff. You have to abandon open borders migration because it will ultimately destroy the left like it did in America.
Why didn't you vote One Nation? Why didn't you vote One Nation? Because
because I'm not a One Nation voter, Avi. I'm an old-time principled Labor anti-woke voter.
But so many of the old-time principled voters moved to One Nation. That's what's happened.
I'm trying to tell the other people on the left. I'm trying to be a principled voice of reason. As a moderate person, say, listen. I will vote for the left, but you have to change your policies on migration. You have to change your policies on.
But they're not going to change it if you keep voting for them, Drew. If you keep giving them the free pass. Do you know what's interesting is that in Caulfield and in Maclamara, which is going to be a really cool seat to watch tonight,
it will be interesting.
And I want to see how this plays out because it's been a massive argument in the Jewish community. Labor has always gotten the vote. Just like you are now, for free, no strings attached. This year, most Jews could not bring themselves to vote for Labor, but there was still a fight within the Jewish community saying we need. So there was a group saying we need to vote for Labor because if not, the Greens are going to take the seat, and so we've got to protect it from the Greens. So we're going to vote for Labor, and then everyone else was voting Liberal. People were asking me, "What would you do?" I said, "You know what? What's the difference between the Greens having it or Josh Burns? Josh Burns has, besides the fact that he's literally sleeping with the pro-Palestinian activists, but besides for that, what's the difference if he has no pull in the Labor Party at all? What's the point? Give it to the Greens, because then the Labor Party will know for next time if they actually want to win that winnable seat back, they need to change. And it's people like you, unfortunately, for the Labor Party. I get what you're saying. You need to hold them accountable. They need to feel their primary vote crash. Do better, Drew.
Look. I actually agree with you that the Labor Party has been really bad on anti-Semitism. I think it is a really bad thing. And look, I'm not going to have any credibility if I'm voting One Nation, am I? I'm not going to have any credibility to other people on the left. I'm trying to say, listen, I'm still somebody who's old time rusted on, but if they keep going down this path, I'm being honest here. Like, my policies are diverging from them, and if they keep going down this path, I think it will be a disaster. And I'm trying to tell them, bring yourselves back from the brink. So
please
look,
text
I think.
Me. I get you want everyone to know you're consistent, you've got integrity and all that. Just text me after that you voted One Nation to make me feel better.
No.
I actually think that it shows more integrity if you vote on the policy and not the party. You're not tribal. Like, if you do believe the policy is the problem, I get being a member to change it from the inside. That's what I said before. Because you want to change the policy, you want to bring them back.
I want to try change it from the inside.
I get that, but it doesn't help to give them the free. What do you think, Joel?
You see, because you see, Avi, like, my friends were like Kimberly Kitching, for example, or Michael Danby, those sorts of like old-time Labor voters who were very much against. I mean, they were the ones who were sort of. Kimberly Kitching sadly passed away, but Michael Danby was the one who was putting a lot of pressure on the Labor Party. Don't preference the Greens in McNamara, etc. So I'm trying to say, like, there are still some people. It's a very
he ain't there anymore. He's not there anymore.
It's a very small thing. But I'm somebody. If you guys would probably think that of all the lefties, at least my views are much more sound on migration, on anti-Semitism.
I agree.
You're not in power, mate. You're not in power. That's the problem. And the problem is the party's been taken over. It's like the Liberals. I'm not in the Liberals.
It's been taken over by bad people.
So if you want to get my vote, you got to come and get it, mate.
And we were talking about exactly this before, weren't we, Joel? We were saying to people, join the Liberal Party, make a change from the inside. But when it comes to the polling booth, vote for the policies. You vote Labor. Yeah, because the thing is, if you don't pull out, if I can say, and this is how it was put in 2016 when I was a Bernie bro, and I was listening to what was going on then. Obviously, I was a conservative after that. But I remember listening to Jimmy Dore, and he said, Hillary Clinton, if you want my vote, you can come and get it. It's not just a given that, you got to actually pitch the policies. And if you don't meet my barrier, my bar of expectations policy-wise, then I'm not voting for you. You've got to earn it. And that's the thing. And if you're just voting, it's one thing to make a difference within the party. It's another thing to actually vote for them when they don't actually do what you want. Because then they're like, and you're saying they don't.
Yeah. Look. I'm kind of like a sort of Bill Maher type. I come from the left, but I'm very upset with where the left is going at this point. And I think it's overall good for society. You don't want the left to be completely captured by the greenie types, by the anti-Semitic types. You need somebody like me, right? And I'm trying my best to try fight back against it, but it's an uphill battle. I agree.
And look, it's fire though, mate, because I want to fire on the Labor Party, but you're in there still. It's the same with Antic.
I'm not in the party. You're still in there. The funny thing is they would never even let me in because I'm talking to you guys, like they hate me, the Labor Party, unfortunately. But I've still got friends in there like Michael Danby and stuff like that. And, I support them trying to be some level of opposition within the party. But I understand it. It's a very sort of like uphill battle. I agree with you. It's very tough. And look, it might well be the last time I ever vote for the left. I don't know. I have to say I have been really unhappy with it. I made that vote in a very sort of tortured state, and I wasn't happy making that vote. And listen, if it keeps on going the next couple of years like this, I probably would have to say I can no longer be part of the left. It's a sad thing.
You can be part of your left.
What do they have to do to lose your vote?
Yeah, mate, but you're loyal to your values. Look at Trump. Trump was a Democrat. I said Trump was a Democrat. He has Tulsi Gabbard. He has RFK.
I don't like Trump. Probably
hang on a sec. He came in with a slew of former Democrats And because they left and went to the Republicans, they actually got things done. They got elected, and they brought all the disgruntled Democrats across, including Joe Rogan. And that's why we have like Elon Musk and all these guys that shouldn't be there. They're now on the Republican side. But if you don't move, nothing changes, mate.
I mean, I get you, but I have to say, like, I'm somebody who I looked at Trump. I really don't like what he's done on Ukraine. I really don't like what he's done.
It doesn't matter. You don't have to vote Trump. We're not asking you to vote Trump.
I know. I'm just saying, like, that's probably the one area where, like, I really still have a division when it comes to the right wing. You know, it's the Trump stuff. I don't like
forget the Trump stuff. We're in Australia. I just cannot for the life of me understand. I can understand the idea of wanting to change things, and we've said this, we've litigated it, but I just feel like, how can you go in a polling booth and put a 1 next to the group that you've been criticizing for the last 3 years for getting almost everything wrong? And even the things that you claim the other side's going to be bad on, they're still going to be better than them. And bottom line is, when you look at your what you believe in, I think you actually agree with One Nation more than both parties.
I wouldn't agree with that.
I know you don't want to say it. I know you don't want to admit it. I know you don't want to admit it because to you it's a dirty word.
I don't know. Like, tell me, what do you think is good about Pauline? I don't think Pauline's a good person.
No, I'm talking about policies. You're talking about immigration. You're talking what? Stop making it about the people. Stop making it tribal. Stop making it about the Liberal, like the Labor Party. I'm an old Labor. What does that even mean? Like, you know what? I get the old Labor people that, like I have family that are old generation Labor. They don't even know the policy. When I talk to them and they say they just vote Labor because they've always voted Labor. They're workers' rights. They were workers themselves. They were in the unions or whatever, and now they just vote out of habit. They don't even know. And then when I talk to them about some of the woke stuff, it's shit they would never support in a million years. But even when I tell them, they're still tribal about it. You're somebody that's a political animal. It consumes you all day. You're involved in it. How can you? How can you go in there?
I want to try change. I want to try change it from within, Avi. I want them to say.
I get that. How does that change it? For example, explain to me how.
In Denmark, the Labour Party were the ones who stopped migration. That's what Labour in Australia needs to do if they want to still be empowered.
Explain to me how. Going in today and voting Labor ensures that you're changing it from within. How?
I'm going to try my best over the next year or so to advocate other people on the left that they will try change the position. They have to move away from work.
And why did you fail the last 3? You've been trying your hardest the last 3 years. You failed. You gave them a chance.
If I'm wrong, I'll accept it. If I'm wrong, I'll accept it. I'm telling you right now, I voted for them, but I'm not happy with them. And I want them to change their policies. I think if I was voting One Nation, they wouldn't give a fuck about what I say, right? They'll just write me up.
But they wouldn't know. But they wouldn't know. That's the beauty about the polling booth. That is the beauty about the polling booth. I
think you're wasting your time, Avi. You are wasting your time because I'm reading the comments. Everyone's like, "You're not going to change this, guys. This soy boy's."
No, I'm just angry, Drew. Drew, on that
note, Drew is more worried. Drew, you're more worried about your public image and what people will think of you than actually caring about the country. I think that's what it comes down to. Because I'm someone who would vote Liberal. I would vote Liberal most of my life. I would vote Liberal most of my life. But since the last few years, I cannot stand them and I don't vote for them. And I do things to oppose them and I say things against them. And I'm hardcore, I could say rusted on Liberal from my youth. But I've sensed that they don't deserve my vote. And that's how we have to be. I think. That's how Australians have to be to change the country.
I have to explain to you guys. You guys are fully right wing. I'm not fully right wing. I'm more of a centrist,
no, it's not about being fully right wing.
I mean, you guys are pretty rusted on with the right, aren't you?
Drew, can I just say 10% of Bernie Sanders voters voted for Trump in 2016, all right? It's just a matter of time before you come to our side.
It's as you grow up and life hits you. When life smacks you in the face, when you have a couple of kids, you'll realize, brother, we appreciate you, though. I do appreciate you, and credit where credit is due. Whenever I ask you on, you always come on. It is so hard to get people on the other side on.
Yeah. I'm giving you, you guys have had only really right-wing guests. I'm trying to give you an example of somebody who's on the other side and still has much more moderate views than the majority
I
of
appreciate
lefties
it. And I actually do think your views are mostly moderate. I just think you're voting in the wrong place and you're empowering the wrong people. On that note, mate.
All right. We'll call it in, but we'll do a debate. We'll do a debate in the weeks ahead.
You've already lost.
Okay. Anyway, guys, I'm back to my stream now. Call it a good night. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you, brother.
See you, mate.
Thanks,
mate.
Thank you.
Can I just say, while we're bringing up the stats, it's okay, Drew. It's all right, to vote like Bob Catter or something, other than Labor.
Yeah. And you can still try
Bernie,
to change.
I'm sorry you had to witness that, mate.
Where am I going here? Here we go. I'll just swing to the right, shall I?
You go to the far right.
Go to the far right. Yeah, no, hang on. I've got to the wrong. You
people
want me to
are
go to
saying
the far
to-
left? You want to go to the far
people
left?
need
That's a
to
struggle.
introduce the guest. So this is Bernie Finn from Family First, Senate candidate for Victoria.
Senate candidate for Family First. Bernie, how are you feeling? And thanks I know you were on hold there a bit. We were running a bit behind, so I appreciate you waiting there. How are you going? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little bit weary. I've been on the polling booth since 7:30 this morning. I've just got home not so long ago.
Do you want to center your camera? Because I love half your face, but I really love the other half too.
Hang on, there we go.
There you go.
There we go.
Perfect.
There we go.
Oh, Rukshan finally looks better though. Let's just go.
Look, I think we're probably in for a very disappointing night. I feel whilst there's going to be, I've been working in two seats in the western suburbs of Melbourne. We're talking about Gorton and Hawke, named after two prime ministers, of course. And I have to say, I think, and I've been on pre-poll every day. My feeling is that the pre-poll has been very strongly supportive of the Liberals. But today I was in Hawke and I felt that the Labor Party came back a bit. So, it wouldn't surprise me if the Liberals won both Hawke and Gorton, or came very, very close anyway. Wouldn't surprise me at all. But as I say, today was, the Labor Party people came out after lunch. They got up at lunchtime and they came out after lunch and voted for their people.
How's the campaign been for you guys?
Well, I think it's been pretty good. I mean, I was just thinking last night. I began the campaign in October 23 with the first meeting, a packed meeting in Bendigo, and we finished up in Bacchus Marsh on Thursday night. And it has been a long and it's been a very thorough campaign, and I don't think that we could have done any better. We had absolutely bugger all money. How many
volunteers on that? How many volunteers do you guys have? Because we were talking about the Teals, who have both a lot of money and a lot of volunteers. Zoe Daniel was boasting to me that she has 1,200 volunteers just in her electorate.
Yeah, well, look, we have, I understand, around about 900 across the state.
Across the state?
Across the state.
How is that possible? How do the Teals have so many?
Well, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I suppose it helps if you pay people. You see, our volunteers do it for nothing, whereas I don't think the Teal volunteers are strictly volunteers. Yeah. I think they could be pros. And you can take that whichever way you like.
Is it fair to say, though, the left often just is much more politically active in that way?
Yes, I think that's right.
They hit the streets, they protest, they're happy to stand there and hand it. The right will vote quietly.
Yeah, look, it annoys me enormously when I see the left, who are totally and absolutely committed to their cause, and the right, politics is what they do when they're finished doing everything else, and that frustrates me enormously, because our politics is more important than their politics, but they're more committed to it than we are. And that really gives me the screaming,
Listen, it is a lot easier when you literally don't have a job, and
that helps.
And your entire politics and your whole political view, your world view, is about people funding your not having a job.
Yep, and it was interesting today to note that despite what I've just said, there were no Greens on the polling booth that I was on. There were no legalised cannabis, and the Victorian Socialists didn't show up until about 4:30. And that
come
was
from Centrelink
first. Well, they probably did come from Fitzroy or somewhere, I don't know. But they didn't really show the colours that we've expected of them, I have to say. Not that upset me very much. I've also got to admit.
Well, I personally, that's the difference between you and me, I guess. When I rock up to a pre-polling or a polling, the only people I'm looking for is the socialists and the Greens.
Yes.
It's funny. I rocked up yesterday to a pre-polling in Pakenham to do the story on that Trumpets and Patriots guy getting bashed. And as I arrived there, I'm not going to name him because whatever, but there was a well-known Liberal person there, and he just bolted when he saw me.
Really? Come on, name names. Come on, let's hear it. Come on.
He thought I was coming after him, and I'm like, mate. And the funny thing is, he ran, and I'm thinking, if I ran if I wanted to get you, I'd run after you, and I got you, and it was even funnier.
Well, that's a great story, mate. You should have run. You should have chased him.
But I was there for a reason, and I just I chuckled to myself.
Mate, you were there for a reason, but you found a better reason, and you could have chased him. You could have chased him.
Look, I felt like I was on a mission this election to kind of highlight. We had a campaign called "Expose the Rot." And we were just trying to highlight, who the Greens were running, who the Teals really are, who Labor was preferencing, who they're running. So I was very tunnel visioned on my objectives in this election. By the looks of it, I didn't have enough or at all any effect, but it was fun. I am super tired though.
I can relate to that in a fairly big way.
You'd be even worse. You'd be
even
mate.
I've got a bottle of prosecco in the fridge. I'm going to knock over in a minute.
Let's do it, Bernie. Let's do it, mate.
And Joel knows very well that I'm very fond of a bottle of prosecco.
What are we missing here? What are we missing here?
We just ran into each other one day in the street in Melbourne and retired to a nearby hostelry. It was a marvellous thing. We had a very pleasant afternoon. But mate, it wasn't your efforts that caused the problem. It was the Liberal Party's campaign, which was appalling, was absolutely appalling. And I, quite frankly, do not understand what the hell is going on in the Liberal Party. I don't know. I mean, they had plentiful volunteers. They were splashing money around all over the place, but they didn't seem to know what average Australians were worried about. Were actually concerned about, and their credibility was shot when they supported the climate action. When they support that just shoots them out. Net zero. I mean, why on God's earth would Peter Dutton support net zero? I thought that Ted O'Brien was going to sort of let it out gently at one stage, but he just clammed up again. But to anybody who's even half conservative in this country, you wouldn't support anybody who is an advocate of net zero. And unfortunately, Peter Dutton was, and the Liberal Party and the National Party were also advocating net zero. Now, there is their credibility gone to begin with. Before they've even started, their credibility is absolutely shot. So, is it any wonder that they're facing the real proposition at the moment of hitting the wall by the end of the night?
And you think they are? And what do you think is going to happen after this? Do you think this is going to be the wake-up call they need?
No, I think this will be the end of the Liberal Party. That's what I believe. I've said this for quite often for a number of months, if not a number of years. I think that the Liberal Party will implode. We are seeing the forces who hate each other with a passion lining up against each other in Victoria. We're seeing New South Wales who've hated each other with a passion for years. We are seeing South Australia again. The factions in South Australia have a hatred for each other that is something to behold. And in WA, well, the West Australian Liberal Party barely exists. So you can't say that the Liberal Party is going to survive this, because they won't, because they're going to kick the living suitcase out of each other. And this is they've got the knives out. They're going to go each other, and there will have to be sometime in the next, I don't know when, but certainly long before the next federal election, there will have to be a get together of like-minded people to discuss what we're going to do to replace the Liberal Party and to put in place a genuine Conservative Party that Australians can vote for. That's what's coming, and we better get ready for it.
I think Bernie, you're onto something, because just seeing the early results come in, it's about 5% counted. We are seeing these kind of swings towards Labor in Tasmania, as up to about 5% swing towards Labor. And you'd think, in the conditions that we are in this country right now, and the issues that most people face, to see that the government that's in power right now potentially come out of this election with a major swing towards them nationwide is
keep
crazy.
In mind in Tasmania, there is a left-wing Liberal government.
I know.
So that's something that's just added to their problems. I mean, the only thing they've got going for them down there is Erica Betts.
Yeah. But Bernie, can I ask, you're probably one of the best people to ask on this that's come on so far. Who takes over the Liberals? Because the people don't know this yet that are listening. There's about almost 24,000 listening live. There is a 10% swing against Dutton in his own seat. So Dutton could lose his seat right now. It's saying 60% Labor to 40% Dutton in Dixon, meaning he's out. He can't be the opposition leader anymore, essentially. If that trend continues, and it's only about 10% counted, but that's pretty good to go off. Who takes over? I mean, I've heard this week, Alex Hawke might throw his name in the ring. I've heard Susan Ray. I've heard.
Well, look, mate. Either of those people taking over, either Hawke or Lay, would guarantee the death of the Liberal Party. Absolutely guarantee the death of the Liberal Party. Either would be a disaster. I mean, I would, if I was. I don't want to put the death wish on anybody, but if I was pushing somebody, I'd probably put in Andrew Hastie. He is more than presentable. He's more than capable, and he's got a brain. And you can't say that about everybody in the Liberal Party. We
can't have a prime minister from South Australia or WA. Unfortunately, that's not my opinion. That's not my opinion. I think we should, but that's the norm. It's usually Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne.
Well, I think if we're going to go with Sydney, we might as well bring back Turnbull. Because he would be just as effective in destroying the Liberal Party as any other of those clowns up there. I mean, the only thing that the New South Wales Liberal Party is good at is fighting other Liberals. It's the only thing they're good at. To suggest that one of them could actually be leading the Liberal Party at a national level is a joke. It's an absolute joke. Honestly, there's nobody in Victoria who could do it. Maybe at a push, Dan Teal, but he might be in strife himself before the end of the night. I was down there a few weeks ago, and I made a phone call immediately as I got down there when I discovered just how much trouble he may be in. And I said, we've got to get a family first candidate into Wannon quick. And we have done that. But, Dan would be a half reasonable leader. But, there's not too many that you could get excited about anywhere. There's a couple in the Senate. Alex Antic, I think, he'd be a great leader if we could get him into the House. But there's not too many others. The Liberal Party is basically bereft of talent. It's got nothing going for it. It is near death.
I think they crashed when they lost you.
Well, maybe they did. Maybe they did, mate. I'm sure Matthew Guy and James Newbury would be so quick to agree.
Mate, we really.
Sorry, I was going to say it's looking like Dan Teal might actually retain his seat. It's currently at 57%. Yeah, 57% Dan Teal.
No, that's good. That's good news.
Listen, mate, we're not gonna. We appreciate you coming on. We're not gonna hold you on any longer. I know that bottle's waiting for you. Have a drink for us.
It's getting very, very cold, and I'm getting very, very thirsty.
At some point, we're gonna just have to start drinking too. But really appreciate it. We'll start unpacking some of those numbers as the night goes in. But thank you so much. Good luck. Well done for everything you do and a hard campaign that you guys fought.
As I say, I've still got another 5-week wait to go. Apparently the AEC is going work to rule, so they'll get to us at some stage, maybe by the end of June, when we actually swap over. So it's just a joy to be a part of that. So one thing I am looking forward to is going back to the gym on Monday. And Harvey, Harvey, I want you to join me
at the gym.
9 o'clock at the gym in Sunbury. In Sunbury on Monday, and we will do the traps together.
Okay, just start without me.
And finish without you too.
when you say the traps, do you mean like these ones? Like, like you're gonna go like that?
No, that's tonight, not Monday morning. I can tell you.
Okay, right. Nice.
Mate, always a pleasure to speak to you.
Have you seen his mate? Have you seen his studio? Have you
I've
seen Joel's
invited
studio
him.
up in Sydney? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but you've got to go to Sydney to get there.
I know. Yeah, but he's got more booze than you can poke a stick at.
He didn't tell us that.
Have you ever seen anything like it in your life? It's extraordinary.
Mate, I've got some Syrian arak. I got some Syrian arak here, Arby.
I do appreciate an arak.
70%.
Well, a good arak will go a long way, in my view.
Yeah,
I've been
I'm not
saying
sure
that
what it
for a
is
very
about
long
you, Bernie.
time.
You bring it out of me, the drinking stuff. Anyways, good on you, mate. God bless you.
Okay, gents, good to see you.
All right, see you later.
See you, mate.
Great value. Look, he stuck around. He stuck around a while there waiting, but it was a good chat, and he gave us a lot, I reckon, out of that discussion. Do we want to break down some of the numbers or hit some of the super chats? What do we want to do first?
I think we'll do.
Guys, I think we've got to look at some of the numbers.
Let's look at the numbers.
Yeah, just because
That's
like we got 24K viewers, and they're like, all right, that's great, but now we're starting to have like 10%.
Do you want to should we bring up another screen? Should I pull up a screen?
Yeah, pull up. I think ABC, the Herald Sun's got a pretty good breakdown, man, on their website. I don't know what you looked at, Joel.
I'm looking at Sky News Australia. What they've got is they've got all
that's the same one they're using.
They've got all the seats, and then if you click down on it, so it's got the two-party preferred.
What do you want me, Sky News or Herald Sun?
It's got Herald Sun. It's the same thing. They're using the same data.
Yeah, go Herald Sun. And I'm just looking at so what it is, guys, for you listening tonight. The way they count the ballots, they don't do the Topher Field marbles thing. They grab the top 2 candidates that they're expecting would most likely win in this first count, and they basically see who has a higher number. So if Labor's on 4 but Liberals on 5, that goes on in the Labor ballot paper. The Topher Field counts happens in the second and then the third count. That's when that sort of happens. So what we're seeing tonight is the media's count, so that they can say it looks like Albo's won a majority government or whatever they're going to say. And so just looking through the results in terms of the big standout seats. I mean, if I look at
Avi, sorry, mate. Avi, you got to click on federal election in national. If I'll go see full results. That way you can follow along. So just click or go to national and go federal election.
Here we go.
And then go down, and then you'll see the seats, and you'll see the map as well.
Yeah.
If you keep going down. No, where are you?
No, that's gone. It's up here. You go.
Federal election results.
Wow.
You can scroll to this. Oh no, federal election.
Oh no, I'm actually looking at like a map.
It's not coming up.
Yeah, guys, this is total devastation. This is total.
Where can I pull up the map? Is Sky News got a map?
By Sky News.
No, look. let me just check. This is devastation. I mean, the
Does
Liberals.
it have the full results?
It has.
Just under the thing.
Look, yeah, I like what Sky has because it's got national and then it's got all the seats. And on the top level, it has how many, like what the two-party preferred count is. And I'm looking at a few key seats.
Where are you seeing it?
Sky News, if you go to the main page, skynews.com.
You can see it on the screen.
Oh, yep. You scroll down, and you look at the individual seats if they're not there.
No, he's not on the right page. He's computer illiterate.
This is the home. This is the home of the Sky News website.
Okay. Let me just...
Oh, here we go. Oh, no, that's just giving me that.
Can you search Sky News Decision Desk? That's what I'm looking at right now. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Let me just read out.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, all good. Look, let me just read out exactly what I'm saying so people are getting some up-to-date information about what's going on. So Bradfield is the last seat that the Liberals hold that voted yes to the voice. It was the only seat that voted yes to the voice, indicating that it's probably going to go. Well, it's pretty much just gone. The real question is, who's going to win it? Is it going to be the Teals or is it going to be Labor? But regardless, that's a loss for the Libs. It's gone. That is, if that is how this is going, this thing's pretty much over. I mean, if I'm looking at that seat, because the Libs aren't picking up seats anywhere. I mean, they're even losing a margin in Cook, which is a sort of a safe Liberal seat. In the Hunter Valley, which is one of the most encouraging. How'd you go with it?
The age is a bit slow, man.
Oh, is it slower?
Yeah, it's a bit slower. I sent you the link for the Herald Sun one.
Oh, did you? I'll get it up.
Yeah.
Trumpeter Patriots are obviously not getting any seats up the way what I'm saying. I mean, in the Hunter, their lead candidate Sue Ellen, who she's only got about 3 to 4% of the vote, and if that's their lead candidate, I don't see where else they get up. Stuart Bonds in that seat has outpaced the Nationals. He's got an almost 16.5%, and the Nationals have only. I mean, if you want, guys, I can pull it up on here. If you look at the Hunter Valley, for example, it is still two-party preferred, swinging towards Labor at this stage. But in terms of the primary vote, Dan Rapopoli, the sitting member, has got 42%. Stuart Bonds has beaten the Nationals, but it seems as though once you start removing these other candidates, more of it flows to the Nationals, and then they get on top of basically Stuart Bonds. That seems to be what's going on there. What are some other... Watson, let's see what's going on in Watson. That's the Minister for Immigration. Watson is looking like... Wow. Okay, so he wins with a 50%. Basically off the bat.
Do you want to call in on another? Can you put that computer through and
going?
If you call onto the feed using the link on another computer, give us a screen.
I can't do that. Yeah. You can't find the link?
No, but it's better. He's the one that's actually. Talking about it.
Look, guys, you don't have to see me. It's all right. Let's just keep going. We've got Tony Burke basically winning this seat. I mean, that's just what I see. It looks like the Liberals ran dead in this seat. They barely ran a campaign on 10%. Dr. Ziad from Muslim Votes Matters seems to have gotten more primary votes than the Liberals got. And so he might be the best performing Muslim Votes Matters candidate in the country, but we'll see as we go forward. Who else have we got? What's another seat we've got to look at? Let's see how Fowler goes, because I think Daly. So Daly, okay. So in terms of Fowler being Daly and independent on the crossbench, she is holding on just by 3%. I think she's actually increased her margin. So the Labor Party got 38, almost 39%, but it looks like more of the votes are actually flowing to Di Lee rather than Labor. So it's looking like more of the votes going to independents. So that's definitely one to watch. I'm wondering about some other seats.
How are the Victorian seats? Let's look at Maclamara, Kooyong.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's see where these Teal seats are going.
Goldstein.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Goldstein. Where Goldstein's at right now, it's about 11% counted. It's looking like the independent votes grown. It's about exactly where it was in the last election. Zoe Daniel getting less votes than Tim Wilson. However, more of the left-wingers' votes are flowing to Zoe Daniel, it seems, through preference discipline. If we look at Kooyong looks like they're going to retain it as well. 7% counted. It's fairly safe to say that if the independents hold it, it looks like Monique Ryan will hold this. Yeah, she's far out ahead.
How much of the vote is counted now?
So 10%, about 7% voted is counted. 40% voted for Monique Ryan, 40% voted for Liberal, but there's an 8% for the Greens, and there's another 10% for Labor. That flows to Monique Ryan, very simply. Very simply. I reckon those meetings at the Lodge very much helped. The Labor Party's had a crack at the leader of the Greens in Melbourne, but they haven't been able to. The seat is still in doubt. Okay. So the Greens leader's seat is still in doubt. It could still flow to Labor depending on where these Liberal preferences go. If they go to Labor, Bant could lose his seat, but again, that just means you get Labor, and that means Labor majority.
You know what? That would be at least something for the night, wouldn't it? Adam Bant losing his seat.
Yeah, for sure.
McNamara.
What's another seat? I'm trying to remember where McNamara is. Sorry, mate. I don't know.
I sent you a message, Avi. I sent you a message on where to find the map.
No, but he's the one looking at him, so I'd rather he controls it.
You can still bring it up.
That's true. McNamara. Guys, where is McNamara? Is that in... Oh, there it is. It's right below the... Okay. McNamara. Okay. So we're looking at... It's about 4% counted, not much. It looks like... Yeah, look, Labor wins this seat. Yeah, Labor wins this seat because Labor's got 40% primary vote. Who has McNamara?
That's Josh Burns. That's the...
Yeah, he'll win it again because that's 40% Labor. They're 10% ahead of the Greens. Those votes will flow there. So that's 70%. That's done. No way that the Libs come back from that.
There was no chance. There was no chance the Libs were going to win that. It was more about whether the Greens were going to take it.
Yeah, no, it very much looks like that one's been held off. I want to look at some of these Liberal ones that are holding on just like Deakin and Menzies. Because I reckon they are in trouble, my friends. Oh boy. Yep. Deakin. Guys, this is a complete blowout. Yeah, this is a complete wipeout. Everything that was on a margin, a very razor thin margin, even though it voted no in these areas, these are gone. If these are gone, we are looking at a Labor majority government. And so, look, Avi is the better of the two situations, but the Liberals have been completely decimated. I can't stress how bad this is going to be after the election for them.
I just like right now, all I'm praying for is that they take the Greens with them.
Yeah, well, it seems like
and that we get some senates up, a good senate.
Well, I tell you what, mate. Let's there's so many seats to check here. All right, look, Deakin's gone. That much is pretty much obvious because and how are you so sure, Joel? Labor Party, Greens, you can add those votes together pretty much. Those will all flow pretty much to Labor, 95%. Whereas with the Libs, there's no way they get the votes they need to get in. So look, that seat is gone, Deakin.
Do you want to listen? Jackie Lambie's talking. Should we have a crossover a second? Because we want to hear what
let's jump
Jackie
over. Let's
Lambie has to say about...
Go for it.
Jackie Lambie, what about the swing to Labor that we're seeing tonight? What do you put that down to? It's early figures, albeit.
Yeah, I think, you know what, I think Peter Dutton, I think them not coming out with their policies, they're not explaining them not costing them, has been a real problem the last few weeks. I think it's really cost them, to be honest with you. They just didn't look like a team that was hungry. Labor's been out there. They just seen the red shirts everywhere down here. It's been quite amazing. So I'm assuming that's all over Australia like that. But it just looks like in the last few weeks the Liberals just haven't wanted it. It's been quite amazing. So, you know, you can see that turnaround. I think Labor's just been out there and hit it harder and done better. Let's be honest.
Just further to that, Jackie Lambie, I mean, you always tell it as it is. What have you made watching both Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese through this campaign? How would you rate their performance?
Jackie. Yeah, so I think it's pretty lacklustre, as I like to say down here. You know, it's a bit, it hasn't been like the normal elections in the past. People just haven't been excited. It's been quite weird. You know, so that's been very interesting. They just like, let's just get this over and done with so we can get on with it. So that's the sort of attitude I've seen on the ground.
But has one been any better than the other? When you line up
fashion.
Albanese and Dutton, how would you...
Yeah, I think Labor's just been the bigger and smarter outfit. They've just done it a lot better. They look like they want to run. They look like they want to rule. You know, Liberals do not. That's the problem. They've just been slipping the last few weeks and not coming out with your policy and your costings still towards the end. I mean, that's just ridiculous. What were they expecting? You want to govern, but you actually don't want to tell us how you're going to do that. That's just ridiculous. I reckon they've lost a lot of, you know, those people that thought they may vote for them. I reckon the last week they've lost quite a lot.
Jackie Lambie, thanks for joining us this evening.
It's a painful thought.
It's tough to do, but
let's just quickly let's just smack a few of these super chats out, and then we'll go back to analysing some of those numbers. Because I'm so far behind on these. Let's go quick on this. Where were we? WA's fond campaign was a bit haphazard. Catherine, thanks for the super chat. I don't know how it was in WA, but I'll take your word for it. You're there. Mugger make also go away. Must have been something we were talking about. Thank you, Corey. Anyone else find it weird that no one spoke about NDIS, or am I the only one alone here? NDIS, True Blue Value Services. I do think, I think the Liberal Party should have brought up the NDIS much more. Because anytime you talk about the NDIS with anyone, they go, it's a rort. So much of it is a rort, and the people that really need the help are not getting the help, and the people that don't need the help are rorting the system. So I think it's a good point. Reflection, $2, thank you. Trent again. Do you think cutting immigration will... Again?
He's making a point. He's making a point.
Really making a point.
He really wants to get fertility up. He's got to do a Musk himself.
You got to go out there and do it. Practice what you preach. NDIS, True Blue again. Thank you. I vote for a new reality show, Pauline in Charge. Thoughts? I wouldn't mind watching that.
I mean, that would be pretty fun to watch, to be honest.
It would be fun. Reflection says, when Australians become the minority was sad. Reflection. Looking at this panel, I would say 100%. What do we got? Mark Reed. Guys, let me know if there's urgent, breaking, whatever. We'll jump over and continue after.
Yeah.
When the righteous increase, the people rejoice, but when the wicked rule, the people groan. Proverbs, yes, that's a good one, Mark. Thank you for your support. Trent again has thrown in low immigration raising. Trent,
he's just messing with it.
Mate, I feel like you're trolling us, but you're supporting us, so we'll take the troll. Silver Umbrella says, Unfortunately, Australians won't wake up until things get devastatingly bad. That's kind of what Babette was saying.
They are getting devastated. I'm going through every seat that was in question. They are getting devastated right now. They have lost like 5 to 10 seats. The Liberals.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
It's bad. Oh dear.
The Forest and Freedom Podcast, thank you for the super chat, says Greens are a human extinctionist movement. The carbon they want gone is us. I think that's a valid argument. Thanks for the support. Andrew gave $50. Thank you, Andrew. DMAC $2.99, and you also another $2.99 just to say that Babette is on point with his comments. Love him. A lot of people were supporting Babette's comments, 100%, especially when he started swearing at us like a wild animal. Reflection cracks a beer. I imagine this is about the time when I started talking to Drew. Thank you for the support. I hope you enjoyed the beer. I'm going to need something a bit stronger tonight, it sounds like. Although I've got to say that this is way less. It could have been far worse. A minority government, and hopefully this is a wake-up call to the Liberal Party to get conservative values. You're never winning trying to act like Labor light. You haven't won so far doing that. Super chat we got from Short Order Cook says, thanks Rukshan, Avi and Guess and Joel. Joel, you know what? Joel has actually really been the master of this whole operation. He's holding all the numbers. He's the actual brains behind the operation.
He's the brains trust. That's right.
No, but thank you for the support, mate. What do we got here? If shit starts going south after the election, massive push for strikes in all states, mate. Keep up the good. Really, I like how you self-censor that. Thank you, Von, though, for the support. What do we got here? Andre says, tired of the uni party, the mess we are in, courtesy of the blue and the red, green swapping places in the last 25 years. Yeah, I hear you. Thanks for the support.
Of course he did. Bowen.
What's happened there?
But Bowen just got back in again.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not super surprised by that. I mean, he got in by about 7%. Cameron Zully got about 11% of the vote, but Bowen got 46% primary. I mean, the guy just needs 4% to get in. The Greens got 9%. It's done. So Bowen's back. So we're making more content. More content. Bowen.
That's I'll keep reading these. Tell me if you want to flip to the screen. Tell me.
Yep. No, keep going, mate. Because I'm getting a list.
Simmer, if this BS get in, it will be the minority, and we'll work with the minority. This will keep them in check. Labor and the Greens, and don't need other parties. It looks like it's going to be Labor on its own. But thank you, Crypto. I'm just trying to pre-screen the comments just in case there's something we can't put on screen. Green promised to make this and that free, yes, and the people believe them. They forget that the money isn't growing on a tree. 100%, Isaiah 53. Like that's the thing. I hate when people say, "Oh, we're going to get free university, Medicare, whatever it is." It's always free. It's never taxpayer funded, and that's why you should correct people when they say that. I try to do that. Even just in everyday conversations, get people used to hearing that. And I could see Joel nodding his head. This is a wipeout.
Mate, I can't say the word on this stream, but it is destination stuffed. Complete wipeout. Like, we are talking, like, Albanese is going to be, like, I don't know what the equivalent of a sainthood is in the Labor Party, but that he is going to be their god. What he has pulled off. Like they have lost so many seats. It is not funny. Like we were talking about, oh yeah, maybe the Libs might pick off a few Liberal seats here and there. I've just gone through Victoria and New South Wales. There are like 10 seats where they've either lost them or they're very seriously in doubt. Like we're talking Craig Kelly's old seat of Hughes. We're talking Alex Hawke, where the seat is in doubt right now, and that was a 10% Liberal seat. We're talking like Monash is in doubt, Flinders is in doubt in Victoria, Casey is in doubt in Victoria, Menzies, Deakin, gone. Like this is a wipeout, and I haven't even gone through all the other seats. Like if you go through all the most marginal seats, anything up to 10% is gone.
Yeah, and Joel, you're basing this on your analysis, because I'm seeing like some of the other websites, and they're not really calling for the change of seats and stuff here. You're just basing it off the primary vote that you're seeing.
Mate, let me put it to you this way: I'm looking at, for example, Hughes. 20%, 24% of the votes come in. 38% vote Labor and 12% voted Greens. That's done. That's done. I mean, that's as close as a poll you're going to get for an electorate. There might be a few marginal percentage, but these is just this is nuts. Like the Liberal Party ought to. We said this on referendum night. If you can win a referendum but you can't win an election, you got to fire the people consulting you. I mean, they've completely screwed the pooch on this. It's insane. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I thought it was going to be Labor minority. But
yeah, that's right. You called Labor minority at the beginning of the night.
Yeah. Well, I've been saying that since October, but what's happened is the Liberals have put so much effort into targeting Green seats and Teal seats, all this money, that were the highest yes voting seats, that they didn't go after new seats that they could have flipped. And I just can't believe that, how bad the wipeout is. It's actually insane.
Someone was asking about Dixon as well in the comments, so I'm just having a look right now. It's saying a 1% swing to Labor so far, and a minus 10% to the Liberals, with the Labor kind of in the box seat at the moment. So, I mean, that would be the icing on the cake, wouldn't it, to have Dutton wiped out along with this? I mean, he deserves to be wiped out after this, to be completely honest.
Labor is favoured to win, to double or triple their seats in Queensland. They didn't have that many in Queensland. They had maybe 3 or 4. Yeah, they had 4 seats in Queensland. I'm just looking at a map of red Queensland right now. That's just nuts. So this is what they used to hold. They used to hold 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's a few Greens ones, and now they've taken out one of the Greens, but they've taken out so many of the Libs, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like this is just like a complete wipeout. Like if you're a Liberal donor right now, I would be so annoyed at what's happened. Like they are going to take out Dutton, and the real question isn't, is it going to be Susan Ley or whoever? Who's left? Like this is the WA treatment of the Liberal Party. So I'm going through some key seats. I'm just looking at New South Wales right now to see how the Teals went, because it is a real question of everyone went awfully quiet just now. Sorry. I'm just looking at some of the Teal seats in New South Wales. It looks like, for example, Sophie Scamps keeps her seat in Mackellar, one of the Teals. It looks like in Warringah, Zali Steggall somehow keeps her seat as well. The Teals also pick up Bradfield, which is the Teal seat I mentioned before.
Is that off the Liberals?
Sorry?
Is it off the Liberals?
Yeah, off the Liberals. Yeah. That's right. It looks like, for all of what I heard this week was false about Wentworth, I was hearing people saying, oh, the Jews in Wentworth, they're going to vote against Allegra Spender. That's not what I'm seeing here. It's looking like she's won that seat hands down.
How much is the Jew vote anyways? Even in Wentworth, it's the strongest. But what's the population anyway?
Look, I didn't make that comment. It was someone in the area. They said, look, they don't like what she's been doing.
But even if everyone turns on her,
not that many of them. There's not that many of them.
I don't think that'd be enough to out of the ones that already voted for her.
Yeah. In Cook, the seat of Cook, which is Scott Morrison's old seat, it looks like they've won that. The whole of Melbourne has been wiped out, but I think almost. Okay, so I got to show you this image. So if you look at a map of Melbourne, there are 2 remaining Liberal seats before this election result. These 2 are gone, meaning the whole of the ring of Melbourne is either Teal, Green, or Labor held. The whole ring. And then you go to this area, which is Greater Melbourne. Labor holds all this. Liberals aren't making any gains. Casey is in doubt, which is in the top right. Latrobe seems to be fine. And then Flinders seems to be in doubt. And then if you go, so Liberals have almost been totally wiped out here, except maybe 1 seat. And then if you go even Greater Melbourne, or I guess it's Victoria, they may lose Monash, or it's kind of in doubt right now. So like Victoria's totally been, it's like a red wave.
Yeah,
red
wave. The wrong kind of red wave.
Yeah, wrong kind. Like this is just, I could not have been more wrong about the result. It was far worse than I was expecting, and I thought I was being radical by saying, "Oh, Labor wins." Like, how could Labor win? It's like, no, this is far worse.
I don't think it was radical. Every single poll was pointed to a Labor win and Labor majority. It seems like the polls were actually pretty accurate.
Well, I'm talking back in October. I saw the writing on the wall, and I called a few people. I actually called people from the left and the right that were strategists, including. Well, I guess I shouldn't say their names, but the point was I looked at where the Liberals were putting their money, and I looked at where the seats they were targeting and the strategy, and I was like, oh, this is going to be at least a Labor minority. Like this is back in October, and I thought I was being radical then about it, but this has turned out far worse than I was expecting. I mean, the rebuild that the Liberals are going to have to do after this is going to take a couple elections if they even think they can come back. I mean, this, in a way, the burn it down attitude might be the way to go. This is how bad it is. I mean, in WA's election, it was a similar situation. Let's give. I'm going to have a look at some of the seats in WA and see how they pan out.
Has WA closed?
That's a good point. It's probably not closed. They're two hours.
Yeah, it'd be closing. 6. Is it 2 hours? It would have just closed.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, nothing's come through yet. We'll wait.
Yeah. All right. Let's. I'll do some more of these things while you just pull us up. Let us know if you want us to stop.
Yeah. Sure. I love it when you're on a live and people text you and they know you're on a live.
Yeah, I get phone calls. My wife just texted me to ask me if I want food.
Yeah, well, that mate, that's hold on to that wife. She knows it's been a rough day.
Loza says Liberal and Labor are the same as PT and PSDB. Hold on.
Political parties in Brazil, yeah.
Brazil, party in Brazil, but you only realise when an outsider comes up, like Bolsonaro.
Yeah, the thing is, I think in Australia, we don't really have outsiders, do we? We were talking about that before. There is really no outsider coming to save us in that sense.
Beeflection gave us another $50 and said, thanks, he's out. Well, he's not going to see me reading that, but thank you, brother. And feel free, guys, you can support us and get your comment on the screen in between Joel doing actual work.
The cheap Syrian labour.
Yeah. Thank you, Rodlin.
Oh, dear.
Samuel, thanks, mate. Ron says, let's hope the polls are wrong. Love your work. You guys, cheers. Ron, I think
That was from a while ago, so the polls
Yeah,
were
yeah.
pretty accurate.
These are all old, so sorry. I promise I'll catch up on all of them. I'm catching up. Ron, I hate to break it to you, the polls seem to have been very right.
Bang on.
It's funny. Trent says, as a veteran, neither major party cared about me when serving. Hope major parties get no more than 25% each of the vote. They don't care about you, so you shouldn't care about them. Vote for who cares. Mate, firstly, thank you for your service and thanks for your support. And it seems like a lot of people voted with Labor. Is there a swing at all to the...
Well, he's saying both major parties lose their preference vote, but is the Labor preference vote actually going up now? Joel? Compared to last time it went down.
What's happened, and this is what I said after the WA election, is I think Labor's vote has gone down, but it's gone to the minor left parties. And that flows back to Labor because people that do that, there's a good ground game. They hand out how to vote cards that preference Labor. And so it didn't matter.
Sorry, guys, sorry to break this to you, but Sky News has called the election for the Labor Party. So it's already been called. Yep. We're very early into the night. So.
I think that's fair to say.
I beat you. I mean, yeah, I beat Sky though.
You beat Sky. Yes.
You called it about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Mind you, I think you called it when we turned on when we went live. But, no, you called it. Look, we'll stick around for a bit. Watch how devastating it is.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll read the super chats and we can maybe have a drink together. Just I don't know.
Drink would be great
with the people. To wallow in our pain. Let us know if there's anything worth bringing up or talking about. But I think it's pretty much done. Sky News has already called it. But after Joel,
ABC's called it as well.
There we go. Have they? I'm watching ABC live.
Mate, are you all right? All right. There you go, guys. They're paying catch up to us.
Joel called it first. There you go.
I think they were all just watching it on our live.
Yeah, they're like the Arabs called it. We better call it.
Before people start leaving, and stick around. We'll read all the super chats and thanks to everyone that supported us. So we are officially calling it. Joel called it a while ago. They all copied him. Labor is ahead in Peter Dutton's seat.
Yeah.
Dutton might lose his seat. I've got to go get a drink.
That will be epic in a way. That will be well deserved. That's just what I have to say about Dutton's seat.
Yeah.
It'll be well deserved because this campaign
I'm going to have a whiskey with you in a second. Let me get
through
some of these super chats.
Yeah, man. I'm going to wait. I'll wait.
Daniel James, let's make this live stream bigger than the media. Listen, Daniel, I know that it is bigger because the media only called it after Joel called it. So that's proof is in the pudding.
Now I sound like a dickhead.
We need to unite the right. More of us need to get involved, speak openly. Hope whoever wins knows what a woman is. Well, it seems like whoever won couldn't define a woman, but that's a hard task these days. Thank you, Caddy. Thanks for your support. Jimmy says thanks for all you do, Avi. Oh, thank you. I'm used to seeing people hating on me in the comments. Hey, Rukshan, he sees all those comments, and I know when the hate's coming through because I can see.
Did you send this super chat to yourself? I think you sent this to yourself from your alt account.
And, no, you know how I didn't, because as a Jew, I wouldn't have put $14.99.
The minimum $3.
Minimum, yeah. This could have been. Get Lachlan laid on from the Libertarians. He's unreal. I read that wrong at first. I thought he was saying get Lachlan laid. I didn't realize that it was his last name. I was like,
what
do you think this show is? We didn't get Lachlan. We had a couple of Libertarians on. I didn't get him. Maybe next time we'll get him. But thanks for the support. Shooter Down Under says, I'm from what's that area?
McMahon.
McMahon, isn't it? E. Do you pronounce that? Home?
McMahon. Oh, that McMahon.
You can
It's
tell.
McMahon.
We can tell we're all ethnics.
It's not Arabic.
What
it's
this
McMahon.
world? Why you
Chris
put
Bowen.
like this, no E at the end?
right.
What's wrong with you? Thank you, Shooter.
Phlegm in there. McMahon.
Jimmel 14.99. That's proof that wasn't me because I've done it twice.
Yeah.
A super chat from Mark says, thanks for making elections results fun and entertaining. It's good to have a laugh before the depression kicks in. When the results start adding up, great show, guys. Thank you, Mark. Listen, it's probably only going to all be downhill from here when me and Joel have a whiskey. What do we got? Paul says... Paul says, where's the diversity tonight? Can we get a fat one-legged, non-binary, transgendered, furry person of colour with alopecia on? Tick off the boxes. To be honest, with this panel, we probably needed them to be white for the diversity, but I get your point. Yeah. That's pretty funny. Thank you, Paul. Bring in Roll Cudden and Gerard Rennick. Yeah,
Rod Cullerton and Jenna.
Yeah, we would have owned, but it was. I actually thought it ran really smoothly, and thanks to all the guests that came. It was a bit fast running between them. If I knew, I probably would have done 15 minutes between them, but that was our first for us, and they were all great. It was a great show. So luckily, one person couldn't make it, and it gave us time to catch up. Nonny Subs says, character holding their heads in their hands, saying incredible. That's probably referring to something.
Maybe it was in reference to something
it was
earlier.
Reference to something. Thanks for the support, mate. Senate votes. Jadu says, Senate votes this year, more than ever, are critical, especially Queensland and WA, 100%. And that's going to take a while. Joel, when are we looking for that? That's a while away.
Hey, that'll take a month, and we'll need scrutineers trained up. And this is what I said in my post yesterday. I said, guys, salvation lies in the Senate. Tonight's going to be a bad night. I was preparing you for this, and it was far worse than I thought it was going to be. But we've got to see what happens in the Senate.
I'm going to put you two on. I'm going to just quickly go get a drink. I think the super chats we can read with a drink. I might grab something to eat.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute.
Finally, Joel. Finally, we can have a proper show now that Arvy's out of here, and we can say what we really
think.
God,
you know,
thank God Arvy's out of here. But
Joel fell back, you know.
Yeah. You know, I just want to say, like, we see a lot of stuff online, Joel, like a lot of the, I guess, the X bubble or the Facebook bubble, wherever people are talking about these policies. And you would think that, you know, it's either a close election maybe, or Albanese's policies and what the Labor are selling to the people is not as popular as what we're seeing tonight with these results. So, you know, how do you explain that to people? Because maybe there is a bit of disillusionment with this result, because I'm just reading off the comments here. You know, I wouldn't say use the word devastated, but there's a few people in the comments who are upset about the direction the country's heading in. So how do you square up? How do you square this up?
It's very simple. It's very simple. Last federal election, we had 15% of the country vote for minor right parties. In Victoria, it was 11%. In Queensland, it was as high as 17%. So that was our freedom movement. That's our Spartan warriors. Now, in terms of how much of the country isn't completely crazy, that's what the referendum quantified, 60 to 70% of the country, because about 10, 15% didn't vote. So 60 to 70% of the country isn't crazy. And that 15% freedom movement is within that. However, we can't get our crap organized. And this is what it looks like. And because we have 21 freedom parties on a state and federal level, and because we have a Liberal Party that isn't conservative anymore, this is what happens. And that's why on referendum night, I thought, if we're winning this, then why aren't we winning elections? And this is why. It's so with freedom parties, when you vote, the amount of splatter that goes everywhere because of the inefficiencies of preference flows is nuts. Whereas with the left, the Greens, the Teals, and Labor, they're in lockstep. That's why some of the Teals, they went to the lodge to meet with Albo because he knew he had to work with these guys to run dead in some of their seats. There were obviously very, very clearly deals were cut. So it's not that you're crazy. It's not that, Australia isn't the same country that voted no. It is. But we can't get organized. And when I went to the US and I talked to the Turning Point guys and I asked them, how the hell did you come back from a rigged vote? They explained to me we needed to lose to have that divine providence moment so that we got our crap organized. And that's why I'm not going anywhere. I'm looking at this. I'm as cool as a cucumber. I'm laughing because I know we were right. We were right about the failings of the freedom movement. We were right about the Liberal Party straying from its values. And we were right about what we have to do to fix this going forward. And that's why we've deliberately picked certain people to come on so you can actually start to wrestle with that and be at peace with that.
Yeah, let's say the Liberal Party. There's this massive swing towards Labor, right? Is there a chance here that the Liberal Party, instead of learning lessons, might be more inclined to be like, well, should we copy more of Labor's policies? Should we go more to the left? Is there a danger in that happening? Because that looks like that's what I've seen in Victoria consistently in state elections. We haven't really seen, when the Liberal Party in Victoria wipes out Labor every state election, we see the Liberal Party going more towards the left. Is there a chance you're seeing that could happen? That's what I'm worried about, really.
That's exactly what's going to happen. And this is why when they got rid of Ben Britton from Whitlam, the guy that said, I don't think women should be forced into frontline roles in combat in the military, I was like, what is that about? Because it says so much about the centre of corruption in the Liberal Party, which is New South Wales. Who was behind that? Because Dutton's campaign has been sabotaged from day one. I'm not saying he ran a great campaign. He ran a terrible campaign. But to make matters worse, if you can make his campaign worse by sabotaging a campaign like Ben Britton's, who was looking like he was going to win that seat, then it makes it look even worse. So that whichever factional leader comes in from the Liberals, they think they're going to win the next election. They think that if we go more left, that we can win it. We're dealing with psychopaths here, guys. And they think that if Dutton wasn't the leader and they were the leader or their factional guy, whoever it is, Susan Ley, I don't know who they're going to chuck in, they think they can win. And they are going to go further left and they're going to go Labor light. They're going to be like, oh, Australia's moved on. They believe in net zero. These are the things they're going to say. The Liberal Party has a woman problem. It's all crap. And the Liberals will continue to lose. Now, I don't think that means that you shouldn't do Monica's plan of flooding the Liberals. I think you should. I think you should flood them when they're weak. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't also vote minor party at the election. You should vote minor party at the election. But the big thing that needs to be fixed is we need to have a Reform UK style party in Australia. One party, just like the Greens are one. We need one to keep the Liberals honest, to actually add some steel into their spine. And if that looks like a primary process, if that looks like the emerging of the most successful party in the Senate, it's got to happen. Otherwise, we're going to keep losing. And I see this all the time. I see people are switching off from our movement. They stop voting. They stop volunteering. They stop running as candidates. And this is what the freedom parties need to understand. The upper echelon, the Senate candidates, if you don't do something, you are going to face a bigger monster than the major parties, and it is a morale crisis. That's what I see.
Well, this definitely would. No, I agree. This would definitely impact morale. I think just in general for people who are in this space and trying to make a difference. I think a lot of people might look at this and be like, oh well, we've really been defeated in a way that's almost embarrassing. It is embarrassing at the end of the day. I think for Pete Dutton, the Liberal Party, they should be embarrassed. Especially given the circumstances of the state of the nation, that they could have a swing again against them in this prolific manner is insane. But I'm at a bit of a loss for words in how to describe exactly what this feeling feels like. And I know there's a lot of on X right now. I'm seeing a lot of gloating from the left and the far left, and they're living it up. And look. That's what we would do on the right as conservatives when Trump wins or when the other side of politics wins. So I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just how it is. But the morale kick I think that people are going to take from this, and the morale boost to the left, to the Greens, and there are other influences there. They're really going to use this to, I think, push through more of their agenda, and that's really going to create a nation that's even more, I think, divided and fractured, because a lot of their policies are divisive, and I think the Liberal Party did nothing really to explain that to people in a way that matters. You know what I mean? So I don't look forward to the next 3 years of being like, just because it's a Labor majority and it's I don't think the next 3 years or 4 years are going to be a time in Australia where it's not divisive. If that makes sense, it's going to be even more divisive, and it's going to be really straining on us, because that side, the Labor side, they're going to feel empowered more than they've been before.
Mate, the builder of the freedom movement in this country was COVID. It was the squeezing of the reason why there were so many influences that came out of Victoria compared to other states is because you guys were the squeezed the most. Like, the greatest recruiter of our work is when the government overreaches. And that's what we're about. We're about to go into another COVID-style period in Australia where we have a massive engagement uptick. There's going to be a lot of average Aussies that weren't in our 15% in the last federal election. They weren't in that 15% of the nation. That's about to grow into more of the mainstream, even more.
Yeah.
Because of government policies, people are going to start to work out, my ute is 15 grand more than it was before. They're going to start to realize these things about energy. I can't pay for my bill at home. And I think Jeff Shaw was right about that. People do have to hurt more before it clicks. It sucks to be early, I think Topher Field. It sucks to be early, but we're some of the earliest people in the country that have realized what's up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is a massive, I see a lot more people hurting and a lot more ordinary Australians getting involved in the political process, whether it's people who are, suffering because of the housing crisis or people worried about mass immigration. Like, there's a lot more voices that are speaking up, and you see it on like shows like Q&A, and people kind of stand up and they say what they have to say, and they look like very ordinary, everyday Australians, not people who are normally engaged in politics, but politics has now engaged them because they can't avoid it. It's impacting their lives. But I tend to see what's happening, especially on our side of politics, especially on a topic like immigration. People move to like the very kind of far right extreme solutions to those problems. And I think they push people away. There's this kind of mentality where they don't, look at the broad church of what makes up an Australian electorate, and they don't understand the power dynamics that are in play. Whereas Labor and the Greens and these type of parties, the Teals even, they tend to understand this a lot better, and they tend to attract those voters. Whereas I think a lot of, even our freedom movement people, they say things which sound popular online, but don't translate over into the ordinary, demographics of Australia, which is very mixed. And I think we have to fix that. As well on Twitter, yeah. We have to fix that, because I think we're losing people. We're losing, migrant clusters. And I know people have mixed views about immigration, all this kind of stuff, but we have to deal with the reality that, 30-something percent or 40-something percent of Australians are foreign born. And you can't just kick them out. Those people are voting for Labor and the Greens and the Teals because you're not speaking to them. And that's going to become more and more of an issue as we go in and these populations increase. And it's one thing to cry about mass immigration, but to actually deal with it and tackle with it, you have to be in power. Now, a lot of people online, they'll say, well, no one ever voted for mass immigration. Why is this happening? Why are all these people here? Well, right now, the country has decided to vote in the people like Labor Party, who are, compared to the Liberals and everyone else, they're very open about immigration, and they're the most laxed. The Greens are very laxed, and the Teals are very open about the ideas about getting more people into the country. So really, Australians are deciding that they're okay with mass immigration to an extent. So these are the things I don't think that resonate in our side enough to the nuances of how to deal with this issue that's happening, and we're just going to keep losing more people to the conservative side of politics that won't come to our side in the conservative side, and they're going to go more towards this kind of centre-left, and then far-left even, which is worse.
Yeah. No, absolutely, mate. And that's why, and I started with a joke at the start of the podcast about Avi and myself we put aside our differences. And that's the truth of it. In Australia, we came out of the COVID period, and it was bloody simple during COVID. It was who was with me and who was against me on this stuff, this very basic stuff. And when I see people fight over the things that are minuscule compared to what's happening, a mile away from their house, they want to talk about conflicts 14,000 k's away. I'm like, guys, we are Victorians are being shot with rubber bullets. Can we solve the top 30 Australian issues before we look outside? And that's what I wish that people would stop looking at the glamorous things to talk about. Than the actual things that are going to make. And this is the thing: the libertarians the reason I like libertarians so much. Obviously, I love One Nation too, but they are actually doing what the Greens do, which is fight local council and fight state elections and federal elections, seriously. And they got a dozen councils elected in New South Wales and another dozen in Victoria. And if you win council, you can win state. If you win state, you can win federal, because all politics is local. And even in the Hunter Valley, it wasn't enough to get, it might be just enough to get someone up. The Hunter Valley might be the only seat we flipped this election for the coalition. It might be the only seat. Actually, I might bring that up. But if you look at what Anthony Green's showing on the screen down there on what you were looking at before, he is very much showing a situation where it's a complete Labor wipeout. Labor have taken a majority of seats right now. He's called enough seats that they have a majority. It's that map of the chamber he has is is insane. And I don't know what you do if you're Advance Australia. I don't know what you do if you're the IPA. I don't know what you do if you're the Libs. But there's going to have to be a serious point of introspection. I mean, with what we did really well with 10 grand, and I'm going to tell my audience exactly what we spent that on. With our 10 grand election sort of budget, we did over 400,000 how to vote card downloads. That's over 2% of all voters. So 1 in 50 people used a Turning Point Australia how to vote card. 1 in 50. And we had a bunch of other tools which had 100,000 downloads as well. But the how to vote cards, I mean, if you can say you have 1 in 50 people you come across used a Turning Point card, that's insane. That's a really cool Spartan movement you got there. So we've done very well with that, but that was a 10 grand investment. Imagine if we were talking 10, 15, 20 mil, what we could have done. And that was Charlie Kirk's frustration in 2020. He didn't have 100 mil like he did in 2024 to target the swing states. Whereas he had it in 2024 and he got it across the line. And he won the popular.
But in the liberal conservative movement in Australia, there isn't really those figures, I know you're trying, and I know there's other people trying in the back end, but as the Liberal Party itself, it's very closed off to everyone else. They're just going to have to keep suffering these defeats and get wiped out. And I don't care. I don't care about it. Obviously, I would prefer a non-left leaning woke government in Australia. I would love that. But even this result, I'm happy with the result to the extent that it kind of damages the Liberal Party enough that something may change. There's a hope there, right? That's the only kind of silver lining for me in terms of how it's impacted the Liberal Party. It's a hope that they kind of reform their ways and change, right?
Look, before I I'm going to cut you off anyway. But if you look, we're on the Scotch now, Rukshan. You got to join us.
I'll get the gin. I've just been having 24 hours. I'll get some
Rukshan, you've got to get a gin. Otherwise, everyone's going to say that. Yeah.
All right, one second. I'll go get the gin. 1 second.
Yeah, good. That's good. Yeah, because I've been looking at some of these seats. In, for example, Whitlam. What's happened is Ben Britton was going to win that seat. He gets disendorsed, and now they've lost that seat. Basically, Nathaniel Smith. He's basically. There's no way he wins that seat, basically, from what I'm seeing.
Dutton has lost his seat, hasn't he?
Yeah, I believe it. He's obviously he's forced now to resign as Liberal leader. This is what happened basically to John Howard except it's even worse because they're
John
out of
Howard. Except John Howard won 2 elections.
Yeah, exactly. Second longest serving Prime Minister. Ah, look at that. Look at that. And this is the funny thing. When I was looking at the when I was looking at 2020 in October last year, when I realized that it was going to be at least a
Peter Dutton has lost his seat.
Sorry, mate. Peter Dutton's, that's crazy. Sorry, mate. I just came back.
No, that's all right. That's all right. That's big news. When I said that there was going to be Labor minority in October last year, I was like thinking, okay, what happens next? Well, a more left-wing leader gets picked, and then they end up going to the 2028 election with a weakened Liberal Party and a more left-wing policy, and then they lose even bigger. And so, like, now we're talking 2032. Like, that's like we got to build something in that time. We can't wait for the Libs. Like, this is, we got a lot of work to do.
I think so, yeah, definitely. Because if you're in a country where the major Conservative Party, I think the same thing's going in Canada as well. The major party, the leader loses a seat that's been in Liberal hands, even on a small margin for a very long time. Then there's obviously something very wrong with that political movement for the leader to lose as well, you know. So, like you said, it might take more of us and what we're doing as well to change a bit of the direction in the way these things go. That's crazy, man. Like, to just read that Pete Dutton has lost his seat. I mean, I knew it was a possibility, but just to see it written on the ABC, I mean, this would be getting screen grabbed, clipped. You know, this would be all over X right now because this is a massive, massive story that Peter Dutton has lost his seat.
Yeah, it's incredibly, in a way, and you know what's funny? Someone mentioned to me yesterday. They said, Joel, the Liberal Party HQ has already started. I think Dutton's office has already started leaking on him because they wanted him to lose the seat so they could have a clean slate for this next 3 years. They wanted him out. And he's really been kicked out the door by the Liberals as well. A lot of the factions in the Liberals. They want a clean slate. They want a different leader. It's going to be fascinating the next few weeks to see who the new leader becomes and which parliamentarians vote for which leader. It's going to be very fascinating. But again, everyone that's listening, over the next month, let's see how the Senate goes.
The Senate is where it's all.
Yeah. Like, we're talking about stemming the bleeding at this point. Because if David Pocock gets the balance of power with Jackie Lambie, which could likely happen, we're going to see a rerun of what we just had the last 3 years.
Let's read some of these super chats before we have to listen to the Liberals'
elbow
grovel and then Albo. Remember, some of these are going to be from before we knew what happened. Aussies need to cool off the TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. If we can't manage with tariffs from the US, that's an issue with us, not Trump. It shows
that's true.
We are not resilient. 100%.
That's my view. That's my view. That's what I think. You know.
You're right, mate. Tanya, thank you. I'll leave the screen running there so that we can see when either the Liberal Dutton or King Albo. God, now we've got another 3 more years hearing about how he was raised by a single mom.
It's great for content, but our audience are going to suffer. Like they're
like for what we do, being in opposition is actually a bit more fun for sure.
You, Tanya. Not if they manage to shut us up.
That's true as well.
We lost Luke Howarth in Queensland. He was one of the only MPs that voted for Craig Kelly's vaccine bill, freedom bill, and we've obviously lost. Oh my God, this is devastating.
Oh, this was Canada that said before that they wanted to know how to vote. You voted. Oh,
you got One Nation in.
One Nation.
Nice.
Hopefully that helps in the Senate. Is it something you want to pull up or?
Me? No. Look, I'm just looking at. There is decimation in Queensland. Decimation around Brisbane. the amount of seats the Liberals have lost, Labor have tripled their seats at least in Queensland.
It's insane.
What do you think about? I'm thinking a comment here, Joel or Avi. What do you think? I think of someone put up Jacinta Price potentially for a Liberal leader.
She can't be. She can't be. She's the Northern Territory senator. I mean, she's a senator.
I'm just saying in general, yeah. Based on what people are saying, because she seems a bit more. I don't know. Dutton seems a bit flimsy on certain things. She seems to have a bit more of a backbone.
The Liberal Party needs somebody who's going to stand by their principles. I bet you Dutton is going to be like Tony Abbott after the fact, who's suddenly going to come out really with his principled conservative positions.
Yeah, but you need someone with spice, though. I mean, there's got to be some spice. Like, we're Aussies. That's the thing. Like, there's got to be
who in the Liberal Party. Who in the Liberal Party has spice? Tell me.
No one.
Here we go.
There's literally no one.
Super Chat Diaz says, "I'm anti-machete. We need to deport every machete. That'll stop crime." Yes, I needed that laugh. My wife messaged me, "You look Devo." At least she didn't message me that I look ugly.
Yeah, you guys went quiet once I started reading seats, and I said, "This is bad." And they're like, "Fuck!" When Joel says it's bad.
Like people are saying not to lose morale and not be upset and stuff in the comments, but it's not so much. It is what it is. Yeah,
honestly,
it is what it is.
I went into tonight expecting this, but you've always got that hope in you. You've always got that hope in you that the polls are wrong, that there's this secret super support of. And it's just not there. But like you say, Joel, I think the Senate is where we really... How good would it be if the Senate actually has...
Mate, it could save the country. It could actually save the country. And this is what... I wrote a very long post yesterday preparing everyone for this. And I said, it's going to be a bad night, but this is what we need to see from the Senate over the next month. And we're going to need scrutineers. We're going to need scrutineers.
Babette's calling in. Let's bring Babette in.
Yes.
Let's bring him.
Babette, no swearing. You're gonna get us taken offline. No,
kids are watching. It's actually after dark though. It's all right.
Just come in calmly, okay?
Someone asked about Senator Antic. Senator Antic, I think South Australia is good for Senator Antic. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, is he good?
No, I'm just asking Joel.
Boys,
hey, bro.
I am so happy.
He's the only happy guy in Australia right now.
What have you guys been talking about since I've been gone?
But 90%
devastating defeat. Dutton's lost his seat, Senator Babbitt. Senator Babbitt, Dutton's lost his seat. What's your reaction?
I'm so happy.
Labor has it. Labor has it. Are you happy?
Who cares? Labor, Liberal, who cares? It's the same thing. It doesn't make a difference. Boys, it doesn't. I know we want to think, Peter Dutton's going to save us or whoever. Guys, doesn't matter. Nothing would have changed. Labor, Liberal, Labor, uni party, 2 weeks on the same bird. You know why it's good that Dutton has lost his seat? I'm going to tell you right now. It's good because it gives other people a chance to come into the fray and present different ideas. The old guard has to go. The Liberal Party are not conservative. The Liberal Party are not a party of the centre right. The Liberal Party are not a party that sticks by any of their own values. If you go to their website, most of you are watching this right now from your smartphone or from your computer or whatever, just go to the Liberal Party website and click on the tab that says Our Values. They don't stick to any of their values. It is a good thing that they got decimated tonight. It is a good thing. And I hope more of these bandits lose their seats, because when they lose their seats, they're going to have to rebuild. They're going to have to look at a different way of doing things. And they're going to have to actually stick to what they stand for. You can't go into a freaking election and just be Labor-like. You can't just copy what the Labor Party does and make it a little bit less worse. That's not a way to run an election campaign. And opposition, your job by the very name of what you are in opposition is to oppose. You must oppose. You must present different ideas, different ways of looking at things, different solutions. If you don't do that, then why should we vote for you? We'll just vote for the real thing. We'll just vote for the real commies. If you want to be commie-light, we'll just have the real communists, the full fat commies. I am so sick of the Liberal Party. I can't stand these guys. They don't stick to anything that they're supposed to stick for. And I'm glad they're all, I'm glad many of them are gone. And I'm so glad. And I hope it sticks. I hope it sticks. I hope Peter Dutton loses his seat. And I never want to see that guy again. Look, he's not a bad human being. He's not a bad person. But he was a bad leader. He was a bad leader for the Liberal Party. The guy's been in power since, 25 years, in his seat for about 25 years or something like this. In 25 years, what has Peter Dutton conserved? What has the Liberal Party conserved? Nothing. They conserved absolutely nothing. I am sick of these people. Make way for a new generation. Make way for the future. People like me are the future. Even if you don't like me, you have to understand that people like me, regular, everyday people that have had enough, that have just put their hands up to change the system that we're in today, that is the future. People at home right now, mums and dad, dorks on the internet, dorks on Twitter. If you want to change the world, you have to get involved. You have to join a party. You have to put your hand up. You have to be involved in the political process. Enough of the Liberal Party. They're not going to save you. It's been proven tonight. They are absolute a waste of your time.
Babette, we've got a super chat here for you. We've got a super chat for Babette. $50. Thank you, Lucas. Babette for Pope.
Yes.
As he puts the cigar in his mouth. As he puts the cigar.
Right. Senator Babette, I'll put a question to you. Now, okay, Labor's wiped out the Liberals. You go back to Parliament, 48th Parliament, you're going back there. How do you now deal with the Labor Party? What is your approach to the Labor Party as a senator?
Look, I'm going to get this straight right now. The Labor Party don't control the country. Mr. Albanese, Prime Minister Albanese, all hail Albanese. Look, in my opinion, you know what he is? He is just a face. He's a puppet. You know who controls Canberra? You know who would have controlled Canberra had it been Albanese or Dutton who won? Who would have controlled it? The bureaucrats. The bureaucrats are the ones who hold the power. The faceless, nameless men and women behind the scenes who are in their positions of great influence. And it doesn't matter who the minister is. It doesn't matter who the Prime Minister is. It doesn't mean jack. They never go anywhere. They have their seats. It doesn't matter if it's red or it's blue. They are in the exact same spots. That's who holds the real power. That's who advises the ministers. That's who advises the Prime Minister, the bureaucrats. And, Donald Trump has talked about this more than once. The term that he's coined is the deep state. And he's right. They are the deep state. They are the ones that hold all the cards, all of the cards. Look, it really doesn't matter, Labor or Liberal. Like I said before when I was in my segment earlier with you guys, I said, what did I say? I said, Miss This Bill.
We're still trying to unpack it.
Hang on. Miss This Bill, introduced by drafted by the Liberals, introduced by the Labor Party. The Voice, Labor said put it in the Constitution. Liberals said legislate it. Net zero, they both agreed to net zero. WHO, UN, WEF, they both support these things. Hate crimes bill, they both supported it. Underage, under 16-year-olds ban for social media, they both supported it. They're both big government apparatchiks. They both increase the debt. You know what? The reason why the country sucks so bad right now is not because of the Labor Party. It was a Liberal Party who was in power for 9 freaking years. They're the ones that racked up the debt, not the Labor Party. Immigration, and I know Avi won't agree, but, they both agree on big immigration. They'll differ on exactly what kind of big immigration, but on the grand scale of things, they both say have a big immigration. They both can't define a woman. They both support the E-Safety Commissioner. What is the difference? You know what? There is no difference. I am so glad the Liberal Party have lost this election because people at home, you need to understand they are not your saviours. They are not. They are your jailers. They are exactly the same as the Liberal Party. They are two wings on the same bird. It is a uni party. That's what you have. You have a uni party. Get this idea out of your head. This whole left and right, it's fake. It's like pro wrestling. It's fake. The only options you have are your minors, currently your minors, but they cannot be your minors forever. You have to treat guys like me and and the other smaller parties as serious contenders. And the only way it was going to happen this time is if the two-party system got absolutely shattered. But it didn't get shattered because all of you dorks, you're all dorks, by the way, all of you dorks out there got on the internet and got on your socials and got amongst your friends, and you acted like the Liberal Party was your saviors. They're not your freaking saviors. Like I said before, they are your captors. And that's that.
I mean, we're going to get you to react to some of the super chats because you're just on fire.
That's what I was going to say. There's a lot of support for you in the comments.
Yeah, there's a lot of support. We'll get to them. I'm doing just super chats now. We vote in pencils. Our election's real. I think this is real. This is a real result. I don't think this is stolen. I think that it's just Labor won.
People have decided. Yeah.
Labor won fair and square. I don't think. Look, is there cheating? Yes, there's cheating. Around the edges, sure. There are unscrupulous individuals out there. Overall, did they cheat in the whole country? Look, it's going to be a tough ask.
Not happening.
Paper ballots. It's very unlikely. Not at that kind of scale.
Let's keep going. Thanks for the support. Great AM says, as long as the left-wing mainstream media control the airwaves, nothing will change. Australia has too many sheep. And that is such a true point. Thank you, the Great AM, for the support. But it's such a true point because I think that is one of the fundamental problems of the Liberal Party at the moment. They don't understand that, the E-Safety Commission and the fact that that's their brainchild and that they support it no matter what. When all those institutions are working against the ABC, they're all working against anything slightly conservative, which is Dutton. They all worked against Dutton. So I agree with you, Great Am. Thank you for the support. The new alternative, this is, I think, it was in context to what we were talking about back then. I'm still going all the way. These are old comments. The alternative Liberals, the Libertarian Party, who, with minor improvement, I think could unite Christians with common sense citizens who have traditional Labor values. What do you think to that? That's Wallaby. Thank you for the support. What's your reaction to that comment? I think the Libertarians are the answer.
Look, do you want to answer or somebody else?
You can. You're the guest now, and you're the one that's on fire. So we're going to let you run. Just don't swear.
Don't swear. Look, I think the answer lies in the average everyday person paying attention to the political process. That is the answer. All of the people that are on this call right now, they'll talk a big game. Some of them behind their fake accounts on X. Some of them on their Facebook accounts or whatever.
I don't think that's fair because I think the people here engaged are the ones that voted. They're
not engaged. The people on this call right now are not engaged. They all talk a big game on social media. Did they volunteer at a polling booth today?
I think these are the people that probably did.
No. Most of them didn't. A small percentage did, sure. Did you join a party? Were you active throughout the year? Did you go to all of the events that I held? Did you go to Joel's events that I held, that the parties held, that I went to, that Joel held? Did you do any of that? What did you do on the ground apart from talk smack on the internet? Did you actually do anything in the real world? Did you try and convince your friends and family? Did you talk to your friends at work? When your workplace held, bloody rainbow, whatever, did you say, no, I'm not going to participate in that? Or did you just accept it? What the hell did you do? You didn't do anything, brother. You didn't do anything. You just fucking talk smack on Twitter.
Don't swear.
Did I swear? I didn't swear, Harvey.
You did swear. Okay, let's say that
now. Do you think berating people is going to bring people on board?
No. Look, I'm sick of these people are going to be woken up out of their slumber. They've got to be woken up. If you want change, you've got to fight for it. You've got to make the change happen. You can't just sit around and talk. You've got to be an active participant. Like, I'm not a politician. I don't want to be a politician. I'm leaving at the end of my term. I've had enough. I'm gone. The only thing I want to do is I want to motivate other people to do something. I was someone that did something. You got to do something now.
Matt Morrow
If you
says
don't,
he's gonna.
it's not gonna
If
change.
Albo wins, he's gonna leave because he doesn't want to get screwed on unrealized gains. Matt's doing something. He's leaving. Thank you, Matt.
Hey, it's something. Sounds better than nothing, right?
Thanks, Helen. I don't know who that was in reference to. Thank you, Jazza. Let's keep reading these super chats, guys. You can still super chat, and you can get. Now it's worth it because you get Babette to rant about your chat, and he will berate you for 5 minutes.
Oh, look, I agree with Senator Babette on many of the points that he's talking about. Not to the way that maybe he berates everyone else, but I understand the underlying message of what he's saying.
But that's what I said before. I agree with his underlying message before, but I don't
it's
agree
reflected in the comments. I do believe that most Australians are pretty relaxed about where things are going. Like, even though life is tough here sometimes, when we talk about cost of living when it comes to election time, most people will get on with their lives and not think too much about these dramatic changes which are happening around them. And then later on, when it's happened, they'll be like, oh, how did this happen? And I keep coming back to immigration, but a lot of people are like, oh, well, how did this happen? How did half the country or half the city of Melbourne become non-white? When you go down the streets of Melbourne, it's all like Indian people, Chinese people.
It's just so funny you say that. You're on a panel with 4 non-white people.
Yeah,
we're all non-white.
No. So I'm saying, asking after the point where it's happened you can't fix things.
We'll add another one to the. We'll add another one to the stream who's non-white.
Even that guy, right?
That looks like your brother.
That is what I could have been doing if I was just a bit more woke. But
how much does pre-polling help LNP? I don't know. Does it make a difference? Do you reckon?
A little bit, not really.
Well, didn't more than half of the people vote at pre-poll this time around? Joel might know this, the answer to this question.
Yeah, it was pretty much half. So 18 million total voters.
Oh, 18 million.
18 million total.
8 million, yeah.
Yeah, about 8,
That's
9
a huge amount.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, this is what I've been saying.
I'll finish my point. My point was I need to finish my point because I just want to get out of my head. Is that people wait till like after something's happened, they're like, oh, how did this happen? That's kind of the Australian way. That's what I see with so many issues. They're like, oh, how did this happen? And they'll not take responsibility for it happening. So what Senator Babette is saying is correct in the sense that if you don't get involved early enough and in the right ways and on the ground where it actually makes a difference, which is really in the political field or any other kind of influence field in that area, you're not going to really do much. Yeah, that's just the honest truth about how the world works. You're really not going to affect change by having fights on X or on Facebook. He's got a valid point there. I don't agree with the berating the audience type part, but today he's fired up. He's passionate.
He's picked on the one group of people that are probably doing something.
No. The one group of people that are watching this stream are the one group that should be doing 20 times more. 20 times more because they understand what's at stake. Just because you guys are living in your ivory towers, it doesn't mean that I shouldn't be telling these people the truth. And the truth is that whatever you're doing now, it's not enough. It is not enough.
Jacinta Price is talking. Hold on, let's talk to Jacinta. Let's hear what Jacinta Price has to say.
She'll be one of the last
in an
that
election,
survive.
it sticks. And we did see a Prime Minister who absolutely misled the Australian people all the way through and was rarely called out for his conduct. And I think that's absolutely deceitful.
But Jacinta, let's just talk about this. Let's just talk about this seriously. At a time when Donald Trump was sending shockwaves around the world.
I'm talking about it seriously.
It's not a smear campaign. I just want you to address it seriously, Jacinta. At the time that Donald Trump was sending shockwaves around the world, disturbing.
So if you don't think that I'm addressing this seriously, I am addressing this deadly seriously.
They're so empowered now.
In that if you sling enough mud, it will stick.
Vindicated.
And absolutely, Labor, certainly the media, slung enough mud in terms of this particular issue.
Go, Jacinta.
You made it all about Donald Trump. We really couldn't care less about the way Donald Trump is governing for America. We were concerned with the way Australia's being governed under an Albanese government.
But Jacinta Price, we all saw you.
The situation's not going to get any better going going forward. It's not going to get any better.
Let's just talk about this sensibly, Jacinta. We saw you wearing a "Make Australia Great Again" hat at a time when Donald Trump was poison to the world. We saw you give a speech in which you used a Donald Trump value statement to make Australia great again. So can I come back to the question? Are you partly responsible for what the Liberal Party has done tonight? Peter Dutton's loss of his seat.
Let me come back to the question. That's a whole lot of mud you just slung right there, can I just say. In terms of wanting this country to be great, Donald Trump doesn't own those 4 words, right? Mm-hmm. Because the media can go through your personal Facebook photos and find a picture that was taken in jest at Christmas time and then smear you with it. That is the problem. That is the issue. It's the smearing that goes on, certainly within the media, just as you're trying to say, take this seriously. I'm deadly serious about this issue. And what I'm deadly serious about is that here in Lingiari, Aboriginal people are going to continue to be marginalised. The gap is going to get wider because we take an ideological approach to all of these issues, and Labor will continue to do that. They'll invest money in organisations and not listen to the little people on the ground. But I'll continue to fight for those people who actually want to be heard, those forgotten people, where Labor, and you know, if you want to take things seriously, perhaps send an investigative journalist out and watch what occurs in remote polling booths. The AEC has been alerted to this over and over and do very little to deal with that situation. I urge the ABC, as a taxpayer-funded organisation, to go out to remote communities and see for yourself exactly what occurs, because I'm deadly serious about the situation. And if you think things are bad right now in terms of the cost of living, it's only going to get worse going forward. But what I do know is that if you sling enough mud in a campaign, it sticks. And if you mislead the Australian people over again, that's what the Prime Minister has done. That's what sticks. I mean, it was a huge ask to try and unseat a first-term Prime Minister. It's only been done in 1931 was the last time, obviously. But believe me, this doesn't mean we give up or we back down. We'll just go harder, and we will learn from the mistakes we've made in terms of our campaign.
Hope she's right about that.
Losing Peter Dutton is a huge loss, and the Liberal Party will determine what the leadership looks like for their party going forward. But we will absolutely learn from what's occurred during this campaign.
Senator Price, it's Bridget Brennan here. I mean, look, by all accounts, this has been a disastrous campaign for you. You're putting it down to the media, but what went wrong from your perspective?
You're putting it.
Well, look, I would have to say that certainly we could have provided our policies sooner to the Australian people to have a better understanding of what we wanted to do to support Australians better than what the Albanese government has done. We could have called out his lies earlier on in the piece instead of, later on in the piece. Absolutely, we could have done that.
Max Chandler,
we will learn more as we go forward as to the mistakes we've made and own those mistakes and make sure that we don't repeat them going forward, because ultimately it's how Australia is going to go going forward. That's our greatest concern, but it doesn't mean we stop doing what we're doing and fighting on behalf of Australians.
Tell us what you're seeing in Solomon tonight. This seems to be one seat that's bucking the trend, sliding towards the Country Liberal Party tonight.
Yeah, look, I mean, we did see, obviously, in the northern suburbs of Darwin during the territory election, a huge swing. We wiped out Labor in the northern suburbs, and we did have our first Green ever in the Territory Parliament. But, crime's a huge issue right throughout the Northern Territory, and that is one where there was obviously the stabbing death of the shop owner in Nightcliff, just the other week. And those issues, a lot of Territorians are doing it bloody tough, and they're feeling the impacts of things like crime. So, that is why we're getting that swing in terms of Solomon.
All right, Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price, thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Turn off the ABC. Can't hear more of their crap.
I'll keep an eye on it, but wow.
Can I just start before we get to that? The Griffith seat in Queensland, is that being lost by the Greens, Joel? Am I reading correctly or no?
It's looking like it. It's
Who's won
looking
it,
like, but
Labor?
this is the thing, guys. I mean,
It's going to Labor, I think.
I'm happy with that.
We flipped
Give
the
me a
green
win.
seat
I'll
to-
take anything.
Yeah, but mate, like this is my criticism of the campaign against the Greens. I was like, whoop-de-doodle-do, you flipped it to Labor.
Nah,
We need Liberal seats.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree, but I'll take.
I know what you
anything.
mean.
Taking it from the Greens, I think anything that sends a message at least to those extremists and that Australians reject that, at least that gives me some sort of faith.
Well, mate, I've actually got some better news
Okay.
than that.
Bring it.
So it turns out that they might have lost 2 seats in Queensland. They might have lost. Where is it? So in the previous election, they held 3 seats in they had Brisbane, they had Griffith, and they had Ryan. Now it's looking like they hold on to Ryan, but they lose Brisbane and they lose Griffith. It's tight, but that's where it's leaning. So they might lose 2 seats up there in Queensland.
I'll take it. That's all that's left for us to do is celebrate the defeat of the Greens.
Mate, that's what I said in the beginning of the night. I said that in the beginning of the night.
They might have got one up in Wills though in Victoria. They might have retained one. So they might have retained Melbourne, and they've retained Melbourne, and they might have won off Labor a Green seat. So you guys have an additional Green down there. But guys, I've actually got some good news. I didn't think I'd say this tonight, but we have some Senate results
already.
Oh, amazing!
Preliminary. It'll take a month to verify, but we have some preliminary. And I've been taking notes for every state and territory. So if you guys go to ABC, and you look at the if you type ABC Senate results 2025.
Hold on, I'll put it up on the screen. But ABC Senate results.
Yeah, ABC Senate 2025. It'll come up if those words, and we have some. This is actually looking quite good. We might, if these trends hold, we might be able to wrestle the balance of power off Lambie and Pocock. But it's still very early days. So if you go to the Senate results at the top, I don't know if that's what you're on, and you click the state. Let's start with the ACT.
Yep.
So ACT, not surprising, Pocock's first in, even though he left the Climate 200, and Labor is basically in there. So we know that was going to happen, not surprising. Let's go up to New South Wales. So if you go to New South Wales, you can see that basically, Labor have got 2 spots, Liberal have 2 spots, the Greens will win 1 spot, and then the last spot is being led by One Nation on 0.53 of a quota.
Where are you seeing that? Where are you seeing that? Oh, here.
So if you click more results, down the bottom there, it shows you all the parties.
There it is.
So what I was doing while we were listening to Jacinta was I went through every state, and I combined the freedom votes. So in New South Wales, the combined freedom vote is 1.11 quota. So that's big. That's probably a senator for New South Wales for One Nation. If we go to Victoria, a similar thing has played out. One Nation has 0.5 of a quota for Warren. And the combined freedom vote is exactly the same size. It's 1.11 seat, which is awesome. If we go to Queensland, and this is the real one which might actually save the country, because of how hotly contested Rennick and Roberts was, the combined freedom vote in Queensland is 1.76 seats. 1.7. We might win 2 for the Liberals, 2 for the Freedom Parties, 1 for Rennick and 1 for Roberts by some bloody miracle.
That would be amazing.
No.
And then 1 Green and 1 Labor. So that's the 2019 result. When Rennick was in the Libs, he was the 3rd Lib that got elected. That's why we have this unusual situation. If that happens, we might actually save the country. because of that rivalry. If we look at WA, results haven't come in yet because they were the last to close. If we look at South Australia, it's tight, but it's looking like One Nation might win. 1, 2, 3. One Nation might win a spot. The combined freedom vote in South Australia is slightly bigger than New South Wales and Victoria. It's 1.12 of a seat. One Nation could actually take a seat there as well with Jennifer Game. The Northern Territory, it's very unsurprising. Jacinta Price is in and Labor got in. That's not likely to change. And then in Tasmania, it's if we don't
Jackie Lambie.
If we don't kick her out, we lose the balance of power. We lose it.
Yeah.
And it's
very close.
And this is why I was a little bit shitty about the Trumpeter Patriots not even putting One Nation on there on the ballot. They put Lambie as number 2 and they put Labor and Liberal before One Nation.
Why'd they do that?
I don't know. But it's still on their website. Now, if you look at the way that the preference flows go, it is going to be bloody tight. If you look at the Tasmania one, Labor has 2 quotas, Liberal has 1 quota at least. The Greens have at least 1 quota. Lambie has half a quota. So now what we do is we look at the remaining quotas for so there's 4 spots taken, there's 2 spots left to go. Labor Party have 0.35 of a quota, the Greens have 0.3, Lambie has 0.47. They get 1 seat between them, and then we get One Nation up, basically. That's what I see happening. And if that happens, it means it's 3 right-wingers and 3 left-wingers, hopefully. Then we have the balance of power if we get Rennick or Roberts up in Queensland. So it's only 2% counted, but if this is how the trend holds, we might have salvation in the Senate. I wasn't expecting this to come in tonight, but that is a good piece of news. So Babbitt's going to have some reinforcements.
Babbitt will have reinforcement, but he has some explaining to do about Jackie Lambie.
Me? I've got no explaining to do.
I forgot. You guys are not related.
Different parties, my friend. Different parties.
Yeah.
But I'm just watching Elbow Cam right now on the TV, and I think the Prime Minister's on the move. The Prime Minister in the 48th Parliament's on the move right now. I don't know where he's going. I think he's going somewhere, probably to deliver his victory speech.
Yeah, well, I've got it here. So once he goes to do that, we'll bring it up. There were some people I know. I saw that did have comments to you. I was going to skip around to comments to you, but I guess you're just.
I think the Prime Minister Albanese, ran a good campaign. We have to give it to him.
Really? Did he run a good campaign, or did Dutton run a bad one?
Well, 2 things can be true at the same time.
Sure.
He ran a good campaign, and Dutton ran a really bad campaign.
What did Dutton do that? What did Dutton do that was so good in his campaign?
Well, look, I'll tell you about Mr. Dutton's campaign. Okay, Mr. Dutton, all he did throughout the entirety of the campaigning period was just follow Labor's lead. That's what he did. Labor, we're going to give so and so $100 million for Medicare.
Yeah, sure. But what did Albo do?
Well, Albo led from the front. That's what he did. He set the tone. Sure. He was a leader. I don't have to agree with him to think that he was a leader, but he led. Now, like I was saying previously, opposition, you've got to oppose, you've got to provide better ideas. When the Prime Minister, Albanese, when he says we're going to give so-and-so $100 million to Medicare, you, as the leader of the opposition, you can't just come in and say, whatever he's saying, we'll give more money. Vote for us. That's not a way to win an election, especially from an incumbent, from the first-term government. You've got to provide radically better ideas. As an example, it's just shooting from the hip right now. You've got to say, well, look, we have a radically different idea when it comes to X, Y, or Z. We believe that we should get government out of the way, and we believe that you as a private citizen should have have the right to decide what healthcare is best for you. And what we would like to do is we would like to deregulate the industry to a point where you have, a choice in what kind of healthcare you choose, and we want to make it easy for you. I don't know, give something different. It doesn't matter what it is, be different. But he wasn't different. He just copied whatever the Prime Minister was doing, and he just said, we'll match or we'll give more. What the hell is that? I'll just vote for Albo. It's just garbage.
I hear you. I think like the repeating theme here is that we agree with the sentiment of what you're saying, but sometimes you're lashing out at the wrong people. But you make a good point.
I'm lashing out at exactly the right people. Well, I don't agree.
Our viewers are not the right people to lash out at.
Harvey,
I want you to say sorry to the viewers here tonight.
Never.
Who tuned in to us. Many of them have done super chats. And by the way, all the viewers that are on YouTube, hit the bells. If you're not subscribed, subscribe and hit that bell so you get the notifications, because there's, according to who predicted that there's going to be no, that was you. That was early when we thought it was going to be a hung parliament, and then in a few months there'll be another election. There's no other election, but I can promise you YouTube's going to be fun for the next few years because there's going to be empowered wackos everywhere. So make sure to subscribe and hit the bell button to ensure that you see either me owning wackos or me getting beaten up on the streets trying to own wackos.
Totally. But look, the people that are watching now are the very people that can change the country. And many of the people that are watching this broadcast right now are exactly the people that should know better and that should be way more active in the political process than what they are. I mean, yes, they're more active than the average person watching Channel 7 at home right now. Absolutely. But there's so much more that they could do. There's just so much more. I mean, watching this broadcast is great. But like I said 20 minutes ago, are you talking to your colleagues at work? Are you refusing to participate in, rainbow whatever days in your office when they do these things? Are you pushing back? Are you saying, no, I'm not okay with this? Are you talking to your friends and family? Are you bringing up these issues with your neighbour? Are you saying to your neighbour, hey, look, the Prime Minister and his party have done a bad job over the last 3 years. I think we should do this. What do you think? Let's have a conversation. Are they doing these kind of things? Did they volunteer to hand out how to vote cards for one of the minor parties in this election cycle? Are they going to volunteer next time, potentially? Maybe they will, because I've said this tonight. The people that are watching tonight are exactly the people that will change the country. This is the thing, though. You don't need to convince 100% of the people. You only need to convince, 10, 20% or whatever to be really passionate and really active, and the country will change. So the guys that are watching this right now, it's on you guys. It is on you. It's not on the rusted on Labor or Liberal voters at home. It's literally on your shoulders. So you got to do something about it. Can't just sit around at home and
All right, let's to these people that you've just berated for the last half an hour.
That's hardly berating. Come on, Avi.
Let's read some of their super chats. $5 from Anthony. These are old ones, so we've got to get through them. The Trump administration should let us borrow some of their guys to help the Liberal Party, and then we could take control back of Australia. That's actually not a bad idea.
Fair point.
Hey lads, I'm running in the NT for One Nation. Any updates yet? Was there anything in NT?
Not for One Nation.
Good luck. I don't think there was. Has NT results come through?
Well, actually, in the Senate. Well, did he get two? How many senators? Only two senators from.
There's only two. There's no way he gets up. I mean, if anything, the vote.
But good on you for giving it a crack, and thank you for supporting us.
Fun. It was good raising funds for Pauline. That's what that was.
Super chat from Tristan. Thank you. Why did the Libs choose Dutton? There is no leadership or charisma test. I've heard. Clearly, you're right, Tristan. He's not very charismatic. People have said that for a long time about Dutton. So it was weird that they ran him.
I think I do a much better job than Dutton at leading that party, I tell you what.
You would?
At least I'd be different. least I wouldn't be the same as Albanese, offering the same solutions to the same problems.
All right, next one. Often Liberty only wins at the polls as a backlash after hard left governments wrecked the country. That was New Zealand and Argentina. So I don't know when this comment is from. It could be from before seeing the results.
I would probably agree with what that commenter said.
Yeah.
I mean, I would agree with what that person said. I don't think it's going to improve until it gets a little bit worse. We have to, as a people, as a country, as a nation, we have to suffer a little bit first under left-wing socialist governments before people say enough is enough. Because socialism on paper looks fantastic. You know, everything's free, happy days, hold hands, sing kumbaya. But in reality, that's not what happens.
Liberals are milk toast from Dubai 85, 100%.
They've got a name for you, Senator Babbitt, in the comments. It's Babbitt the Berater. That's the new nickname for Babbitt.
Oh my God!
That's because of Arby. Arby's talking smack. That's what that is.
That was not me. That was literally everyone who watched this.
They love you, Ralph. But but I'll back Ralph up on that. Look,
Fourth
at the end of the day,
on the screen election. I know the guy. Great work, lads. Thank you,
guys.
What are you saying, Joel?
Mate, when it comes to the a lot of people, I'll put it this way. A lot of people ask me, Joel, why were you so patient with Abby Chatfield in that debate? And it's because I have to deal with freedom parties and I have to deal with the supporters. And it's true that many people, most people are more willing to leave a comment, a like, or a dislike on a post than they are to get out and scrutiny or to get out and hand out a vote card. That's true. And it really annoyed me in Queensland, for example, the fight between Rennick and Roberts. It was like everyone was willing to leave a comment, but they weren't willing to go out and actually try and get both of them up, which was possible. And it is possible still. And I think that's where I see where Senator Babbitt's coming from. And that's why I like, look, it's election night. We're at the peak tiredness of everything. And you're going to have to grant us some of these, moments.
Listen, anytime we have the vet on our live feed, we're going to bag him. Yeah. It's just part of our culture here.
But Avi, the comments, I'm reading all the comments, and I would say the comments are about 85% for Babbitt. So the mood of the people in the country agree with the inspiration.
I am the Dutton of this situation.
Avi is a shit stirrer in chief. That's what
I'm going to lose my seat here tonight.
I'm taking your seat from you. I'm going to give it to Rukshan. Your seat's gone. Your seat's gone to tech support tonight.
All right, let's keep reading until Dutton's about to speak, but we'll talk. We'll go until we'll read these. Please let the LNP know they lost because they were not conservative enough. I pray their takeaway isn't that they weren't left enough. That is so true. Thank you, EF family. I fear that as well. I fear that they think they're going to think they're not left enough.
Maybe, and if they do, great. Who cares? They have to be decimated. They have to go. We can't keep supporting these people. I'm hoping that after this election, the average person realizes that these guys are dorks. They're absolute dorks. And the reason why I talk the way I do, and the reasons why I say the things I do in such an open, honest, transparent way, is I'm telling you guys now, I don't want to be reelected. I couldn't give a shit about being a politician.
Don't swear on our live feed.
It's not swearing. It's not. Is that swearing? That is not swearing. That's
we have children.
Common
we
phrase.
had somebody here who complained about your swearing when you were done. Dutton's coming on.
I just want to jump in again. I would like for Senator Babbitt to be re-elected.
I don't want to be. Do not re-elect me. I could not give a stuff. This is what you need, though.
Why do you want him to be re-elected?
Nobody wants me to be re-elected, and that's fine.
Julie Rukshan does. Why does Rukshan want you re-elected?
Sorry about what he said. The point is, you need people to go into Parliament who just want to do the right thing and don't care about being career politicians. Imagine you had more people that were like that. The country would be so much better off. But all these guys do, like Dutton did, all they do is they listen to the focus groups, they listen to the lefty media, and they do all they can to try and protect their stupid seat, to protect whatever the hell they think this is.
The big winner tonight was Danger Dan. Who's Danger Dan?
Yeah. Daniel Dan, watch their videos on YouTube. He makes really fun, funny mashups using all the political news and current events videos, and he kind of adds voices.
Is he actually good?
Different memes. He's pretty good, man. He does a lip sync of Albo. It's pretty funny. It's pretty accurate. It's Danger Dan on YouTube, guys. Look it up.
This was the same one from One Nation. Yeah, it looks like you haven't got it, but well done for giving it a crack. Love from New Zealand, Avi. Enjoy watching your videos. Our Conservative Party over here is just as weak, we know. Hopefully Greens stay out of both. Hold on. The funny thing is, Dutton copied them.
Oh, check out for the sound.
Dutton copied Australia Back on Track came from New Zealand.
Guys, I've got, when we're done, I've got a Senate update on where things are at. But without further ado, Peter Dutton.
Thank you very much. Well, tonight's not the night that we wanted for the Liberal Party or for our coalition or indeed for our country. But we've worked hard every day over the course of the last 3 years to do our best for our amazing country. One of the great honours of being the leader of this party is that we have met people from every side, every corner, the length and breadth of this country. And there are many amazing stories. People who have sacrificed, people who are doing it hard at the moment. And I've always wanted in public life for the best for our country and the best for every Australian. The highlight of my career has been as the Defence Minister, and over the course of this campaign, on Anzac Day, we caught up with young veterans in Townsville at the RSL. And it reminded me of how lucky we are as a country. And I want to acknowledge all of those men and women in uniform who keep us safe as a country. Now, we didn't do well enough during this campaign. That much is obvious tonight, and I accept full responsibility for that. Earlier on, I called the Prime Minister to congratulate him on his success tonight. It's an historic occasion for the Labor Party, and we recognise that. I congratulated the Prime Minister and wished he and Jody and Nathan all the very best. And I said to the Prime Minister that his mum would be incredibly proud of his achievement tonight, and he should be very proud of what he's achieved. Thank you.
He's just like going into the single mother.
His mum grew up in a, single mother.
I also had the pleasure of speaking with Ali France, and Ali and I have been combatants for a number of elections now, but she was successful in Dixon tonight, and she will do a good job as a local member. She lost her son Henry, which is a tragic circumstance that no parent should ever go through. And equally, I said to Ali that her son Henry would be incredibly proud of her tonight, and she'll do a good job as a local member for Dixon, and I wish her all the very best. Please. Now, it's been a great honour to be leader of this amazing party for the last 3 years. And I want to firstly acknowledge David Littleproud, who has been a great partner in crime. He's led the National Party with great distinction. He's had the strength of character to stand up on issues which are important to us, and we've worked incredibly well together. He's done a great job, and he will do into the future. I want to say thank you very much to Susan Lee as my Deputy, and also Angus Taylor as a Shadow Treasurer, and other senior members who have contributed to the success of the last couple of years. I also want to say a very, very big thank you tonight, most importantly, to the millions of Australians who have supported the Liberal Party, the Coalition. It's not our night, as I point out, and there are good members, good candidates who have lost their seats or their ambition, and I'm sorry for that. We have an amazing party and we'll rebuild. Can I say thank you very much to John Olsen as the President of the party. He's done a fantastic job, to Andrew Hurst and all of the Secretariat for the work that they've done. I want to say thank you to my staff who are just amazing, led by Alex Dalgleish, Jody, Martine, Jackie, Selma, all of the EO staff, my advance team, the AFP, who have done an amazing job for our family. And I want to say thank you very much. Thank you. I have the best media team in the country, led by Nicole Chant and Adrian Barrett and their team. They've done an amazing job, and I'm so grateful to them and to all of our loyal staff. Thank you very much. That leaves me, of course, with the hardest part. That is my amazing family. Australians have seen... Please, thank you. I'm blessed to have an amazing family in Kirralee, in Beck and Harry and Tom, and they... Please, thank you. They've stood by me through thick and thin, and I'm so grateful for their support and their love. Can I say thank you to the people of Dickson and to our amazing supporters in Dickson. Dickson had a one-term curse. It was only ever held for one term at a time, and we've held it for 24 years, which is an amazing achievement. "24 years is a long time to be in public life, and it has been an amazing honour. But I do want to say thank you to the people of Dickson who have placed faith in me over a long period of time, and we've had lots of battles and lots of campaigns. Ultimately, we've been able to deliver an amazing outcome for our local community. To residents and to people that we've been able to help, people who were with loved ones who were sick and stranded, infrastructure projects. There are many ways in which we've been able to provide amazing support, and I want to say thank you very much to them. Our Liberal family is hurting across the country tonight, but including in my electorate of Dickson, and I want to say thank you very much to all of them. They are amazing people dedicated to their country. Ultimately, we live in the best country in the world, and I've always believed that. I always will. I love this country and I've fought hard for it. We've been defined by our opponents in this election, which is not the true story of who we are. But we'll rebuild from here. We'll do that because we know our values, we know our beliefs, and we'll always stick to them. I want to say thank you to the Australian people for the faith they've placed in me, and thank them for the great honour of having been the member for Dickson and the leader of the opposition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
There you go. What's your reaction?
I think he struggled a little bit here and there. Obviously, the moment.
Stand me your bullshit. Stand me your fucking... Stand me.
Would be tough. It would be tough for him to get up there and speak. I think, at the end of the day, he's a leader, and even the seats that have been lost by the other Liberals really comes down to his leadership in many ways. So, he wasn't as polished as he normally speaks. He did stutter here and there, but
I think
on reflection,
I think the loss and the fact that he lost his seat.
Exactly, yeah. He's probably still coming to terms with it. But overall, for a concession speech, it's a good concession speech, but...
I just never understand when they congratulate their media team and they're this and then that and the best.
Yeah,
and it's
I don't think the media team didn't do a great job. The media team was shocking considering what's going on here. The only people that you could say that didn't fail him was his family. That's about it. But everyone else around him didn't do a great job when you look at what's happened.
All right, we've got to read some of these super chats. So, what do we got? Benjamin, this is all for Babette. The right can't have success in Australia. Oh, Babette's left us. Look at us.
Can I say the Senate?
The Senate's looking good.
I've got some good news and bad news.
Oh no, gosh.
Actually, Joel, people want you to, after you do this as well, people want you to go through the Senate again. I'm just reading the comments. They just want you to kind of give an overview again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, good. Look, we'll get to that. Let's do some super chats then.
Do you want to go? No, do this. Do the Senate.
We want you to go through the Senate.
Yeah.
We want you to do it.
All right, let's do it. Look, we won't cover the territories because very clearly what's happened is in the ACT, Jacinta Price, David Pocock and Labor have got up. So that's two left wingers. In the Northern Territory, Jacinta Price has got up for the Country Liberal Party, the Liberals, and then Labor have got someone up. All right. So currently there's one left winger, a surplus. In New South Wales, it's looking like that we get three right wingers and three left wingers up, including a One Nation senator, Warwick Stacey, who is a former SAS, British SAS guy. He's phenomenal. In Victoria, it's also looking like One Nation gets Warwick up, who was just on the floor.
It. Warwick deserves
and that was
with everything.
100%, and that's why I asked him, about everything, and Warwick. So he almost got in, but lost to Senator Babbitt by I think 17,000 votes, and he almost got in the state election, but lost to the Shooters guy out there, which was, I do believe, one of the Preference Whisperers clients. And so seeing him get up and knowing that he's not running again for the next state election, which he said on this, is incredibly satisfying for me to see.
Can I also ask, Fatima Payman is gone, right?
No. She's still in for another 3 years.
Oh, she's a senator like Babette.
Yeah, so she wasn't due for another. We'll get to her in a sec. We'll get to her in a sec. In Queensland, you awesome people might have gotten 4 senators up out of 6. You might have gotten, the first time in about 80 years, a Freedom senator up, like 2 Freedom senators up, both Rennick and Roberts. It all depends on how the trend holds. It's about 6% counted. So go contact them, ask them for a form to become a scrutineer and watch the count. Okay? Because if you guys get 4 up in Queensland, 4 right-wingers, including Rennick and Roberts, that's phenomenal because you guys got active up there. In South Australia, it's looking like we get 3 left-wingers up and 3 right-wingers up, including a One Nation for the right-wingers, which is really good. In Tasmania, it's not looking great. It's looking like there's likely going to be 3, maybe 4 left-wingers up. There could be an additional, it could be 3 Labor, 1 Green, or 3 Labor, 1 Jackie Lambie or something, or 2 Labor, 1 Green, Jackie Lambie, and then 2 Liberals. One Nation, it doesn't seem like they've gotten enough votes down there, and depending on how the preference flows go, to get a spot. And that was obviously Senator Hanson's daughter that ran in Tasmania. That puts us at a deficit. So we were at a deficit when the ACT got 2 up for the left-wingers, Pocock and Labor. We were then got 1 up if we can get 4 up in Queensland with Roberts and Rennick getting up. But we're now at a deficit again in Tasmania if they get 4 left-wingers up. So we're talking about the balance of power here. WA, no results have come through. Now that's the good news. The good news is we're looking at literally 4 states, 4 additional senators, actually 5 additional senators, without even talking about WA, plus Antic, who's already in. We know Antic's in. In WA, so we're talking 6 Freedom senators right now with what I've just said. For WA, we don't have the votes yet, but we might have 1 for One Nation. So it's like a One Nation army of 6 that are coming in, plus Rennick and plus Antic. But the real tragedy here is that we may not get the balance of power. And this is what I said in my post yesterday. There's a version of this where we get a senator up in every state, but we don't get the balance of power because we didn't kick Pocock out and we didn't kick Lambie out. And so this was sort of, again, this is going to transpire over the next month. So I'm going to do lots of videos on this. I'm sure you guys will too. But this is this is where things are at as a snapshot right now.
That's great.
It's looking a little bit brighter, at least.
I've just had a look at the results on the internet, the interwebs, and it's looking like the ALP's got 81 seats.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's the predicted 81 seats. LNP, 35 predicted so far.
It's like the Tony Abbott of elections for Labor. Like Albo is going to get a statue.
They've flipped 10 seats so far. They've flipped 10 seats.
That's so mad. And they said they were doing that, and they did it.
Yeah.
The right can't.
Well, look, it's easy to win when you give everything for free, right? When your population is so unengaged in politics, and you say, "Hey, everything's free. Vote for me." I guess that's not hard to do.
Well, now the work of walking back election promises start for Albo, so they'll find sophisticated ways to walk it all back.
He's a
now.
professional. He's a professional in walking things back. He'll be fine. I swore to myself.
Yeah.
Let's read some of these.
I swore to myself that this. Actually, you ready? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, tell us your last thought, and then help us react to these. We have to read these.
I swore to myself, and I said, if Anthony Albanese wins and becomes Prime Minister again, I'm not going to talk smack about him for the 48th Parliament. I'm going to try and hold myself to that. If I criticise the Prime Minister, it's going to be very measured and very tempered, but I'm not going to fly off the handle at him again. I'm done with that.
Okay.
Because the Australian people have decided that this is what they want, so they can have it. You can have it. Enjoy.
He's going to be nice. He's going to be nice to Albanese and berate the rest of us.
How much?
Well, yes, I am.
How much bad news can we get in one night? We've got Albo, plus we don't get him.
Albanese. Look, the Prime Minister, he's done a good job. He ran a good campaign. He convinced the majority of the country to vote for him in one way or another. You can argue preferential voting is good or is bad or whatever, but enough people voted for him. Good on him. Our overlord, God bless him. He is our leader, and we should all appreciate the work he's done. God bless Albanese.
All right, then Avi, the next election, bring us all together, right wingers. We need a
way in.
Foot in
do you want me to read the comments, Avi?
Yeah, do you want to read them?
I'll read them. Avi, for the next election, bring us all together. You took the comment away, mate. Avi, for the next election, bring us all together. The right wingers need a way in. Foot in the door and debate later. Unite everyone, all freedom parties and all right-wing parties. Create a movement, brother. We are behind you. Even YouTubers unite for coverage. So they want you to unite the right.
I don't know if I have. I don't know. I appreciate. Thank you so much for the support. That was a massive, brother. That was $159. I appreciate that you think I hold that kind of power. I don't think I do. I privately do say that to all of them, that I think what tends to happen in the lead up to elections is so disappointing, and you should be able to set aside your differences to actually take on the real enemy, and it's not each other. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe Rukshan can do it. I'm like the guy that you put my name in the ring and then people just start fighting. So I really don't think I'm the person to unite.
And I'm tainted by knowing you, so it's going to be hard for me as well.
Can I just say, guys? Can I just say a fun fact about these how to vote cards? So every election, there is a little signature on the how to vote cards that we do, and we always do a signature of someone that was basically attacked by the government. So in the New South Wales state election, we chose to do the signature of John Larder, who was he was one of the paramedics that lost his job, and he ended up getting sued by the Minister for Health, Brad Hazzard. For the state election, for the federal election, last federal election, we did Novak Djokovic for when his visa was cancelled. I want you guys to tell me, those that are listening online, a little game for you. Tell me what signature was it that was on the how to vote cards this election. I'm curious to see if you guys pick it up.
There you go, a bit of quiz and trivia.
You know what? In the comments, have a go. You know who I'm super impressed with is Joel's camera person. Whoever
we should get that guy.
It's Rami.
You run a tight ship. I got to get rid of the. Who is it?
It's Rami.
Is it Rami?
He's got
Yeah,
Assyrian,
put a camera on you,
Assyrian
mate.
Assyrian slave labor.
Rami is probably my favourite guy in the country in this space, and no one knows about him.
Here. There you go. Where is he? Freaking! No, it's camera 4, mate.
Maybe get Rami to press it because you don't know what you're doing,
mate. It's do camera 2 to yourself, and that's you. They're down. You missed yourself. Left and down and up and down and there he is.
Oh, Rami! It is him.
It's funny,
I think the PM's about to come out.
Yeah, I've got it here. It's all right.
You got it? All right.
As soon as he comes out.
Rami, nice seeing you, mate. Nice seeing you.
It's always good to see Rami. Rami's a legend. All right, let's keep reading through these, and then when the PM comes on to gloat, we will go to him, and Babette won't.
All hail Prime Minister Albanese. All hail.
I went to vote in Western Sydney and didn't see a single Anglo-Aussie. Nothing we do will ever put one nation in power. Greens' popularity is wild. I don't know if the Greens' popularity is that wild. Is it? The results, they didn't really...
Look, they got a senator up in every state.
But they already had one, didn't they?
They did. So it might have slightly grown their vote, but it's hard to tell.
I want to see it at the end. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah. It's going to take some time to... Again, it's going to take a month for the Senate. We need time.
Giovanni says, going to be a rough night, lads. This is the election where seeds for freedom parties have been planted for 2028 or 31. They just need to unite. Ruxan, I thought you were reading these. I'm way past my...
Oh, I'm ready to read. Look, put it on. I can read. You're struggling.
Too many whiskey.
If Labor... This is from Batty251. If Labor win, I am moving to America. I'm done with everything they have done and not done in the last 3 years. So Batty, I think there's a lot of people that may feel disillusioned and think about leaving the country, but we've got to stay here and fight for Australia. That's the only way that we can change things.
But thank you for the super chat.
Thank you. This is from Rod Robertson. Rod says, Libs, Labor, and the watermelons are all globalists. The watermelons is referring to other Greens. If the Libs are decimated, the Freedom Parties will win in the end. There's a fair point there from Rod. If the Liberals, the Freedom Parties do pick up some of the seats, the Liberals might lose. And this is from Rowdy Hitman. Rowdy Hitman says, will postal votes sway counts a Lib 3 a.m. wave? No, we won't get what we saw in the US.
Donald Trump style. 3 a.m. Votes just go like this.
They don't even need it. They don't even need it.
They don't need it. They're so far ahead.
This is from Cruel Intentions. I'm pretty sure this election is done. He was right.
1 second.
Dutton took a dive.
Penny Wong's on. Sorry. Minister Wong's on.
Headquarters.
We don't want to.
And a big cheer from
Do you
the
want to hear
Labor
from
crowd.
Penny?
They love Penny Wong.
I don't want to see Penny Wong.
Say as
before
well.
we hear from Anthony Albanese on his back-to-back election wins.
Friends.
You want to listen to this?
Oh my God!
I reckon Australia already has buyer's remorse.
Friends. Thank you all. Thank you for believing in Labor.
Oh my God.
Thank you for believing in the power of this great nation.
Harvey, I've worked with him actually in the
The
news
power in our 26 million people from more than 300 ancestries. And from the oldest continuing civilization on the planet.
A million
And
years.
I acknowledge the traditional owners.
Oh, yes!
Here we go.
Friends, we love this country. We love this country. And representing it to the world is the honour of my life. Because of who we are and what we strive to be. A nation that stands on its own 2 feet, that invests in the aspirations of all of its people, and a nation of courage and of kindness. I saw this purpose and these principles in our campaign across the country. Our hard-working candidates, the thousands of Labor volunteers in every state and territory, in every community, working for a better future. Friends, 3 years ago, the Australian people made a collective decision to turn the page and write a new future for ourselves. Tonight, together, we start the new chapter.
Together.
How is it a new chapter? It's literally the same thing.
And we will
It is
write
literally
this
the
next
same.
chapter so all Australians are part of our nation's story.
I feel like she's putting on a stronger Aussie
No
accent
matter
tonight.
who we are or where we come
Sounds
from,
ominous.
no matter age or gender, no matter the lottery of birth,
Here we go.
Australia's opportunity is for us all. And friends, that Australian story is embodied by our Australian Prime Minister, a man who shows what real strength is, a man of courage.
Please tell us he's the son of a single mother.
A leader with a conviction of who we are and what we can be. A leader with a conviction that builds Australia's future. Friends, some might want to mimic the worst of other countries.
Right, that's a dig at Jacinta Price. Isn't that racism?
Albo
First Nations
always
people.
backs what's best about our country.
Oh, really?
Please welcome my dear friend, our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
Won't be easy.
Babette, this is what Babette wanted. He got what he wanted.
This is Babette's guy. This is Babette's king.
Got the shot.
He's looking more powerful now. You just feel like they're older.
Yeah.
Look at him.
He is one of the greatest Labor prime ministers, according to them.
Yeah.
Like, what he has pulled off is, like, in Labor terms, considered like God level. And that's what's so great. He achieved it with a feckless Liberal Party and a split freedom movement. So well done.
My fellow Australians,
See, this is a rerun of the Victorian
serving
election.
as your Prime Minister is the greatest honour of my life. And it is with a deep sense of humility and a profound sense of responsibility that the first thing that I do tonight is to say thank you to the people of Australia for the chance to continue to serve the best nation on earth. And I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we made.
I got worried for a second.
No way. The Parliament.
And I pay my respects to elders, past, present and emerging, today and every day.
Forever.
Where's the Australian
Australia,
flag?
this is what you voted for.
The Australian people have voted for Australian values.
I bet you
For
can't define it.
fairness, aspiration and opportunity for all.
Fairness
For
means
the
equity.
strength to show courage in adversity and kindness to those in need. And Australians have voted for a future that holds true to these values, a future built on everything that brings us together as Australians and everything that sets our nation apart from the world. In this time of global uncertainty, Australians have chosen optimism and determination. Australians have chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, looking after each other while building for the future. And to serve these values, meet these challenges, seize these opportunities and build that better and stronger future, Australians have chosen a majority Labor government.
Listen.
They actually didn't.
Credit where credit's due. He did it.
Yeah, he did it.
They actually didn't choose that. Labor Party's vote didn't really go up, but on two-party preferred it.
Yeah. Well, they chose it by default.
Preferencing. Just using masculinity.
I think the Australian people have got the name. A majority Labor government promised and delivered. A short time ago, I spoke with Peter Dutton, who has, of course, conceded defeat. And I thanked him. No. What we do in Australia is we treat people with respect.
Oh, my God.
I thank Peter for his generous words at the end of what has been a very hard-fought campaign. And I want to take this opportunity to wish Peter and Kiralee and their family all the very best for their future.
Oh, but Sean, why is his sister there?
Now, at election time, parties and candidates ask people to make a choice. And inevitably, the campaign and the coverage is about our differences and our disagreements. That is the nature of our democracy, and it is the role of the media who serve it. But now that the Australian people have made their clear choice, let us all reflect on what we have in common. Because no matter who you voted for, no matter where you live, no matter how you worship or who you love, whether you belong to a culture that has known and cared for this great continent for 65,000 years, or you have chosen our nation as your home and enriched our society with your contribution, we are all Australians. So let all of us work together to build our national unity on the enduring foundations of fairness, equality and respect for one another. My fellow Australians, I know the world has thrown a lot at our country over the past 3 years. I know so many of you have worked hard in the face of significant challenges, and I know there's still much more to do to help people under pressure. That is why it means so much that in these uncertain times, the people of Australia have placed their trust in Labor once again, including so many Australians who have voted Labor for the first time. I make this solemn pledge. We will not forget that. We will never take it for granted. Repaying your trust will drive our government each and every day of the next 3 years. The positive program we took to this election was shaped by the Australian people's priorities, and our government will dedicate the next 3 years to making a positive difference to your lives and to your future, bringing the rewards for your hard work within reach, investing in our youngest Australians, looking after older Australians, and building an economy and a society that is every bit as strong and fair, as resilient and generous as Australians are themselves. from tomorrow, back at work, maybe not everyone here, and that's probably for the best, we take up this task with new hope, new confidence and new determination. Because together we are turning the corner, and together we will make our way forward with no one held back and no one left behind. Friends, I was raised to be an optimist. My mum had a hard life, and we struggled financially.
Yeah.
But she taught me to always be positive and see the best in people. When it comes to Australia's future, all of us have so much reason to be optimistic. Because when we look at everything going on around the world today, when we consider the changes that will shape the future of the global economy, when we think about our people and their smarts and skills, truly there's nowhere else you'd rather be than right here in Australia. This is a time of profound opportunity for our nation. We have everything we need to seize this moment and make it our own. And we must do it together, all of us, because for Australia to realise our full potential, for our nation to be its very best, every Australian must have the opportunity to be their best. To serve our Australian values, we must value every Australian, and Labor will govern for every Australian. Every Australian who wants a fair go at work, fair wages for their work, and the right to disconnect when they're done with work. Every Australian who deserves the security of a roof over their head or dreams of owning their own home. Every woman who wants her contribution to our economy and society to be valued equally.
Mate. Define a woman. What is a woman? Are those women?
Every parent who wants their child to get the best start in life, with cheaper childcare and with fair funding for every student in every school. Everyone who counts on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. We will be a government for every Australian who wants to train or retrain for new skills and a good job at public TAFE. Every Australian who works hard for the life-changing opportunity of higher education and wants 20% cut from their student debt.
He has 85 seats.
Why does it say on the ABC
who knows that
tally
climate
here? Why does
change
it say
is a
86,
challenge
39,
we
0,
must
10?
act
Is that because
together
they
to
haven't
meet
actually
for the
green
future of
seats
our
yet?
environment?
Because so many Liberal seats were taken by Labor, and so many Liberal ones are in
And
question.
knows the fact that renewable energy is an opportunity we must work together to seize for the future of our economy. We will be a government that supports reconciliation with First Nations people.
Al, listen up, everyone.
Because we will be a stronger nation when we close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians. And friends, we will be a government that relies and helps every Australian who relies on Medicare. Because this card...
Oh, he's medicated.
I can't believe he did this after winning. Like, what? I thought it was super stunned. The guy's obsessed.
This card is not Labor red or Liberal blue. It is green and gold.
It's not a bad line, though.
It's not a bad line.
It is a declaration of our national values in our national colours.
You might even say make Australia great
Medicare
again.
belongs to all Australians,
It's got
and
that
together
kind of
we will make it
feel to
stronger
it.
for all Australians.
What is this, Australia first stuff from
Friends,
Labor?
I stand here tonight as the
feels
proud
Trumpian,
leader
his speech.
of an extraordinary
It's
team.
because of Trump he's doing that.
It's the most patriotic I've ever heard him.
On the hallowed turf of the G this morning, doing live crosses, making that point. I want to thank all of my colleagues, beginning with my friend, our incredible Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles. No one could hope for a better deputy, and I thank him so much. My friend and our Senate leader, Penny Wong, and her deputy.
Love Penny's line.
Her deputy, Don Farrell. Our economic team led by Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher.
Economic team. You mean?
Our campaign
Bankruptcy
spokesperson, Jason
experts.
Clare. And we've got a bit of a shared party tonight, and Berkey's here, the member for Watson.
He's appropriately happy. He's demolished them.
My amazing Labor caucus, which when you look at it across the benches, it's representative of the Australian people. I acknowledge all of our fantastic Labor candidates in every seat who put up their hand, gave up their time for our cause and their community. If you excuse me for singling out one of them, who ran for a third time in Dixon, Ailey France.
He was really nice. He was nice to Dutton at first, and now he's twisting the knife.
Yeah.
So many.
Yeah.
So many of whom will be joining us as caucus members in Parliament. I want to thank the people of Grayndler, most of whom are here tonight. I've got to say something, it was very special on the way here. There was obviously, I don't know whether there was a drone above us or what have you. My security team said, you know, maybe they're just out on the street. People don't just hang out on New Canterbury Road. And from Lilyfield, Leichhardt, all the way here, I'm sorry, but I won't be moving back for a little while. The people of Grayndler did me an incredible honour in choosing me as their representatives 29 years and 10 elections ago. I've lived in this community in the inner west my whole life, and it's an incredible privilege to serve a community that you love, and I do love it.
Is he going to say it?
Mm-hmm.
He's got
ready to drink.
He's
to
got
the
to say
Labor
it.
Party's heart and soul, our rank and file members and the mighty trade union movement of Australia.
Oh, the CFMEU that he disbanded, didn't he? I thought he
They're going to have to
disbanded.
finish them off now. They're going to have to finish off the trade union.
The Labor Party will always stand up for jobs and people's wages and conditions.
And corruption and crime.
Everywhere I have been through this campaign, your energy, your enthusiasm, your dedication to the cause has lifted me up. You inspire all of us in your service of working people, and we thank you.
So the Liberals have been decimated considerably. They're not in.
Our magnificent campaign
Listen, I don't blame him
director,
for this
National
victory
Secretary
speech
Paul
and the
Erickson.
smile on his face and the excitement. You can feel it. It's palpable from here.
Yeah.
But you would do that. That would be you. If you had the kind of victory he had when only, what was it? 3 months ago.
Paul has run
This was out of the question.
outstanding campaign.
Yeah.
Paul and I did tell people May was the right time. And he managed to become a dad during the campaign.
Good on him. Good on him, mate.
Crazy. Yeah, good on you,
Have
mate.
more
It's
kids.
good.
Get in there, mate.
The other guy will be happy. The fertility guy will be happy.
Supported by an absolutely brilliant team. And all of those dedicated people own a part of this victory. And I thank you. To my personal staff, led by Tim Gartrell, the loyalty, the passion, the commitment that you showed. You have a tough job that you perform with grace, with humour, with joy, and just a passion for changing the country for the better. Thank you for what you do. To my son Nathan.
I love you.
Who's grown into a fine young man who I am just so proud of. Thank you.
Most eligible bachelor in Australia. For the Labor Party.
And to my fiancée, Jodie Hayden.
Yeah, fiance, mate. I know. White people, man. I don't know.
Probably wasn't expecting for this to be in your life half a dozen years ago. I am so grateful for your support, your
How old is
friendship
she?
and your love. You make me so happy. Which matters. You have my heart, I love you, and I look forward to living our lives together. My fellow Australians, Australians have chosen the Australian Labor Party as their government. And our government will choose the Australian way because we are proud of who we are and all that we have built together in this country. We do not need to beg or borrow or copy from anywhere else. We do not seek our inspiration overseas.
The
We
irony
find
of
it
this
right
whole
here
speech now is he only
in our
won
values
because of
and in our
the whole
people.
Trump. Like,
Tomorrow we dedicate
to act like it's
ourselves to your
because
service.
Dutton
We
copied
renew
Trump is actually the
great
opposite. Because if Dutton had
responsibility
copied Trump, he
and
might
the
have won.
opportunity of government.
Yeah.
And with pride and purpose, optimism and determination, with faith in the fair go and faith in each other, we return to the work of building Australia's future. Thank you all.
Can I just say, general takeaway from that is that he's talking about Australia first.
100%. Now he's become a...
I was listening to Mike Benz at CPAC USA, and he said, be careful because the censors in exile will now flee the US because their money's being cut off from USAID, and they're going to go to Europe. They are going to go to other Western democracies, and they are going to hide there and operate out of there. And seeing what's happened to Canada, Australia, a lot of European countries like with Le Pen, we're going to need some help from the Yanks.
Yeah. So you're saying like that was like an Australia first. The way he sounds is Australia first.
Yeah.
But not in practice. Not in practice, obviously.
Yeah. Did you notice that Friendly Geordies has started wearing a jacket with the Australia flag on it?
I did notice that.
I think there's something happening, and I don't fully understand it, but I know
that's actually a really interesting observation, because I noticed that, and I was like, oh, that's weird. Like, it's become this whole Proud Australia thing. And this speech, you're right, is exactly the same, in the same vein.
It's resist.
But I was listening to the other thing I find like funny from that, which I just mentioned a minute ago, was the fact that he's blaming it on the Liberal Party. And it's a way to, and they will capitulate. The Liberal Party will capitulate, and they'll go, oh yeah, it's because we were too Trumpian. It's like, dude, no, it wasn't. It was that you weren't actually Trumpian. You weren't conservative. You weren't strong enough on your own. You were following Labor, and if you're a freaking idiot, you'll continue following Labor. You will listen to this speech and you go, oh, we better listen to Albo. He keeps winning. We've got a lot of super chats to read. So, Rukchang, get your reading glasses on.
I'm ready to go.
Go.
This is from Cruel Intentions again. Cruel Intentions says, pretty
that
sure
was the last one.
This election is done. Done took a dive. Let's discuss why chickens have breasts but no nipples. Look,
what does that even mean?
I've seen some people say that Peter Dutton maybe have lost on purpose. He was never really serious about it. I mean, there might be something to that, but no one really wants to lose like this.
No,
it's
like, there's no chance you want to lose on purpose.
It's embarrassing. He lost, and he lost his seat. Mind you, in Canada,
I don't think it's on purpose.
I think in Canada, the Pierre Poilievre, I think the Albertan, whoever got voted in there, is stepping down to force a by-election, which they'll win automatically and Pierre Poilievre will take his seat. Like, it's
have that.
That's insane. Go, Rukshan, you're going to be proud to read this one.
Rukshan for PM. I don't know, Senator Babbitt might have something to say about that.
Bro, they gave $2. They gave $2 to say Rukshan. That's how much you're worth.
I'll take the $2. I'll take $2.
I've trained you well.
This is from Tony. He says, great work, guys. I'm forced to do Aliyah.
Aliyah is to move to Israel. It's your people. Always skipping the country to the safe island of Israel.
Well, I'd say escape back to Syria, but it's in smouldering ruins.
Darren Braithwaite says, conserve voting for freedom parties, not libs. I think that means conservatives voting for freedom
party is not liberal. Conservatives are voting.
Yeah.
Out of interest, you bring up Syria. Are you watching what's unfolding at the moment? Like, I've been watching it a little bit.
Terrible. Yeah, it's terrible, man. Yeah.
It's a bit of a weird thing happening there in so would that be south? What borders Israel? Is that South Syria, yeah?
Yeah. So
where they're going into the Druze, they're going to the Druze villages.
Yeah. So you got the Golan Heights and then the Druze sort of area,
Yeah. And the Druze like, I served with a bunch of Druze guys. In Israel, they're like loved. And they were protesting, wanting the Druze villages in Israel were protesting, demanding Israel goes in to protect the Druze. It's crazy story unfolding there.
Yeah.
Anyways,
that's what happens when again, a chat for another time, but that's what happens when a secular government gets taken out that protected the minorities. But anyways, we'll save it for another chat.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting one. But let's get back to this. I got to say though, I do like the Druze in Israel. I like, they were good people.
Do you think Adam Bant will hold his seat, guys?
Yeah, yeah.
What was that?
Yeah, I think
Adam
Bant in Melbourne. I'll pull up his numbers, but I think he holds.
This is from Jay. Devastating results. Australia is in huge trouble. We agree, Jay. I think most of us here would agree with that.
Yeah, he holds Melbourne. They might pick up Wills. It's pretty close. It's 50% counted, but held by Greens by 2%.
Overall, did Greens gain seats, lose seats, same, just swap the seats? So they lost one, gained another.
I think they lost one. They lost two, gained one.
Oh, good. As long as they're down. As long as they're down.
No, it's a Pyrrhic victory. Hang on.
I'll take anything at this point.
Hang on a sec. They might have lost 3 in Queensland. They might have lost Ryan as well.
All 3 of them.
Yeah, to the Liberals somehow. The Liberals have found a weird path with preferencing. That's going to be tight.
Okay.
It's a 3-way race in... Nah, surely not. Labor or Greens will take Ryan. It's not going to be the Liberals. That's bizarre. That's going to come down to like the second and third count.
What's it at now?
Well, Ryan has the Labor Party on 27%, the Greens on 31%, and the Liberal Party on 33%. So it's literally a dead heat.
Sure, but on preferences, wouldn't the Greens still win that?
You'd think so.
What is someone projecting it differently?
I think so. Let me
Is
check.
One Nation got something in there? Is there?
Let me check.
No. One Nation don't have any chance there.
Surely not. Surely not.
I was saying it's projected Liberal.
Yeah, it's projecting a Liberal, but it doesn't make sense because it's 60% Labor and Greens.
Maybe it's just
I'm
some
gonna
sort
of... That one's going to be weird. Yeah, I'm not sure, guys.
Check out that comment, Avi. I'll keep reading the comments. This is from Silver Umbrella. The question is, how many people didn't turn out to vote? Well, it's compulsory voting. I think many people...
No, but they worked it out. 18 million voted. What are we on?
15%. So it's 15%. Invalid. Yeah, so the invalid vote rate is 15%. It was 13% in the referendum and it was 15% in the
That's
last
invalid, but 18 million voted?
18 million are registered to vote. Now, how many people turn up and do an invalid vote where they either stuff it up or they don't actually vote or whatever? Like, there's actually quite a bit. There's like 15%. Yeah.
Do you believe immigrants should be able to vote if they're legal immigrants? Why not?
Yeah. I mean, if you got citizenship, definitely. I think that's a part of being a citizen is voting.
I think the conversation needs to be around immigration in general, but once somebody's a citizen, that's where can I get more? Go.
Where can I get more locks for my main door with Labor Party coming in again? Well, yeah, skyrocketing crime is projected by me. That's my projection from this election.
It's funny they say that. It's funny they ask that because I had to like reinforce my security system and everything at my house. I've become like the family go-to for advice, and like I walk. There's so many little things you can do to protect your house. That I was like, my sister's renovating, and I was just walking it, and I'm even asking something as simple as, which way does your garage door open? Does it open into the house or out of the house? Because if it opens into the house, it means the hinges are in the garage. It means that they can just pop them. So you need to get a new extra thing on the door to ensure you can't lift the door out, and also I think I'm gonna. Thank you, Labor. I think I might set up a
new business venture.
Yeah, security consulting for houses. Here you go.
That's important.
That's right. So this is from So What? In Australia, where people have it all so easily, They want the impossible. Thomas Sowell said it best: when people want the impossible, only liars satisfy. So Thomas Sowell. Which Thomas Sowell is this?
This is the Economist.
Academic?
The Economist.
Economist,
the Black Economist.
Because we do have another. We do have another Thomas Sowell.
I want to take a second, by the way, to thank all the viewers that are stuck with us. I can't believe we've been going 4 o'clock. We started 10 o'clock. Is that 6? Am I right?
Hmm.
No. Oh yeah, I've got the time here. 6.5 hours. I'm thinking, am I mad? Are we going for 6.5 hours? We've been going for 6.5 hours. We're about to hit 50,000. Thank you everyone that tuned in and that shared it and that joined us on this journey tonight and put up with Babette's abuse.
Abuse. Come on, mate.
All right, let's keep going.
Abuse. I wouldn't say it's abuse. I would say it's Babette's insights into the reality.
Babette, why have you gone black? Oh, there he's back.
Did you send his camera? Okay. Put up the next
he went
one.
back. Babette just proved once you go black, you can come back.
That's true. It's true. Once you go black, you're in a wheelchair. It is.
Guys, remember, if you're on YouTube or whatever platform you're watching on, make sure to subscribe to the actual channel you're watching, and hit that notification so you get the notifications. I think we're going to start doing more lives. I'm enjoying this. I don't know about you guys.
Let's rapid fire some of these chats.
I live in Vic. This is from Justin. I live in Vic. If you start complaining to me about taxes, housing, DEI, immigration, etc., I say stop there. Who you vote? It's Labor. You deserve it. There you go. That's a good way to look at it. If people complain to you, ask them who they voted for.
Yep. Rukshan, read this one slowly and loudly.
This one, B. Schneider says, Avi, we feel the same. Keep up your great work. Rukshan is a legend. Oh, wow. Thanks, mate.
Good one.
Thank you, brother.
This is from Kerry Channel. She says, maybe the sausage theory worked for Albo.
What's the sausage theory?
I don't want to. I do not want to unpack the sausage.
I don't want to look it up.
Go.
Somebody leave it in the comments.
This is from Julie Blake. Please don't stop the stream. Keep going with the reactions and guest reactions. Babbitt is correct. It is only when people reach the abyss that change will happen.
Julie, I appreciate your $10. I unappreciate your support for Babette. He was vicious tonight, abusive, and should be shamed for shaming us.
Never. What's next?
This is from Rowdy Hitman again. Recession incoming, you get what you vote for. I mean, that's one thing we haven't really talked about today is obviously how these policies are going to play out and what happens. I think over the next couple of days and weeks, a lot of people will be analyzing this and what all of this actually means for us because, yes, Labor won, but it does include a whole raft of things that they want to bring in.
Like taxes on unrealized gains. You know, I'm just going to quickly explain to people what unrealized gains are, because I don't think people really understand what we're talking about here. So Labor have denied that they're going to do this, but I have a feeling, I have got a gut feel that they will. They want to tax unrealized gains. As an example, that means, let's say you, on paper, have made money on something, but you haven't sold that thing that you've made money on. So something that you own has gone up in value, but you haven't sold it. That is an unrealized gain because you haven't sold the thing, right? So they say, we're going to tax you on that thing, even though you've not sold it and you've not made the money, but you're still going to pay the tax.
You might not even have the money.
Crazy.
You might not even have the money at the time.
Well, that's right. You might have the money or whatever, but you're paying tax on money that you don't have. Now, the Prime Minister says he's not going to do it. I don't trust him for a second. I mean, this is the man that told me I would save $275.
You were just thinking his praises before.
Yeah, you said you're not going to bag him out. You literally said you're not bagging him out.
I'm not bagging him out. Not bagging him out, but it's just.
I bet you were going to see the Prime Minister wearing this now with his Australia First
agenda.
Australia First agenda. Anyway, it's cooked. I'm going to tax unrealized gains. This is wild. So wild.
Go.
What a great time to be alive.
Anthony Landolfi, time to get the Trump administration in Australia.
50 seconds stay.
They're really going after the whole Trump MAGA thing, even not directly, but they kind of, we talked about this before. So I don't know. I think it's going to be pretty hard to have all the Trump stuff happening here.
I reckon one day we will have a Trump-like moment. We're not ready for it, but it's going to happen one day.
This is somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody paid $7.99 to comment that my favorite comment. Abby sells them. Abby buys them.
Abby buys.
Thank you. You just paid $7.99. That'll go a third of the way for my next purchase from Abby Chatfield.
God.
What was that about?
This is from Luke. Dutton doesn't want to win. Why would he? He's sitting in opposition, enjoying all that money and the perks and working for the same globalist boss as Alba. Well, Dutton's lost his seat now, but I guess he does walk away with a nice pension for life. Yeah, is that correct, Senator Babbitt? He's got some sort of.
I'm not
he's been in
sure when
Parliament
the
for long
pensions ended. I'm not sure when they ended, but
I mean, he's been there for like 20-something years.
Yeah,
I think
in
he's
the early
covered by that.
2000s, the pensions ended. So any new politician does not get a pension.
Okay.
Rapid fire.
Thanks, Chris.
Can I quickly say something?
Oh, yeah. Read this one and come back.
I know we're trying to
I'll read this one.
But I just realised something. Oh, sorry. Did you want to just keep going?
No, go.
No, go, man. Go.
So with this result of a Labor majority of 85, you do realise that all of that money that went into the Teals, like with, and all the influences associated with it, it failed. They got the crossbench, but Labor doesn't need their votes to win any votes in the lower house. And only
that's so true.
The only ones that control the balance of power are now
Senate.
the Greens in the Senate.
Yeah, Senate.
So it's what they had before. And Pocock, obviously, who's no longer with Climate 200, he's also got a deciding vote. But Labor it's looking like they might have a majority in the Senate the way things are going. But that'll change the next month. We'll see how that goes.
So the Teals have pretty much been rendered useless. I mean, some people would say they already were.
Look, they held their seats.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah,
and they got a few more up, at least 2 more.
No, but he means practically moving into the next Parliament, they are rendered useless. It was a big waste of money, and that's kind of the point you're making. And the balance of power. Look, I think there's two. As long as the best option again is that we have the Freedom Parties end up holding the balance of power. Then it means the next government is fine because they're not going to get anything through, right?
Yeah.
The worst option is if the Greens hold the balance of power, because a bit like the lower house, it means that they're going to negotiate to do certain things. And the middle option is if Labor holds full control, then they're just going to push their pro-Australia agenda.
They definitely can't. They definitely can't hold full control of the Senate with the numbers. The way it's looking is people like Payman, Pocock, Lambie, Tammy Tyrrell. Who was the other lefty that left the Greens in Victoria? What's her name? The one that was crawling on the grass of Parliament.
Lydia Thorpe.
Lydia Thorpe. These are the people that will hold the balance of power.
Brooke Shun calls her boss.
Yeah. Boss Lydia.
Anyway, sorry, let's smash some of these.
Let's smash some of these comments. D King says, do you guys think using pencils for election tickets is illegal? So is this for voting?
God, it doesn't matter. They don't change the votes, damn it. For God's sake. Like, seriously, people.
Giovanni says, need to be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. It's very ominous in some ways, but I get it.
Scripture right there.
Tiago says, blame friendly Geordies. No one burns down his house. Yeah, I mean, we don't know. 100%. I don't want to comment on that.
He went after a property group.
He went after gangsters, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and they just presumably someone went after his house. All right, so the guy's got balls.
Says, Liberals going left cost them the last election and this election. Batty says again, 100%. I'm completely dumbfounded that we can vote no as a majority in Australia for the voice, but give Labor a majority back in to try again. This is what you've been talking about, isn't it, Joel? Like, you really kind of narrowed down on this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, quite simply, when we ran in 2019, Morrison ran for religious freedom, and he ran against net zero, and he won the unwinnable election.
I mean, I'd be surprised.
Sorry.
That's all right.
that's
and
true.
he won the unwinnable election, and that's why that's what delivered him the seats he needed in 2019. But the problem was when COVID came around, he did nothing.
Yeah.
The Liberals did nothing.
Avid YouTuber watcher says, great program tonight. I am going to watch some Trump trolling the media videos after this to cheer me up. I think that's generally a good thing to do. Trump's
Or you
Trump's
could just
on
rewind
fire,
and watch Babette berate everyone. Either way.
Oh, yeah. You can watch Babette or Trump. There you go.
Watch me instead. Much more entertaining.
Enjo says, sending some hate from Israel just to reassure Avi. But on a more serious note, we ain't going to vote ourselves out of this globo-commie tyranny.
Globo-commie tyranny, like it.
I like it. Hold on. I want to go back to that comment just because it's going to annoy everyone. It's 15 shekels. He's literally given it in shekels. I love it. Oi,
you'll take it. You'll take it.
Joel Jamal is on a live feed where he just got paid out in shekels. I just want someone screenshot that.
I'm not. Am I receiving some of this money? I didn't know that.
I'll give you a third of the 15 shekels.
No. I don't want no shekels. I don't take no shekels.
You're getting shekels.
No, mate. It's going to the poor. It's going to the orphans of Syria.
Rami is Rami willing to take the shekels?
Yes, Rami's taking it. He'll take the shekels.
I feel like we need another one for Rami.
Okay, this is from Michael Thorpe. Young Indian women handing out how-to-vote cards for the Greens. Me, why do you support the Greens? She says, I want free childcare. Me, what about Hamas and Israel's her? I do not know anything about that. And look, there might be a bit of this going on, definitely, that people aren't fully educated on that. Or sometimes these people, they don't want to answer those questions and don't want to get into these conversations. They might be well aware of. Yeah. Chris Parrott says, at least Albo will get his $100 million driveway to his $3.5 million cliffside beach view mansion. Australia should be ashamed by its stupidity. Yes, Albo is very happy. Him and his fiancée will be living it up in the mansion for sure.
A big chunk of that was totally true.
Are we almost out of these super chats, or is this
what?
Are we almost done with them?
There's a whole heap to go.
You're free to go, mate. You're not here.
No. I'm just wondering. Let's go. Let's go. Let's
go. Super chat next one. You guys,
hurry up. As soon as we split the shekels 3 ways, Babette was out. As soon as we split the shekels 3 ways, Babette's like, I didn't get my cut. This is not the kind of real estate deal.
The shekels are all yours. I only deal in Australian dollars.
Go.
Matt Mort Gaming says, you guys bought into a bullshit culture war manufactured by the elites. Here's $20 for the slaps. I think that's a bit of a jab towards us.
I know, but they paid $20.
It's worth
culture is very important, boys.
Fighting against cultural Marxists. They started it.
Do you know what? I want to say Mort Gaming. Every stream we do, throw in $20 and we will read your comment.
Well, culture eventually becomes the politics of that civilization. So culture is super important. You can't neglect it.
Mate, that was our favourite comment. We ran it twice.
It is a culture war as well. It is a culture war. All of this is a culture war.
They're cultural communists. They start culture wars to degrade the country, demonize the Anzacs. The Anzacs are racist. Sovereignty never ceded. I mean, that's what we're dealing with, guys. We're just reactionary.
That's true, actually. We are reactionary.
Ambassy says, great job as always, guys. Thanks for having the guests we actually wanted to hear from. And look, that's true because all throughout this campaign, when we reflect on the mainstream media, particularly the ABC, a lot of these One Nation or Libertarian or Trump or the Patriots, whoever it is, candidates weren't given any airtime by our public broadcasters. So to have the conversation with these people and people, especially watching our stream, who have voted for some of these candidates, I think that's great. You know, like we're filling that gap, independent media, and it's only going to keep
shout
going.
out to Six News as well, who gave the Freedom Parties the only debates they had the opportunity.
Yes, that's true.
Leo at 6 News did one for every state. I just wanted to say thanks.
Do you know what? I reckon that kid would have killed it, right? Because he was like coming up. Do you remember in the beginning? I don't know. It was a few years ago now. It was prior to COVID. Even am I wrong to say that?
Yeah, just a bit before, I think.
And like I was even supporting him because I thought, all right, this kid is doing it, and he was natural ability, and then he like, it was weird because he had this change where he was, and I don't know, maybe he's gone back, but there was a period where he took on another bunch of kids, and I literally saw him with Antifa, and they started like running all the same normal, like I used to talk to that kid, and I thought he was great, like I would promote his stuff. And I think he failed because he was like just climbing on the views and that. He managed to get like, you know, Albanese before he was prime minister. Yes, it must have been before COVID. But
he got Albanese. He got an Albanese this campaign.
No, I know, but I'm saying back then they got prior to the election, and he has a natural ability. He's good, but then he took on this, I think it was this kid that he had in there that was literally marching. I remember, I know which protest it was specifically. Remember when there was the COVID protests in Melbourne, the massive anti-lockdown one, and then there was like a sizable, in comparison to the anti-lockdown.
Oh my God,
tiny,
not that one.
But there was there was the Antifa one that were all masked up against the anti-lockdown. It's so funny.
It was a pro-vaccine. There was a pro-vaccine.
It was pro-vaccine protest, and Leo, like that kid Leo, he's like, I don't know, one of his guys on the channel who was like a commentator, more of a commentator, was like marching with him, and then like I got attacked and arrested. I didn't get arrested. I got attacked, and like the police were moving us on. That was all part of that lawsuit that I had, and this kid just like ran with this thing and did all the Ivy, the woman basher on. He's like, I'm like, mate, that's the worst thing for your brand, because the best thing about Leo in the beginning, when I liked what he was doing, and now it sounds like he's started again. Hopefully, I don't know. I feel like he's going to land a really cushy mainstream media job really early. That's what he's going to be.
We'll see if he has the connections. I remember once I was listening to an American podcaster once, and he was advising a younger podcaster coming up, and he said, "Mate, it's not enough to just be young. You've actually got to add more skills to your belt, tools to your belt, so that you're actually able to add value. It's like being young only gets you so far. You've actually got to have
I think Leo has a natural. I think that Leo has a natural skill, and like he, since a young age, has been able to impersonate actual mainstream media, not even journalists, like the news read, like the, what are they called in studio?
Yeah.
What are they called?
Yeah.
Presenters. Presenters, but there's like he's been able to be that from the beginning. Some of the kids that he's taken along, like that one was atrocious. It was like this far left wing activist with a camera that he clearly just wanted content, so he was giving this kid a platform. Anyways, go, Rukshan, get back to work.
Stringer Bell says, +1 for the world Trump backlash.
Great.
So it's they agree with the backlash. Johnny Punch Clock says, looks like we're getting the voice after all.
We'll see. We'll see
about that. That's kind of
that.
based on some of the things that you've seen a bit of the comments from the speech today. Ryan Millard says, devastating day, mates. Love all your work and the way you're keeping composure. Thanks, mate. Thank you for watching today.
Composed.
Composed.
I think that's just I think that's supposed to be composed, but they've written it like that.
Yeah.
Composure.
Abigail just thank you, Abigail, for the super chat. Thank you so much, Abigail King. Red Smurf says NT is flipping because check the numbers. I'm running for One Nation in the Northern Territory. So this must be.
This is the same one. This is the one that's running.
This is what's the see? Can you look that up, Joel? I think it's a lower.
Is there something happening in
house.
NT?
Is there a lower house? No.
In NT,
in Gari,
nothing's happening.
While Joel looks that up, let's go to the next one.
Yeah,
I love how Babette's hurrying us up when no one invited him on.
I want to get to the juicy, juicy chats.
Jacinta Price, Labour leader.
Good
That's from
question.
Nigel. So she's in the Senate, but you saw her today speaking on the ABC, and she was very capable of dealing with the fake news media, at least. So she has the right credentials for leadership.
I agree.
guys,
Luke,
Lingiari is not a winnable seat. I don't know why this person keeps bringing it up.
Is One Nation running on that? No, is it?
One Nation got 10% in that seat, but the Country Liberal Party got 33%, and Labor won that seat anyway on 57%. So I don't know why.
Do we know if Andrew Hastie for Canning kept his seat?
Let me check because they were the last.
That? Canning.
It's Canning. Canning.
Yeah,
Andrew Hastie.
Mate, the guy kept it. The guy kept it. He's one of the only people that is basically. Let me check if he's grown his margin. I reckon he's grown his margin. Yeah,
and I think I think Zoe Daniel might keep her seat as well.
Zoe Daniel did.
I think she looks like she's going to keep her seat.
Yeah, she'll keep.
It's still on the edge. It looks like she's doing enough.
I think Jacinta Price would make a good leader. I mean, she's in the Senate, so that it's not going to happen. But in a perfect world, she'd make a pretty good leader, I think.
But guys, Hastie increased his margin. He's one of the only in the country, 6.1%.
Wow. Maybe he'll be leader.
So that might be,
No, he can't be from WA. And it's nothing against WA people. I love WA people. It's just a convention in the Liberals. They don't like the Eastern State people in Sydney and Melbourne especially. They don't like someone from Adelaide or Tasmania or WA, even Queensland. Yeah. And that's why Antic, it's a shame that Antic couldn't be a leader.
No.
This is from Luke. He says, please use the super chat money to buy every freedom-loving Australian a pitchfork, and we can fix this country. Also, love you, Ali. So a pitchfork, I think he means by peaceful means. We're not, of course, encouraging any type of violence, but yes, get pitchforks.
Don't get pitchforks. I don't want to lose my super chat abilities.
Yeah, that's true. Mickey Kim says, Conservatives putting Greens and Majors last. Yep. I think there was a lot of that, definitely.
This is what happens when you put the Greens last campaign. It's like, but are you putting Liberals before Labor?
Yeah, that's right. Caddy says the workers and cost of living will destroy the country. How can we get involved? All he had to do is stand strong on issues, and I think that's going to be discussed a lot. Whether Dutton was actually strong on the issues that he campaigned on, and like we have discussed at length today.
He was such a weak leader. He couldn't even say that the public servants would go back to work in the office.
That was the biggest flop. Just going.
He capitulated.
Backtracking that was ridiculous.
And the reason he capitulated on that, he said, was because Labor were winning the messaging war. They were winning that, so it's not worth it for us. It's ridiculous. Andrew says, for goodness sake. Yeah. Andrew says, for goodness sake, I'm a gay male and I'm straight with my voting. Gosh, just like myself, we need strong man, lol. Andrew, I'm glad you are straight with your voting and proud of being a gay male. I'm not sure what the last part means. We need a strong man.
I think the gay part has to do with the next comment. Andrew, we love you and thanks for your support. But Lucas,
thank you. Babbitt for Emperor. We have actually seen photos of Babbitt as the Emperor. And
Emperor
that is
of the known universe. That's me. I will lead you to paradise. You just got to vote for me.
For Emperor. I just find it. Listen, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just asking questions. Why was there a gay comment and then Babbitt for Emperor.
We will never be able to explain why. It's one of those things. But, vote for me for Emperor of the No Universe. If anything, we'll send the lefties mad. That's a good enough reason.
Nathan Davies says, good result. Labour destroy Libs, only one major opponent to democracy next election. Yep.
That's interesting.
2K24, thanks for super chat. I'm moving to Poland. Poland, I think a lot of people look at it as the last bastion of conserving traditional Western European values, at least. So that might be what that comment is in reference to.
I could get a Polish passport. My brother did it because we have a grandparent that's Polish.
There you go.
Nice. Why is that?
Why can I get it?
Yeah, you said that you have like a Polish.
I have one grandparent. I have a grandparent that's Polish.
Wow, that would go back.
My brother did it. My brother did it.
Just get one, man, just in case.
Just get one in case.
I'm thinking about it.
It's always good to have as many options in passports as possible.
Says the guy that had to relinquish his.
Another 3 years of Albo. No. Yeah, mate. That's what we're in for. Thanks for the super chat. Adronicus says, I'm less surprised about Dutton losing than I'm about Albanese winning. When I watch Albanese speak, it's like McDonald's Big Mac has more of a soul than him. Yeah. He's not very inspiring Albanese. I know he's coming across as a victor tonight, but generally when he speaks, it's not like any.
That was his best speech I've ever watched.
That was his. He was fired up. Obviously,
he's fired up. He's excited. He was actually quite real in that speech.
Yes, that's who he is.
I'm going to challenge you guys about Albanese for a second.
Yeah, go for it.
I actually think Albanese is a brilliant speaker. The way he always deflects, he never accepts responsibility. It's always someone else's fault, but he sells it so well.
Please comments. Come on. Condemn Babbitt for putting Albo and brilliant in the same sentence. Can we agree on that?
As a politician, he's very good. And the other thing is, he doesn't apologise for things. Whereas, Peter Dutton...
Yeah, you're right about that. You are right about that.
Roll this back. Well, Albanese doesn't apologise. He just rolls forward. He's a great politician. It doesn't mean I like what he's doing. I just think he's good at what he does.
You're just making this take longer to get to the juicy stuff. Look at
Matt Morrow. Babbitt is 100% right. Libs are the same crap as Labour. Lucky for me, I prepared myself, and sadly, I am leaving Australia.
There you go.
That
Babbitt.
Looks like one of Babbitt's alt accounts. That's one of his alt accounts.
Babbitt, we want to see your credit card.
Statements. See my Amex. Yeah.
This is from Ryan Millard again. To live without hope is to cease to live. A lot of philosophers in the super chats today. It's great to see.
I know, right?
Matt Morrow once again says the two major parties are controlled by the World Economic Forum, sold out puppets. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some
Chris Parrott says that an Australian taxed cigar or black market. That's for you,
that's
Babbitt.
To you, Babbitt. That's when you pulled the cigar on us.
Where is that? Is that from Australia or is that from the black market, mate?
My cigar that I'm smoking at the moment is actually a Australian purchased cigar. No black market stuff.
Can you prove it?
If the ATO rocks up tomorrow and demands receipts, I'll have receipts. As you know, it's all good.
Johnny Barry says, "I got tapeworms. Please help." John Barry,
have a scotch.
Jamie Mickinson says, $5 super chat. Thanks, JMO. Thanks, mate.
Good job, JMO.
Jake says, on your lads for having these conversations. Agree with your Babs. For more people need to be involved. Much love. Babs. Emperor Babs. There we go.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks,
Emperor
mate.
Babs. Thank you, mate.
I want to see Babette's credit card statement tomorrow.
I think he's pushing us to read these
He
super
wants
chats.
he's like, get to the juicy bits. Get to the juicy bits.
I reckon he's called up one of my cousins in
India. Look at this. Read.
Comment farm and just commenting.
Read.
Babbitt is right. I cry and bitch and moan. but I don't do anything real and tangible apart from voting on the day. I'm going to get my shit together. I swear to God,
Good job, Lewis.
these are
Good job, Lewis.
Indian bot accounts that Senator Babbitt has paid for.
Anyone
comments
supporting Babbitt, I want you to send me a photo of your ID.
I've paid for my own super chats. It's true.
Kumar, I want to know who you are.
Thanks,
All right,
guys.
keep on going. Yep, the world is halfway to hell. Says Babbitt is right. We must unite.
Bro, they're all pro Babbitt. I'm the only reason why I'm letting you read this is these people paid for it. This is ruining the chat.
You're getting mugged on your own channel, bro.
John A says, Senator Babbitt, I attended your event in Melbourne. You were right. We're all talk. How can we get more involved with your party? Mate,
good job, boys.
Babbitt. Every time he fell off, you know how he crashed out? It was him typing this because the guy goes, John, I love you. Thanks for the $5. Or should I just call you Babbitt? He goes, I attended you're right. We're all talk. But Babbitt's whole complaint is that they don't attend the event. So how's he right?
Yeah.
Look, I don't know, but at the end of the day, like I keep saying, everyday people got to be involved, man. Otherwise, it's not going to change.
It's a bit hard when you've got 50
keep
personalities.
Aussie, Deborah says Aussies get busy, not pissy. So yeah, stop drinking Aussies and care about what's happening in your country, maybe.
Cheers to that.
But it's a part of the culture.
I've got to go to the fridge and get myself a drink, actually.
Yeah, go for it. The Right Side Show says people don't actually massive policy differences. They have a massive difference of opinions on what they think each party actually stands for. So this is more of like an overall look at the party. It's not really based on the policies, but what people ideologically agree with. True. It's true to that.
Another one.
Giri says all parties get funded and controlled by the World Economic Forum. That's right. With whatever money's left over after Klaus Schwab takes his cut. Nigel Huntley says second strongest woman in Australia after Pauline Jacinta Price. Yeah, she's very good.
Jacinta's good.
Can I just say I've been looking at the
man.
I've been looking at the UK election results there which have come through. Reform UK, having been through their defeats in the last 6 years since they voted for Brexit in 2016, they just got 677 councillors elected. 10 councils, they control the majority, 2 mayors and 1 MP to add to their other 5. That we're gonna catch this falling knife, guys. If they can catch it in the UK, that we can catch it here.
Let's see how it plays out, though. Like, yeah, last night they had the by-election, and it's a safe Labor seat where the last guy went to jail or something. But having said that, they were the opposition to Labor. That's what's crazy here. Is like it's not like Nigel Farage set up a whole new party, and like Nigel Farage has his issues, but the fact he is freaking successful at that.
Yeah, he does good at his stuff. Yeah.
Go, Rukshan, what are you talking?
Andy says, I'm talking with working mates, family, our connect groups, you name it. Unfortunately, until these left-wing media institutions and schools, etc., are torn up. So I think that was in reference to Senator Babbitt earlier, saying that people need to get involved. He's saying he's talking with his workmates and doing his part.
Yeah, we've got a lot of building on the institutions.
You can't affect change when you are fighting the cabal. I mean, look, the ordinary person is definitely up against a very well-organized, highly funded, committed cabal, deep state, whatever you want to call it. So it is very hard but you have seen throughout the world people make change when they get on the same page. Starkling Sparse says Babbitt needs to do more. Maybe if you made a bill to get the fluoride out of water, a Freedom Party would have won tonight. Here we go. Finally, some common sense.
Guys, why didn't you think of that, Babbitt? Why didn't you think of that?
Damn it. Damn it.
You know what? I'm just going to come clean. I paid for that comment.
Just so everyone knows, I can't just introduce bills into the Senate. So I've only got a certain limited amount of opportunities I have per year to be able to speak about issues I care about, like bills. So I have 2 opportunities per year to introduce a bill or to bring a motion or something like this. So I can't just do whatever I like. And the reason is that I'm not in government. I'm a senator on a crossbench. So I can't just have free will of the place. That's not how it works.
Fair enough.
Who
Chuck
said
the next
fair
one
enough?
up.
By the way, I'm getting texts on my phone here that people are saying that Adam Bandt's not looking good in Melbourne. Is that true,
Pull it
Joel?
up.
Or what do you think, Joel?
I think it's close. It's just close.
I got to say,
People would
Adam
love for him
Bant
to win.
losing would be the best. Like,
I would that would
I
like
will
make
have a
up for
party.
everything.
I reckon. Okay, let's commit to this. If Adam Bant loses his seat, let's organise an actual real life party.
I'm down. I'm so down.
It's a Pyrrhic
All right.
victory, guys.
We'll take it.
Let me check.
We'll take it.
We'll take
mate.
that victory.
And it'll be justice,
Melbourne.
and just to celebrate appropriately, we will play just Israeli music the whole night.
That one.
Who do the in Melbourne? Who do the Liberal preferences go to? ALP.
Oh dear. Yeah, so that would do well. Look, it's so close they haven't done a two-party preferred.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's on 42%, Labor's on 31%, Liberals are on 17%. If the Liberals preferenced Labor, and they did, that tips them over. But how many people actually followed that versus didn't? Who knows?
Will matter.
Yeah.
How
and
many
it's only,
people
it's only
followed?
56%.
How many people followed Labor's thing to preference Liberal?
The Liberals' how to vote card.
No, I think Labor voters are like tribal. They read the card. See,
But no,
ideological,
more so
ideological
the Liberal
voters
right?
are
You're saying.
the Greens. Labor voters are often tribal, like Drew, like Drew that we had on. They follow the cards.
But Joel, are you saying the Liberals were preferencing Labor second?
No, Labor preferencing Labor over the Greens. It means that
that's right.
It means they flow through to Labor before the Greens.
That's right. But how many people actually followed that is the question.
No, but I would bet that most of them do follow that when it comes to Labor. If it was Green, if you were relying on Greens vote, they're kind of like the right wing, like freedom voters that basically go, I don't need your card. How many, like the freedom voters, how many of them would have gone to the polls knowing who they're going to vote 1, 2, 3? They know the order. Most Labor voters would follow the card.
All right, look at this, guys. Look at this. So this graph shows you in the last election how many preference flowed from the Liberals to the Greens versus Labor. So the vast bulk in the last election flowed to Labor, whereas a decent bulk flowed to the Greens. Now, that was when the Greens were on they finished up at 60% and Labor finished up at 40%. The problem is this election, the Greens are on 42%, Labor's on 31%. I mean, that's a lot for Labor to make up. It could be relatively tight, but I think Bant still gets it from what I can see.
Right. What percentage have they counted?
So about half,
67%. Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, look, the Greens, all of this is very tight. It looked like the Greens were going to win Wills. It's within 1%, and there's still 35% left to count.
Yeah.
It's been called now in Brisbane. They have lost 2 seats.
So there's one that's still up in the air in Brisbane.
That's right.
Mashallah. Rami. Mashallah.
Speaking of the Greens, Avery Howard. I don't know if you guys are familiar with.
Yeah. Don't be careful. Don't misgender on our on this this feed that is out in the public on the great platform. I just say Howard. Okay.
Okay. Should I call it?
Just say Howard. By the name Howard.
Well, it did really well. It got Howard got 6.5%.
Howard got 6.
Oh.
But hold on. Did the 6.5% identify as 65%?
Good question.
We're walking a close line here.
That's in the seat of Fowler, and Daly, the independent, managed to grab that seat by a small margin. It's projected that it's going to Daly. Another
I feel like we need to get
about-
Rummy another screen. Like we need to put another.
Yeah.
No,
We
go
should
for
have
it.
replaced
I can
Joel
do
with
it.
Rummy.
I can do another one.
Mate, I'll call it a night. I'm going to finish this scotch.
What do you mean? No, we need you too. I'll bring another
He's put
screen
the Syrian on.
Shall I bring another screen
He's put
on?
the Syrian on.
I'll bring another screen.
No, don't worry, mate.
Let's go through the super chats while he does that.
Yeah, he's got a few more in.
Yeah.
So this is a really important argument. You've got the seat of Blaxland. I don't know if you guys know
Blaxland is that's the one the Greens was running Hamas.
No, it's actually an independent who was at the high school of Granville. If you guys remember that guy, the councillor.
Yes.
He managed to pull over 23%. He's doing really well.
Yeah, Ahmed oof. Ahmed oof, 23%. That's funny. Oofed means a lot, basically. Anyways.
My wife just messaged me, how much do I have to pay Super Chat to get you to finish work? That's pretty funny.
I give you money. I love you.
My wife speaks my language.
Mind the Gap says, all right, you've convinced me I'm running. Who's ready to start the new Truth Party? Vote Adam McMillan next election. Seriously, let's do it. Yes, well, there you go. People have to get involved and be a part of the process. So that's great, Adam. Thanks for the super chat, mate. Mick Hardenty says, Babette has it right. Those watching, including me, need to get involved a lot more. Yes, reinforcing what Senator Babette's been saying. Thanks, mate. Thanks for the super chat. $20. Thank you.
Oh, speed reading.
Tanya Jackson says, Jacinta, you're the best. Might have to move to the NT to support her. Yes, you could move to the NT, but Jacinta is great, but you might have some other issues in the NT as well.
No, and also she's actually Jacinta's pretty remote. Like when we were in Alice Springs, remember? Like we thought, oh, we'll just go see Jacinta, and it was not easy to get to.
No.
Unlike Lydia Thorpe, she actually lives amongst it all.
Lives in the place. Yeah. Dutton was a fake choice. Lib Lab, Green Socialists. Yeah, they're all the same. The Uniparty. Thanks, Gary.
No difference.
Raiden says LNP One Nation Coalition next federal election. I mean, that would obviously be a dramatic change for Australia and the Liberal Party, but I don't know if they got what it takes to go down that path, even though it kind of makes sense in a way.
Yeah.
Giovanni says, if anyone is offended by Babette, harden the F up. There is one comment there in support of the God Emperor. Yes.
Giovanni, I liked you until now.
In support of the God Emperor. God Emperor of the far right.
Mind the Gap says he should have run on a promise to hold a referendum to add freedom of speech in our constitution. I mean, that would have really got a lot more eyes on Dutton. That would have been amazing, but these guys, they're not interested in that kind of thing.
It would have been good for the 50,000 on this live, but most people don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, I actually introduced the bill to do exactly that, by the way, and nobody.
There you go.
No major party cared, so there you go.
No. Matt Morrow says Avi is 100% Babbitt. Us that are here are awake. Unfortunately, the majority of people are asleep. They don't understand that they're getting sold to the WEF agenda.
Babette, read that. Yeah, that's right. And that's a real comment. That's that guy has like a trail of comments, unlike your fake comments.
All the fake ones.
Celia says Ralph is effing awesome. No sorry needed. Thanks, Celia.
Right.
$3.
I will never apologize. I will have my head chopped off yelling, screw all of you.
The definition of a woman has commented saying that the definition of a woman is a definition of a woman. Thank you. Money well spent. Thanks. Thank you so much. Definition of a woman. Ralph I met you at the Women Let Women Speak. What the F about us not participating? All you did was walk downstairs and post on Twitter about bit of a slight towards Senator. There you go. The women have spoken against Senator Babbitt.
The women have spoken, and what have you got to say for yourself?
I'll put that comment back up and I'll critique it. Let's put it up. You see the problem with this person right here?
No.
Fake profile, fake photo,
She's perfect.
fake name.
She's perfect.
Pathetic.
She's perfect.
Pathetic.
She's perfect.
If you want to make a difference, put your real photo. Hang on. Put your real photo. Put your name and stick by what you believe in. She's not perfect. Stick by what you believe in.
She's beautiful.
And defend. No.
Perfect.
No. Quite
She's so good.
You have to use your real name. You have to be a real face, and you have to defend
not when you're
what you
super
believe
chatting
in.
$7.99 to bag out the debt.
Exactly when.
Beautiful.
Exactly when.
Look at that.
This is a real gripe of mine. I'm going to start on a rant now, so just hang on a second.
I'm going to go get a whiskey while you talk.
All right, you got to get that. It'd be better anyway when you're not interrupting. People really have to stick by what they mean and talk about the things that they talk about online, but also in real life. If you're hiding behind fake accounts, if you're afraid to stick by what you believe in, then nothing's going to change. You've got to say, my name is, Jeremy Smith or whatever it is, and this is what I care about. This is what I believe in, and you're not going to have me change what I believe in. You're not going to have me scared. I'm going to stick by it. When you are, sitting in your office at work, and like I said 20 minutes ago, and then they start pushing the rainbow agenda stuff on you, you've got to say, excuse me, HR lady or HR man, I don't believe in this, and I don't feel comfortable in this, and I don't think our company should do this, whatever that thing is. But you've got to stick by your convictions, and you've got to do something. Talking shit on a fake social media profile on the internet, on social media, is not going to change the country for the better. You're going to get exactly what we have now, which is a complete cluster F of a country. You know what? If you want someone to blame with why our country is the way it is right now, look in the mirror. It's your fault. It is your fault because you've done nothing about it. You've complained on the internet behind a fake account like a loser, like a beta loser. That's you. Stop it. Stop it.
Hope he hasn't been swearing.
Mate. Joel, you could probably appreciate this. You know who Babbitt reminds me of? Just at this moment, Senator Babbitt reminds me of Cenk Uygur.
I was just thinking of all the times that if I was a lefty, I would cut that and say, Babbitt's losing it at Rukshan, and it's like, yeah, man.
He's losing it at all of us, though. It's everyone versus Babbitt here, but he's got the support of the audience, so that's why the super chats keep coming in.
I was watching that live when it happened with Cenk because I was a subscribing and paying member of the Young Turks. At the time.
Were you?
I was a Bernie bro back then, and so I was peed off that he got cheated by Hillary Clinton and the Democrats. So when I say to Drew Pavlo, I said, mate, it's just a matter of time before you come our way. I mean it, and I don't mean anything weird by this, but Drew's mum's actually a huge Trump fan, and she watches my content, and she says,
public.
Yeah, well, but she's actually got quite a public profile anyway. But she basically like, Joel, do more to get my son across to your side of politics.
No.
Oh, that's so funny. I didn't want to ever say that, but one time I spoke to her, and she was like, "Oh, fix my son."
Yeah. Yes, I loved it.
We should get him back on.
Drew's a good kid. I like him.
Super chat from Acidic. Hey Joel, loved your performance in the feed debate. Abby Chatfield is a complete lunatic. That's to you, Joel. $5.
Now the election's over, I'm doing a huge breakdown of the 7 fact checks they did on me and how full of crap they were. Like that 97% of scientists believe in climate change, man-made climate change, is complete crap. They excluded 66% of the studies that were in there.
I haven't watched the debate yet. I saw it.
Mate, it's good content.
Is it good?
It's good content. You'll like it.
You're not allowed to share it, are you?
I can't really.
Did they pay you for it?
No, not at all. Not at
Who
all.
cares what they say?
No,
But you know
no.
what? You know
Mate,
what's
I'll get you on the next one.
What's hilarious is though, like I just watch it and I'm like, they've got all these influencers, and it's like, dude, why has no one from SBS ever reached out to me?
Yeah.
Or Rukshan, look
Mate,
at Rukshan.
I'll get you on the next one.
They will.
They have reached
asked
out to me. I just want you to know, Avi, they've reached out to me for something else, but there you go. It's just you that I don't like.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm sure it is. No, SBS once reached out to me. They wanted to do they were doing like some program to go back to like your family's heritage or something. And they were like, oh, can we come back to like your mother's...
The Wicks.
I'm like, so where do you want to go, to Israel or do you want to go to Yemen? Because if you want to go to Yemen, we better bring a few people. Anyway, the Houthis, yeah, they love my family.
Let's keep going.
Let's go.
This is from Paul. Paul says, former years of Albo approving taxpayer dollars to increase the value of his investment properties. Why wasn't that a bigger campaign discussion? Now, this actually came up in the debate where, I think the last debate where they asked about the properties to each of the Albo and Dutton, and they both kind of just, didn't want to go there. So I don't think they're ever going to attack each other on their property, because Dutton's got a pretty big portfolio as well, I think. I think about $30 million worth over the long period of time of investing.
Yeah, so nothing wrong with that, Abby. You can have an investment property.
Bosi Hingus says, Avi's shenanigans will be top-notch for the next few years. Disaster leftist takeover, good for business. Yeah.
It's a bit, let's be frank here, like it's, for me, if I look back at the COVID years, I talk to my kids, I talk to my wife, it was a nightmare. They've got PTSD from it. For me, it was kind of fun. Like, I went out every day. I was up against the state. I was doing what I love to do. I was a center of attention. I was like, like it was all great for me, really. I was, I boomed in what I do.
Yeah, you were a seasoned influencer. That's why. Like you were quite seasoned with it.
It was,
and you share my sense of you have no sense of self-preservation as well.
No, I like to self-deprecate. But it was just, so it's kind of true. So like when people say that, it's kind of true. Like it is good for business. It is good for business. Yeah. That's why I voted with Drew. No.
Next one, please.
We got more shekels.
Enters more shekels. 15. Socialism is all rainbow and unicorns until other people's money runs out. There you go for Rami. A few more shekels have come.
I just love how they're paying us in shekels.
This is from Rod. Says, buy Bitcoin. It's a vote for a new system. We can go into cryptocurrency, but it's going to take too long to go into all of that. And
buy shekels. Buy shekels.
Buy shekels.
Hey, Bitcoin helped build this studio.
Did it?
There you go.
Yeah.
It is. Your studio is pretty amazing.
Mate, you got to come sometime when you're ready.
It's in Sydney. I'm actually there soon. We'll talk about it off air. I'm coming to Sydney. I got my niece's bat mitzvah. I'll come. That is that is a sick studio.
You've seen nothing. Wait till we'll chat.
Look, Babette's on the phone to his people, telling them to put more comments.
More comments. We've run out of comments.
Right, well, super chats. I need more. T-Man says Albo has done nothing, and he'll do nothing again. Like next 3 years, what are we going to have? I think it's going to be even worse than what we are today, and they're going to be. The next election's going to come around. It's going to be the same exact arguments about cost of living and so on. And just that kind of cycle. Chris Parrott says, Albo the extra man. Extra with Natara Sweet for the great Tahiti, the Rayleigh lattes. I think he's impersonating Albo's lisp or voice.
Yeah. Guys, how many more of these are there?
What? Are you bored?
No, I got my mum saying, Joel, I want you home.
That's all right.
I have a mum, remember?
Me and Rukshan will finish them when you...
We'll finish it off, man, if you got to go. I did volunteer for Australian Christians.
You know what?
Thank you.
Just put Rami on. We don't even want you.
Leave the Assyrian and go. Yeah, there you go.
You pay him in shekels. He does 50 an hour.
50 shekels an hour.
Not much.
I feel like this whole stream is kind of like slowly devolving now. We're going into the late hours.
We are.
That was from Catherine.
Guys.
Catherine, thanks for the super chat. Thank you so much.
There's not much of value we can tell you guys because the voting will stop pretty much now. So
now we're just trying to get through the super chats.
Literally.
Shooter Down Under says, "We the USA to bring democracy to us for oil." Yes. Thank you. And Ilya says, I'm also a single mother. Should I run for Prime Minister? That is a prerequisite, at least right now, in the Labour Party, for sure.
Yes.
Nathan Naplam says, Labour and Liberal are two sides of the same crap coin. I love Babet and his passion. Too bad we live in a country of soft sheep hay, Groundhog Day. Thanks, Nathan, for the super chat. Mind the Gap says, the main suicide crisis was once again ignored. 75% of victims are men and boys. Many estranged from loved ones by family court. Even murders get calls. Visitations with family. 7 funerals every day. 2,500 deaths per year. That's a lot. It's a very serious issue.
This is like
there's a lot of
massive problem and close to my heart. And I know when I've done reports on this, I've received so much feedback from other men that have been through it. And one of the leaders in that campaign is actually Pauline Hanson. And to all the guys watching this that are going through it or have gone through it, trust me, I know. And it never ends, until your kids are 18. And sometimes you never get any justice. Our system is broken.
It's definitely.
Yeah.
Angus Kennelly says, an example of the Liberals' identity crisis is the seat of Bradfield, where they picked a Teal light candidate over Warren Mundine and may lose a seat. Also, the coalition between Greens and Labour kills us. How's that seat going, Joel?
Oh, it's gone. No, it's gone. It's
Warren Mundine.
It's gone.
Yeah.
No. So Warren Mundine ran for the pre-selection against a Liberal. He lost it by a few votes, and then this left-wing sort of chick's gone up against it in the Liberals, and she's basically lost. So that's the last yes voting seat gone for the Libs.
Yeah. Ben J says, how do we reduce the fake news media's grip on the messaging to the Australian public? Trump managed to beat it. It has still a stranglehold on Canada, as we saw, and also Australia. I think, you need a figure like Trump to take down the mainstream media. He's done it very effectively. He sues them. He just goes toe-to-toe with them. He tells them to their face, have we ever, really had... I think Dutton came close recently where he said about the ABC, but it's very rare. Jesse,
that was $2.
Thank you.
25 years of him being in politics.
The one time. Yeah.
The one time, 25
Nigel
years.
says, do you think Cyclone Alfred aftermath is what flipped Queensland seats? People thought Dutton abandoned them in Dixon. The state issues, the natural disasters could have had an impact on it, definitely.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Agent Meme says, want to know what will be like under Albo? Look at the UK, guys. I mean, we bring this up a lot, but I think the demographics of Australia is definitely changing in a way that we do become the UK 5 years from now in the rate that it's going. And sadly, there's not much resistance to it. And you've seen that today. People have voted for Albanese and Labour. The world is halfway to hell, says Babbitt is right, but 16 converts to One Nation.
Thank you.
Amber C says, Dodge needed ASAP. Praying the Senate is our hope this time around. Praying the minor parties unite now in the next time for the next election. Thanks, Amber. Thanks for the super chat. And if you've been watching Joel's analysis of the Senate, there is a possibility that we do have a lot more freedom-friendly senators in there to keep the fight going. Mind the Gap says, $10 super chat. Thanks, mate. Thank you. Abigail King says, who gets this money?
Depends where you're putting it. If you're putting it on Rukshan's page, then it goes to Rukshan. If you're putting it on mine, it goes to help fund the Rebel News in Australia. So
the guys have hosted this, and we really appreciate them hosting and taking care of all the back end. So it's going to the guys.
Rowdy Hitman says, do they know the election has been called? Why are Alba and Wong still lying? Do you think Wong wanted to stay comrades, not friends? I'll take that as a statement. But I think that's in reference to the press conferences. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you. XT says, chat, are we cooked? We're cooked under 3 more years of Labour, rents up, wages flat, no real plan. I voted for People's First, but we are all in the oven now. Yes, I think we are, personally, I believe we're cooked. And there's going to be a lot of suffering that happens over the next few years. Webby, did life get easier in the last 3 years? No. So how can anyone cheer for the last 3 years of cancer? Just shows you how brainwashed and delusional this country is. Yeah, I mean, to see people celebrating, obviously they're going to celebrate their victory, but considering the state that we're in, it's true. It's interesting to watch people celebrate that.
We are so stuffed in the Senate. I've just done the numbers. It is not good.
Yeah. Oh, it's not looking good now.
It's crashed now.
It's crashed now. We started good.
It's complicated. It's all right.
Wait.
Just the
Joel, you were our numbers guy, and you've just and you were about to leave to Mum's house. You gave us all this promise. We were excited. We were full like on an elbow.
I was feeling good.
Thanks.
All right. Look, the problem is there's 2 states we don't know about. There's 3 states we don't know about. But this is the problem. Last election, the way the Senate typically goes, it's a bit complicated, and I probably need to explain it when I'm a bit more sober. But the problem is every election, there are 6 states, and they all have 6 senators each that are up for election this time. The problem is they typically go 3 left-wing and 3 right-wing. Now, in the last election, because only half the Senate is up for grabs, I didn't know this, but in Tasmania and in WA, they got 4 out of the 6 up. And they've got Pocock up again and Labor in the ACT. So we are 3 down right now. That's the problem. And if you take 1 off for the chair, we're 2 down for the Senate. So that's the problem. And if you look at where things are going, the odds have gotten much worse for Rennick in Queensland. Much worse, depending on how the preferences flow. So it's looking like Roberts gets up. And what's happened is One Nation will win a Senate spot in every state almost, except maybe Tasmania. But they'll win one in every state, but it still won't deliver the balance of power. Because the Liberals have failed so much. And this is why you've got to stack the Libs as well as have a strong minor party. The Libs have lost so much, it doesn't matter how well One Nation wins. It's still too far short of the line. And that was what I was worried about, which I wrote about in my post yesterday. So the final number for the Senate, if this trend continues, is 42 to 34, leaving us and Babbitt basically in a very crappy position for the Senate, where you have less power over the Senate than you did last time.
Awesome.
And so who's going to control the Senate? These minor party, these Greens?
As I said earlier, it's going to be Pocock, it's going to be Lambie, it's going to be Tammy Tyrrell, it's going to be Payman, it's going to be the crazy lefty chick from the Green, formerly from the Greens, Lydia Thorpe. That's your balance of power, guys. That's your balance of power. And the Greens. So,
what time is it in Poland right now?
Get sure.
Look, elections have consequences, and this is the price of us getting it wrong as a movement, and that's okay. But this is going to tangibly hurt people in the next 3 years, and that's the reality of the situation. But all of these problems were avoided. The Liberals'
Appreciate
resources
you, Andrew.
Look, the Liberals' resources could have been deployed better. I know. My phone's blowing up from people that backed the Libs that said, "Oh, you were right about this and that." I
thought that was just like a Syrian thing. My phone's blowing up.
Yeah, no, look, that's usually a Pacer thing, isn't it?
No,
but no,
it's a Hezbollah thing. Your phone blows up. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, but look, there's going to be a huge moment of introspection.
Where's Rami? He got my joke.
He did, of course, he did. And,
thank you, Rami. I love how he's so quick to the button. Rami's onto it.
Mate, you need one. You got to get yourself a Rami. It's each sold separately. But
no,
but
Rami's like the expensive version of an Indian, like a Rukshan. I mean,
all right, let's keep rolling on. We've got Kat Marie saying, "How did this happen? Yeah. Feels rigged to weird." I think Kat, we've been talking about this, obviously, trying to figure it out ourselves.
I'm sick of the rigged comments. You didn't do the work. That's what happened. Like, for God's sake.
Rowdy Hitman says, what percentage were postal early votes? Was it over 50%?
What is the postal? That's interesting. Postal votes, pre-polling. How does it work? Do they count today everything straight away? What happens?
Yeah, nothing gets opened. So nothing gets opened until 6 p.m. Basically, the postal votes, there was about so early voting and postal votes made up about 45% of the vote total. So it was about 8 million out of the 18 million. And so all the votes, they all get sent to counting centers, centralized, and they have barcodes. They have, there's a chain of custody. There's people's names on there that are liable for the custody. And it all goes to the central places with CCTV. I mean, we've got one of the best systems in the world. The only problem is we don't check ID, pretty much.
It's so weird.
That's the only problem. So the problem is what goes in. It's not what happens after so much. For the most part, the count is very good. But if you've got any worries about that, you should become a scrutineer.
It's very weird. Like, you walk into the polling booth here, and you just you just give your name and date of birth.
Yeah.
Mine's public, and I'm a silent voter. You can literally go anywhere and do it.
Yeah, it's weird, and it doesn't tick you off so much. They say that they analyze it after the fact, after the election. They're like, oh, we caught this many people that double voted, and we fined them or whatever. But the problem is, I've had people in my audience say, I went to vote, and they said my name was already ticked off. Someone voted in my name. And I'm like, well, we should be checking ID.
Why don't we? Why don't we check ID here?
Just slow down the process, they say.
Yeah.
I think we ought to.
It's funny, they didn't have that worry during COVID. You had to have like 50 different papers just to walk down the street.
Literally.
Jesse says, don't expect Anglos to fight when China comes. Immigrants can have it. Oh,
mate, our best defense is that China already owns us, and so why would they attack their own country?
Attack us. That's a good point.
Jodo says, Albo, the biggest Johnson smoker is Oz Puff. No need to say anything about that. Thanks for the super chat. Philip Briggs says, could you please explain more about the deep state and what you have seen and what we can do to stop it? And that's going to be a bit of a long one, Philip. Thanks for the super chat. I think Senator Babette's already kind of touched on the deep state a few times.
Of course, Babette does. He's part of it.
If you want to learn more about the deep state, I'd recommend following Senator Babette's YouTube page. Once a week, at least, he will mention the deep state in one of his videos. So
how do you know what he mentions on his videos so well?
Well, as an independent journalist, I'm always watching all the senators and videos that they put up.
Is that because your boss, Lydia Thorpe, makes you watch them all?
Yeah, I was going to say Lydia Thorpe talks about the deep state too.
Is she?
The white
Kit
deep
says,
state.
I'd rather shit in my hands and clap than have to listen to Albo's lisp for another 3 years. I think that must have been during the
best comment of the night.
During the speech. Kat Marie says again, new votes, eh? Wonder if they're new arrivals. Look, we do have a new percentage. I can't remember the exact numbers, Joel. You might know, but a lot of new voters voting this election. I don't know the exact percentage, but yeah, that's going to keep increasing because we do have higher rates of people becoming citizens with all the immigration that we do have.
Who's Ali France? Is she the one that took Dixon? Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, she's Dixon.
Yeah, she's the queen. She's the queen now.
Put it up. She's in.
Hi, Dee.
I'm give it a good crack anyway because I could not stand by at that time 7 years ago and watch the coalition gut Medicare, dismantle the NDIS, and wage war on vulnerable people like veterans, and action on climate change. And here we are,
that didn't get
all
as
of
many
you
cheers.
and me together. Seven years later, and 3 election campaigns later, proving that true grit, continuous grassroots campaigning, and good Labor values can win.
Well, focus in the Liberal Party will now be turning to new leadership. Shadow Minister for Immigration and Citizenship, Dan Teal.
Dan Teal. What was that? Hang on. Wait. It's begun, guys. Who's going to be the new leader? It has begun.
Calling the wonderful volunteers and supporters, over 1,700 of them here in Wannon, who helped and supported me over the last 3 years.
Okay, so what do you think now? Is this something you will think about?
Yeah, they've asked him, are you going to be the new
David,
leader?
what I'm thinking about is what has happened here in Wannon and also what has happened to my colleagues and what the overall result. And with what's happened, you need time to consider, time to think and get an understanding of what has occurred.
And tomorrow morning on ABC News, we'll have more on the election results on Weekend Breakfast and Insiders with David.
He sounds like Tony Abbott.
It's about who's left.
Do you know him? Who's that guy? I didn't even know him.
He's the shadow minister for education. So he's one of Dutton's. It's about who's left. There's not that many seats left for the Republicans.
They've got 3 guys to pick from. They're probably going to settle with Babette.
Literally. Well,
if they want to win elections, it will have to be me or somebody like me. You can't have more than 1 dog. No, really, no. Think about this for 1 second.
He lent into it. There you go.
Look who they have. Look who they had. Dogs who couldn't even stand up to the public service. The public servants, you know, those dogs in Canberra, they couldn't even say no to them. How are these guys supposed to run a country? They can't. It's good that they lost, like I said before. But
I love that Babette put his name forward to lead the Liberal Party from the Senate of the UAP.
From the Senate, working 1 day a week than any of those losers that are there now, running that broke-ass party.
Oh, God.
Let's go. Keep going.
This is definitely the After Dark opposition podcast where Babette has just put his name forward. Rami, is Rami gone?
Rami's heading off, mate. Rami's heading off.
He's just got the chief of staff job for Babette.
He just got the chief of staff job for Babette, he said. He's heading off. See you, Rami. Everyone's saying goodbye.
Bye, Rami.
Yeah, you're right.
Go, Brookshaw, keep reading.
Yeah, I think
Jake says, God, he's revolting law spins me out. People voted for this rubbish talking scum drop. So that's when during Albanese's
we're getting close to the end. It must be.
Any non-English election material must be banned, says Rowdy. That's
pretty
true.
wild. This election.
It should be. Everything should be English. If you can't read English, you shouldn't be voting. That's my view. It makes no sense to have a foreign language paraphernalia during an election here. Nigel says this speech is too tone deaf. Aussies are struggling. That's to Albo's speech.
Look, it might have been tone deaf, but he was excited, and I actually genuinely watched that, and I feel like that was the most real Albo I've ever seen.
Yeah,
it was honestly. He worked hard. He actually worked harder for it. I genuinely. Sorry, guys. Before I forget, I forgot to. I didn't see anyone actually. I haven't been monitoring the comments. So the signature from the most screwed over person, one of the most screwed over persons. I don't want to offend anyone. Whose signature was on the turning point cards this election. Someone may have guessed it. It was Candace Owens. So if you used a Turning Point Australia How to Vote card, the Candace Owens signature was on it as a big screw you to Tony Burke, who rejected her visa for no good reason.
There you go.
Where it was allowed into New Zealand.
I am no fan of Candace Owens.
I'm going to stop this here. We cannot get into a talk about Candace Owens. We need to get through your super chats. I know how tempted. Right. I know how tempted everyone is about this.
She shouldn't have been banned, but screw her and screw her signature.
I respect your commitment to free speech, Harvey. I respect your commitment to free speech.
It's impressive that Turning Point, though. She can't. Turning Point in America doesn't even put her up anymore. She's on the website, but they don't put her up to speak.
Oh, they're good friends privately. They're good friends.
Yes.
I can't read the
that's the
name,
name,
but this is
election rigged.
This
it's
is
not rigged.
The election is rigged. It's not. Daniel, we support. Thank you for the $50. The election is not wrought. It's not rigged. Labor won fair and square. The problem is that the opposition was not an opposition, and that their message didn't resonate. And Albo is a son of a single parent.
Prevalix says, "How did the Teals
Joel,
go?"
how did the Teals go? They all won their seats back.
They won all their seats back, and they got at least another one or two. So it's not great. They won Bradfield, so they won that. That was the last seat the Liberals held. That was.
Have they 100% won Goldstein, or is that still? Because I was there. I was looking at the cards. They were.
Let me check.
Looks like she has, man. Looks like she did.
Wow.
Yeah, let me check Goldstein. Yeah, she looks like she did. 42%. Hang on. Yeah, it looks like she did. It's within 2%, I grant you, but it's 71% counted.
That's wild.
Yeah. So.
Just, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, all that money. But they at least held their gains.
Sonic Boom says, "Reckon if someone got Peter Dutton a pair of those Grucci Marx glasses, he'd double the expression and maybe triple the votes."
Mate, I tried to give him a transplant of my eyebrows. I tried to give him half. It might have only been one half like that, but he didn't take it. It would have increased.
You've got to give Joel Jamal credit that he makes fun of his own eyebrows.
Well, there's been someone in the comments saying beautiful eyebrows. Multiple times I've seen beautiful eyebrows. So you do have people that admire your eyebrows at least.
You should start an OnlyFans for your eyebrows.
I do. One of my merch items is eyebrow wax. He's not sure I'm lying.
Chris Freeman says, "Albo said we don't need to spec or borrow. No, we literally do. You're running 10 years of deficits and not one point you made was about creating money for Australia, just spending it." We'll take that as a statement, Chris. Thank you for your contribution. Luke says, "Top banter boys, love yours, but now that we still can't afford a house, grab a tiny home on wheels off us. Ali Tiny Built, find on the socials and the web." So that's a bit of a plug. So Luke does tiny homes, and that is an option. But it's sad that people can't afford houses because of the state of the economy.
Is Joel trying to show us something, or is he just walked off?
He's just off the screen. The Assyrian's gone, so he's struggling now.
Yeah.
Where were all the 275 attack ads? $275. I think Cecile is referring to the attack ads against Labor's previous commitments to give savings on the energy bills. There was a bit of talk about that, but it wasn't really used as an attack. TJ says, "Man, this is going to be too good for Melbourne. This is going to be too good for Melbourne, or are we going to be the workers' state in Oz?" Yeah, I mean, Melbourne's turning all Labor pretty much, with a few holdouts, Labor and Greens and Teals. I mean, we are in the socialist capital. Daniel Zimmerman says, please, Aussie freedom parties, we need to find a way to unite. Thanks for the stream. Thanks, mate. Thanks for the super chat. And yes, we echo your sentiments. Josh says, Jewish people I know believe... I'll let you read this one, Avi. This is for you.
Jewish people I know believe they will be less safe under Labor. Realistically, it's the same with both major parties. No, I think look, for the Jewish community, there is a big difference between Labor and Liberal. That's one point of difference. Can we agree on that?
I would agree with that. Slightly less safe under Labor, for sure.
Not slightly, much less safe under Labor.
Yeah.
Next one.
Think about it. Albanese, if you look at his history, has rallied with the Palestinian cause for years. He is a full-on... Look at his old protests.
Will Bullbar says, did anyone vote for Mike Hunt?
Was that the guy?
No.
Where's Joel? Where's our numbers guy?
Numbers guy is missing, Will, but thanks for the super chat.
You're not looking at it. You don't care. Shun's no good.
Matt Morrow says, Babette is 100% right about the unrealized gains, hence why I'm leaving. Australia is going to be the first country to do it. And that's in relation to the tax or whatever they want to put on.
Matt, I like you, but you need to stop talking about Babette being right.
There's a lot of Babette's right tonight, by the way, guys. A lot of it.
Another super chat. Australia is doomed if Labor wins. Why have people not learned lessons from America's mistakes? I think, unfortunately, people like to... knowingly suffer. They kind of knowingly suffer.
It's so like I often grapple with I grapple with that question so often because I think, how do you not learn from other people? We see what happens if you do that, and it's like I don't know. None of you have kids. Like when you have kids and they become teenagers. Until teenagers, they kind of follow everything you say, and then they become teenagers, and then they actually argue with you, and the argument becomes, especially with girls, the argument becomes, no, you made those mistakes, I want to make them for myself. Like literally those words, I want to make the mistakes for myself. And that's what I feel like, that's where we're at as a society in Australia.
Yeah,
right,
that's a good observation. Next one. Thanks, Illich, for the super chat. Appreciate
99 cents. I'm surprised that doesn't have a pro Babette message in it.
I know, right? There's been so many.
Matthew Garvin says, Joel, what whiskey are you drinking? We'll have to ask him when he comes back, but we'll put that.
What's he drinking?
That was King George V.
Oh, he's
King George
he's got the fancy stuff. I'm drinking peasantry.
What am I drinking? I'm drinking. I think you gave me this, Avi. I think this is from you.
That is the first and last thing I've ever given anyone.
I think I'm
Yuiko Japanese Blossom Gin.
I'm the only man of the people on this chat. You're all
what are you drinking?
Drinks.
What are you drinking?
JD and Coke, boys.
Oh,
that explains that.
Unlike
that
you,
explains a lot.
Yeah, it explains why you're so angry at the world.
Oh shit!
There you go. We did that one.
That must be the whiskey kicking in for me.
Morgan says Australia needs more pain before we switch on. I think a lot of us here have shared that similar sentiment that's kind of what's happening. Debu says, send Babette serving facts and hotness flawlessly. Hotness?
Thanks.
Oh, Babette. Right. Listen, I know you were getting tipsy when you were sending Kuma your messages to put up, but calling yourself hot?
You don't want to see my credit card bill.
Gypsy John says, can you guys explain why in the world is anyone voting for Labor? Joel, thanks for you. Only vote once. I've seen your how to vote cards. It helps. Okay, someone that uses Joel's how to vote cards, they're appreciative. And I I think we've talked about why people are voting for Labor. Cecilia says you need to clip Babbitt's rants and upload it.
Benji,
I'm sure one of Babbitt's many left-wing fans are clipping them right now.
I can clip it myself. I'm going to share it myself tomorrow.
Angus Kennelly says one of my best mates who is swing voter said he voted for Labor because Dutton wasn't conservative enough. Well, there you go. That tells you a lot.
Like, I don't understand that.
Yeah, thanks, Angus. The Sinister Sibling says, has anyone heard that China renewable energy production industry had basically shut down at the start of the election? No, I did not hear that.
By the way, I still can't believe that you guys are giving me shit for my Jack Daniels. It's the only decent drink on this chat right now.
Jameson. Nothing beats Jameson.
Jameson, it's okay, but it's still not. It's just not a Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. What's next?
Jason says the left get their votes by lying and manipulating minority groups and women into thinking that they're being oppressed by the right. I mean, I think there's a lot of the left do sell. They do a really good job of selling victimhood. That's their expertise. Logan says, how many Chabanis has Rukshan punched tonight? Oh, the yogurt. So, yeah, I have been going. This is my snack that I've been having to keep going.
I wondered what kind of like racist reference that was, and it was literally just, yeah.
I've been having my yogurt. It's like the kids' packets, but it works for me.
I know. I feed my kids that stuff when they were 2.
Adam Darmarcus says Adam Bant may lose his seat. We looked into that. It's very on the edge there in Melbourne, the Green seat, but he might just hold on. Noah says, Avi, how do I get the knowledge that you love what you do? This is definitely Noah. Yeah. I don't know what to say to you, Noah. There's not very much going on in Avi's mind.
Babette, maybe read that one again.
Avi, how do I get the knowledge that you love what you do? Yeah, that's bullshit. That's one from yourself.
You would know.
I would know.
Says, no, but I think Avi, you did a really good job today, keeping the pace of the things going while we were doing other things as well.
I actually had a lot of fun on our live stream tonight.
And I think it's because like you're really engrossed in the coverage. You've been going to the polling booths. You've been talking to the left wing Teals. So you've kind of absorbed it from the.
It's true when you get into it. It's true when you get into it. You kind of like you're living and breathing it. And we literally you and me finished setting this up like 20 minutes before we had to go live. Like it, and I'm talking about from doing weeks of just working on reporting or like videos clipping. Like it was a wild experience. So thanks. Like and the thing is, I feel vindicated because of the kind of viewership we've had tonight. We've got 54,000 people tuned in. Like it was a massive night, and just seeing we're just reading the super chats. Super chats. There was 36,000 comments on our feed. Like this was huge tonight. This has got to be one of the biggest political live feeds in Australia to date. So I appreciate it. Thank you everyone that's tuned in, and thank you everyone that's shared it, super chat. I get it that not everyone can super chat. You don't have to super chat. I appreciate the super chats. It's part of what helps. But all of you, like this is fantastic, and we've got the next 3 years of having to do more of these.
Nora says pair character bowing down saying thank you. I think that's for Dutton. I think. Janet says, big thanks to the election coverage, Jamal. So great to see your growth. Rukshan loved our Westgate chat. Props to Avi and Senator Babbitt too. I'm glad they gave you a mention at the end.
I know. I felt like that was like a charity mention. But Joel, Jamal, somebody asked what whiskey you're drinking.
He told us, King George.
I said King George it was like, hang on, King George V, Johnny Walker. Yeah, it was
so Jamal is the most pompous rich dude out of all of us.
I don't know. That's a blended Scotch. That's a blended Scotch. It's going to be.
You're drinking Jameson. Come on,
You
man.
know what,
I prefer Jameson over any blended Scotch.
Get your butt to Sydney and try some, and then argue with me.
All right, we'll do that.
Let's keep going. Teal says Angus Taylor leader and Jacinta second. So Jacinta, we know still because she's in the Senate. It's not possible. Is Angus Taylor? Is he in the? Did he keep his seat? Is he in the lower house?
Angus Taylor.
Maybe Joel can check.
He increased his margin.
He's the one that increased.
Yeah.
No, hang on. No, that was what's his name?
Hasty.
Andrew Hasty.
No, Angus Taylor. Here, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah. Lydia says, as farmers on the land in rural South Australia, tonight's election is worrying. Labor and the Greens will force us off our land. They will break farmers. Again, thanks for the super chat, Lydia. It is. I think there's a lot of Australians who are worried, who do work in traditional jobs like farming, because Labor. It's all about radical changes to everything, pretty much, and a lot of that radical changes has to do with net zero and climate, and that does, of course, impact the farming community. So they will definitely be worried about what's down the track.
Mm-hmm.
I think Facebook kicked us off. We were too long.
Oh wow, really? Lydia, we got that one.
Guys,
Word of Rob
is crying on a live stream.
What happened?
I think she's sad. The Greens have lost so many seats. She's really upset.
Who? Where?
Abby, I'll send it to you on Twitter. Avi, is it best to send it to Avi or Ruksha?
I thought no. She cried earlier tonight out of joy.
Oh, is that right? I haven't watched it.
I know. She was crying apparently earlier out of joy that Dutton lost his seat.
Oh, right.
Yeah, be careful.
Right.
Be careful what we bring up on this stream.
Facebook has a limit of 8 hours for our live streams. That's why we've been kicked off.
Did we just hit 8 hours? Are you
8 hours on Facebook? Yeah,
we have
8 hours. Right. This comment here from bring that one back up. I just didn't read that one. Maybe Babbitt can answer this one.
Sure.
No, the one before it was something about Clive. Did you? This is from Word of Rob. Did you guys laugh at Clive yet? Money up in flames. So, what do you say to the? I think a lot of people, Senator Babbitt's going to be talking about the Trumpet of Patriots and the campaign that Clive Palmer's run, and of course they're going to criticize the money that he spent. What do you? How do you see the situation?
Well, at the end, it's very hard for me to speak for Clive because I'm not Clive, but I will say
it's a different party,
well,
guys.
I'm part of the United Australia Party, he's part of Trumpet of Patriots, but I'll speak about when he got me elected, right? So he spent roughly about $100 million to get me elected. Obviously, it was a very important time in our nation's history. We were trying to change the direction that our country was going in. He spent $100 million, but $100 million is, it's equal to about $20 a person. And, because of that advertising campaign, we anticipate that, potentially 5 million people didn't roll up their sleeve and take the mRNA injection because of the campaign that Clive Palmer put together to, push that into the mainstream. But potentially what we were doing as a country was not the right path forward. So in that sense, we can say that was a win. And, at the end of the day, politics is about ideas. It's about getting different ideas into the bloodstream of the body politic of the conversation. And he did that very effectively. Because of him, you've got me in the Senate now fighting for what we all believe in, fighting for a better Australia.
Would it not be more valuable, though, if he put $100 million into a party that actually succeeds on far less?
All right. Well, look. You can make the argument he could put his money there, he could put his money here, wherever, right? At the end of the day, it's his money. He's a private citizen.
Sure, I must say.
Hang on 1 second. Labor and Liberal, they spend your money, Avi. They spend Joel's money. They spend Rukshan's money to get themselves elected to do the same shit that they've done over and over again for, 50, 60, 70 years. Clive Palmer is spending...
But we all agree we don't like them. We all agree we don't like them. Clive Palmer comes in as the Freedom Guy, spends all this money on crazy advertising, and like I do agree with a vast majority of his message. The problem is, especially in this campaign, where it just feels like that money, you could spend a tenth of the money if you really just cared about the cause and supported those that are actually successful in their mission. Like the idea that how much does One Nation spend in a year, let's say, or libertarians?
Hang on. Harvey, I've got an equivalent for you. So the Trumpeter Patriots right now have 200,000 votes, and they spent 100 mil. They're saying. So the Turning Point Australia had a vote cards. We had 400,000 votes.
Exactly.
400,000, and our budget was 10,000.
And I believe that. The thing is, like most people drive past those Trumpeter Patriots, or you watch it on TV, or you hear it on the radio, and you just cringe. You just think this is the most fake, annoying thing ever. And I get it. You're gonna convince a certain amount of people. There is a percentage of that will go for it. And I love you, Babette, and I do love a bunch of Clive's things, but I think that it's a massive waste of money, and it's silly because we need help to actually change something. And spending $100 million on getting nothing, what did you achieve?
Well, I can't
do it again,
and I don't know how much you spent on this campaign. But at the end of the day, it's about bringing ideas into the mainstream.
What ideas did Clive Palmer bring this election into the mainstream that wasn't there before?
Well, I'll tell you this. I
love you, Babette. I love you, but you berated all of us. It's your turn.
All right. Well, look, at the end of the day, I'll give you a great example of what Clive Palmer himself has managed to do over the last few years. Back in 2009.
No. This election, the $100 million, the division he caused in this election, what did he achieve for $100 million?
I would say that there was no division because at the end of the day, it's a party's job to bring different ideas into the mainstream. And Clive has done that. And a great idea that
You're not Trumpets or Patriots. You don't have to defend them. You're UAP.
I know that.
They brought absolute division into come on.
They really didn't. I really think that one of the great things that Clive does and the Trumpeter Patriots has done this time around is bring to the forefront of people's minds that there are other options other than the two-party system. That is very, very important.
And how did that work out? What did we get? What did we get for that?
Well, look, ideas like this take a long time. You have to remember, we've had a two-party system for almost as long as this country has
We got nothing. $100 million, we got nothing. We don't even have another Babette. I will settle for another Babette. We didn't even get that.
You gotta let me finish the point without cutting it off. People like Clive Palmer are very, very important in the political landscape. Okay,
agreed.
They will help us eventually, help the people at home that are on the fence, that don't really understand how politics works. Because you have to remember, in this audience that we're in right now, we're in an audience of diehards. We're in an audience of political tragics. But normies at home don't really understand that there is more options than the two political parties out there. They just think either Labor or Liberal, and that's all they'll ever do. The time that he spends and the effort that he puts in is important. He's laying the groundwork for one day, for eventually, when the masses have had enough of this political duopoly that we have now, they will eventually say, hang on a sec, there are more options than a two-party system. And he has planted that seed right now for that flourishing to happen later. So you've got to give Clive Palmer a credit for that. You've got to give him credit. You may not like him. Some may not like him. They might think
no, you got it wrong. I kind of like him. And I think he's a funny, he's funny. He does stuff. He goes, you know what I appreciate him for is he goes to court. He backs cases. He does that kind of stuff, right? That's trying to achieve something. But in this case, you want to tell me that he laid any groundwork for anything? No, he did not.
Absolutely.
No,
Absolutely.
no, he did not. The numbers don't show anyone voted more. Trumpets and Patriots didn't do anything. Like, it's
hang on. Stop. Hang on a sec. Now, I'm not Trumpets and Patriots. I'm United Australia Party. But I'll give you one example. I'll give you one example of what he's done. He's been very, very strong against the whole net zero fiasco. Now, let me remind you guys, not that you need to be reminded, but both Labor and Liberals support net zero wholeheartedly. They both love it. He's been the only person to come out and say net zero is garbage. It means
One Nation, Libertarians, or every freedom group has said net zero is rubbish.
Hang on a second. Think about this for 1 second. Clive Palmer is a billionaire. When you become
he could have put his money in them.
Wait 1 sec, Avi. When you become a billionaire, you would think, oh, you've got FU money. You're going to keep, you can do whatever you like. But that's not the case at all. When you become a billionaire, as the billionaires that I know, all they want to do is protect their wealth. They want to do everything they do, go with the flow and make sure that nothing gets in the way of them making more money. Clive Palmer is the only billionaire in Australia that I can think of right now that have said, yes, I've got all this money, but you think he's got FU money, but no, he has a lot to lose. And he's put his money where his mouth is in defense of this country. Like his advertising, don't like his advertising, like his policies, don't like his policies. It doesn't mean shit. What you need to understand is that this man loves this country and he's willing to invest that money in defense of the country. When all the other billionaires and multimillionaires are more than happy to be quiet and do what the government says and sit in a corner and be good little boys or girls just so they can protect their net worth. Clive said, no, I care about my country more. I'm a self-made man and I want to protect my nation. You can argue with me and everyone else that his methods, that we didn't like his methods, we didn't like his ads, fine. But you cannot argue with his heart, and you cannot argue with the fact that he loves Australia and he bleeds red, white, and blue.
I'm not arguing that. I'm literally not arguing that. I believe that. I believe that. But
can I just throw a couple of things in there, guys, that are sort of rock solid? The fact of the matter is, a text went out by the Trumpeter Patriots saying a vote for One Nation is a vote for the Liberal Party. Don't be fooled. It's no nation.
Exactly.
And there was also videos backing that same theme. And finally, the Trumpeter Patriots, the way that they ended up preferencing in the Senate in Tasmania, it was Trumpeter Patriots, one, Jackie Lambie Network, Libertarians, Liberal, Labor, Citizens Party. And I know you guys put out a statement saying that it was like we were hacked, but it's still up there now. It was never changed. And it's like One Nation was the only party that could have won a spot for the Freedom Parties in Tassie to kick Lambie out. And, like, I love you, Babbitt. He's exactly what Avi said. I love you, man. But, like, what is Clive doing? And this is why a lot of people say that he's, like, controlled opposition, which I don't think he is.
I don't think he's controlled opposition. I think he's a self-interest. He loves his face on billboards. Like, he wants to control
Yeah, but this is the problem. How many grains of sand make a heap? And that's why we get frustrated, because we look at this and look, Avi's Jewish. I'm a WOG. We know how far we can get on a small budget. And so we see 100 mil spent and we don't see much coming out of it. And we're like, how does this equation make sense? So it's just a lot of people, this is what goes through their head.
Well, if you want nitty gritty detail like that, I don't know. You've got to speak to Clive directly. I can't answer that. But the only thing I can answer is where his heart is, and his heart's in the right place, and he loves his country. That I do know for sure. His methods,
look, I think
we can argue about all day long. But if you want nitty gritty, you got to speak to him.
I think Trumpeter Patriots obviously struggled a little bit with the name, just from the comments that I've seen generally. But in a way, perhaps, the Trumpeter Patriots existing and Clive Palmer being there takes the focus off some of the other parties as well in terms of people attacking them. So a lot of social media attacks against the Conservative side was actually directed towards Trumpeter Patriots. The spam messages, a lot of the coverage, a lot of the negative coverage that might have been directed towards One Nation, perhaps, in the past, was directed towards Trumpeter Patriots, even though even the policies themselves weren't, far right or whatever. It went in that direction. So it's interesting that it's become this thing where if Clive does it with his money and backs it, it's almost like, oh, he's like a Trump. he's trying to interfere in things, and we don't want people like this in Australia. We don't want the rich people getting involved. We don't want these. And in a way, what Senator Babbitt says is true about the fact that we don't have people with a lot of money on the conservative side who are willing to personally put their faces out there and back things. And that's one of the things that we're lacking, and that's why what about what we do? A lot of the independent media, there's no one backing people like us. But if you go to America, Joel, you'd know this. Look at all the billionaires and millionaires backing all the conservative,
but that's exactly what I'm talking about.
independent
You
media.
look at this and you go, you've got someone here who's willing to spend so much money for nothing, when you could spend a 100th of the money and achieve something. And it makes me question, what's the motive here? Or is this just naivety to act like there's some big, long chess game move here is nonsense. Like, there's nothing come out of this. Nothing has come out of this. There's no way no conversation has shifted. If anything, there was a net negative from the whole, from that day that Trumpets are Patriots announced that they had this big announcement, amazing, and everybody tuned in thinking there's going to be like this fantastic merger with like well-funded or whatever, and it just turned out to be another party that looked exactly the same as United Australian Party, even though they're different, with the billboards everywhere the same, and achieving even less than they got last time. Like, literally achieved less. And it's not your fault. I also think Clive, yes, I think he's a patriot. But being a rich patriot doesn't mean your actions are right. And his actions are totally wrong. Totally. And you cannot convince me otherwise. All the nonsense about being hacked, lies. Nobody believes that shit. And the fact that they're doubling down on that that makes people laugh. Like, just be honest with what you're doing. I agree you love this country, and it's okay, and it's good to be rich. I support being rich too, but be honest about what you're doing. Anyways, listen, you berated us. Your turn.
Guys, you know what's crazy? All of this is actually redundant because now Clive's been sidelined by the bill that was passed before the end of the parliament.
He's done next time. There's no playing this game yet.
Literally. And on top of that, and by the way, we're not sitting here and we're not blaming Clive Palmer for the result.
We're blaming Babette. We're blaming Babette in the comments.
The Liberals did this themselves.
Yep,
but
100%.
in this moment of introspection, we all must introspect and think about how could Joel's Turning Point projects be better? How could Avi's content be better? How could Rukshan's be better? We all must do this process in ourselves.
Avi could not possibly be better. He's the best.
Look. And on top of that, we've also got to look at these parties and what they could be doing better. And I guess that's the position we're coming from.
How did we get onto attacking Babette? Did Rukshan set that up? I think Rukshan just unleashed me.
I set him up. I'm in trouble next week.
I think it's nuts. We got 5,000 more views just from reading these super chats.
Oh.
Not crazed. Wow, it's a big super chat there. Not crazed. $500.
No, it's 500 Hong Kong. Hong Kong.
Oh, Hong Kong. 500. Is that a lot?
No.
Is that a lot?
I don't know what it's not.
Nah, it's pretty good. I'm happy with that. No matter who they vote for us. Prove me wrong.
Thank you.
Not matter who they vote for us. Prove me wrong.
Don't matter.
It's translated from Cantonese.
Diongi. Moving backlog to Italy. Forza.
Maloney.
Moving back to Italy.
For Maloney. I think I might move there.
Brent says, how is Saudi Arabia so rich but Australia not on par with all our resources? So technically we are as rich, but the wealth is not distributed in that way and is exploited by corporations in a different type of way.
That's right. Hunter's Pulse is right about that. 80% of the profits from those royalties they get basically goes overseas. It doesn't come over from those foreign corporations.
Vincent says, I don't understand how people can see people can't see how all around the world the left-wing parties have destroyed their countries with immigration, hate speech laws, and anti-white sentiment. So there is a lot of that going on in the West, a lot of self-hate for Western culture and traditions, and it does continue on in many parts of the world. The Forest and the Freedom podcast says Vic Green's losing seats. Okay,
I think that was true. I can't even remember where they lost seats. No, they retained their seats in Victoria. It was Queensland. Let's
keep going. JC Hart says, what bold forward-looking ideas can the movement rally around to re-energize both base and centre voters? I think for this question, we've touched on it throughout the night with different ideas. A says, it'd be good. I'd be a good politician as well if I'd spent my entire life on the public teat. Yeah, I mean, the career politicians is definitely an issue. They get in there. Senator Babet talks a lot about career politicians and why that's a problem. So we should perhaps have terms put in place. Janet says, is every super chat getting read? Well, we just read your one, Janet. Thanks for the super chat. Stubbo says it's about late enough for kebabs. Yes.
Oh my God, I could go a kebab.
That's where I'm going up this.
I could go a kebab.
All right, guys, I'm going to head off.
Thanks, Ralph.
It's
God bless you,
12:30.
man.
Senator Babet.
Good night,
Keep your head up,
everyone.
mate.
See you, mate.
Thanks for the contributions,
No
mate.
worries.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Are you guys going to stay on for much longer or what?
We're just reading the super
Just
chats.
reading the super chats.
All right, I'll stay for 10 more minutes until we get to the Babette ones. Then I'll get off. So let's do this. Let's do this. Come on.
Epidemic Beat says it used to be 30% of narcissists and psychopaths are in politics. It's now 80%. Should we pledge allegiance to the CCP? Thanks for the super chat. Avi did also try to enter politics once, so I agree with that comment. Matt Morrow says, Babette, never give up, brother. Your problem is that you're too honest, and honest people get screwed by politicians and their puppets above them. Can you please respond to my message? As you know, the politicians are the elite puppets. I'll let you answer that, Babette, if you want, Senator Babette.
Yeah, I will agree. Yes, politicians are puppets. I completely agree with you. And the masters are the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is control your politicians. I'll give you an example. Let's say Peter Dutton won tonight and he became Prime Minister. The very same people that advise Prime Minister Albanese in all the departments are going to be the same people that advise Mr. Peter Dutton if he was the new Prime Minister. There's no difference. And these people push their agenda, and it doesn't matter whose name's on the door, the agenda stays the same because these deep state bureaucrats, they stick around. Does not matter if the government changes. The same advice they'll put forward. And that's the problem. The bureaucrats are really in charge, the deep state.
We've lost our...
Thanks, mate. No, I'm here. Gan says, the irony of Albo's speech was we don't take our ideas from overseas, but yet we are following the globalist policy script down to a T.
That's such a good point.
That's a very, very good observation there. Thank you for that contribution. The Gen C Compass says, the Liberal Party is too lukewarm and don't stand for anything. They are basically the Republicans before Trump arrived. They were silent on social issues in our society like late-term abortions and trans issues. Definitely. I mean, they definitely don't want to touch on things which might upset Labour voters. The riding road tripper says, damn it, marbles didn't work. Well, it's yet to see what happens in the Senate and how effective that is, but definitely in the lower houses.
One marble is 1 out of 8.
Tom. Thanks, Tom, for the super chat. Appreciate it. D-Max says, Australia is rooted. Mr. Babette, will you marry me? I'm pretty suspicious about now. This is definitely
too far.
Red flag there. Definitely a Indian bot farm that's commenting. Morco 72 says 100% Senator Babette. People whinge from the comfort of their computers, but don't get up and actually do things that matter. I'm a member of One Nation and do volunteer for events. Thank you for volunteering and thank you for your super chat.
Good job.
David Mogg says, best election coverage and commentary I've seen to date. Great work, guys. By the way, Babette makes a good case and will be missed at the end of his term. No, Avi, you're not getting a copy of my ID. David, thanks for the super chat. Don't send Avi your ID.
Do not send Avi your ID. One. Second, I want you to think about what you said. The commentary of this election night commentary was the best. You had Babette berating everyone, Joel drunk, Rukshan forced to read in English when Sri Lankan is his first native tongue.
Mate, well, don't get drunk.
Matt Morrow says, I just want to say I love your work, Rukshan and Avi. Damn, how funny is that, Avi? I used to play Hava Nagila, that song. I probably butchered that. And the bouzouki all the time. Shalom, Avi Mu.
That's so
Mate,
funny.
this is getting very ethnic now.
I'm assuming that's a Greek flag, and that's pretty funny. Matt seems cool. I like Matt.
Very funny.
Morco says 100%. Oh, we read this, right? We read this one.
No,
I read that one. Yeah, I did. He's a One Nation volunteer.
I think they did it twice.
Word of Rob says this is the Greek liberal pipeline that bypasses Labour. Our green liberal pipeline that bypasses Labour. We will see how big that is in Melb. Yes, RV Labour voters follow HT voters most. Good little drones. Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, that's true.
Jenna says, okay, this is for you, RV. This is your people.
I put it actually in Hebrew and then I could read it. That's like transliterated. I don't know what it says. Put it in Hebrew letters. But thanks for the super chat. Otherwise, put it in Sri Lankan.
TP says 2 million new immigrants. There's a swing. Tend to vote left wing. Yes, a lot of the migrants that come to Australia get indoctrinated by the left and tend to vote left wing.
But that's kind of like what gets them in as well. Like,
yeah, it's a part of the whole, you know.
Well, it's the fact that they were left that they vote left.
Yeah,
exactly. It takes at least a few decades or a generation or two to break that chain. Vincent says the left are poison. They destroy.
You don't remember it?
I just didn't read it at all.
I was thinking Rukshan's having a seizure.
The left are poison. They destroy the country from within. Yes. Thanks, Vincent. Definitely, I think most of us would agree with that.
Oh, this is
Red Smurf says, I got a 4-point bump in the election from the last One Nation candidate, but I'm just worried my momentum is being put in the wrong party. I need some freedom parties to hit me up. So Red Smurf is putting the call out there for freedom parties in the NT. You can find him on YouTube. Lizzie says, Avi reckon Rennick could pull a Farage and bulldoze the Libs from the outside, swap the pints for a protein shake and Brexit for a bloody common sense. It's on brand, Joel.
The problem is Rennick does not have the charisma of Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage has a special level of charisma and he's able to bring people.
We don't have our Trump yet. That's the reality. That's the reality.
TP says, Avi, are you worried about being... Sorry, man. Avi, are you worried about being called up to build greater Israel? So going back into service, Avi, to the...
I am worried after getting that 15 shekels.
Oh, God.
Andrew says, you guys are good as Roy and HG's footy commentaries. That's a compliment. So thanks, mate. Roy and HG are quite funny. Daniel, this little shill will destroy Australia, allow China to take over, and turn Australia woke. I think that's either you're the shill, Avi, or Albanese. It's one of you two.
Albanese. But I don't know how you're turning Australia woke. I think we're pretty established woke.
Vincent says, when will people realize that the left are Marxists? Yeah. That's
we
unfortunately
got a welcome to country after the election. Just remember that.
Yeah, straight away. Dutton, Limb Sausage lost election from Ninjaroo 88. Thanks for the super chat, mate. White Light says, we're going to have no alcohol, no freedom, no FB, no TikTok, all because of the brain dead voters. Yeah, depending on the power structure that they have, what changes they'll come through. It's hard to see. Jesse says, yes, speak the truth, Babbitt. $2
Why
there.
do you actually just call it by its real name?
Super chat, Jess.
Babette super chat.
That's right.
Katie says, I'm impressed with Paul Morale from Top in Spence. Bloke is a FIFO worker that was only able to campaign since Thursday. True blue collar worker. Thanks, Katie. Thanks for that. Super chat. The world is halfway to hell says 99% of scientists agree with whoever is funding them. Yes. Tried and tested. Tom says, how do we unite the freedom parties? And a way to do it. So, Tom, I think we've touched on it throughout the show. It's going to be a pretty long one if we go into that again, but thanks for the super chat. Daniel says Australia is going to learn a very hard lesson from this. If people had paid more attention to what was going on in the USA and UK, we would be going through this. We would not be going through this ridiculous bullshit. That's true. That's true.
Babette wrote himself a message again.
Johnny says, I agree with Babette.
Thanks, Johnny.
Dargo says, sorry, Babette, your party lost me at the... Sorry, Babette, you partly lost me at the independent preferences. Go to One Nation. You don't need Clive's money. Australia first, freedom first. So there's a disagreement there with some of Senator Babette's views. Thanks for the super chat. Super chat from White Light says, F Albo. Yeah, F Albo. A lot of people would be saying that tonight.
That was the whole super chat.
Will says, censored against using your name, but first chat window on feed sent a message to you on FB as talking point for here. Character limit too long. So Will's having some sort of technical issues and he's letting us know. Thanks for the super chat. JP says, been loving your coverage throughout the election. Thanks for the work you've done. One good news, Adam Bant might be losing his seat in Melbourne. So that's on the
a lot of
edge,
people are excited by the...
Yeah.
Whatever.
Satellite says, great job, team. Any WA results? We often forget WA exists sometimes because on election night, because everything comes a bit later on and it's all kind of decided.
Any results? WA is all Labor, isn't it?
It's pretty much mostly Labor. Hasty kept his seat. I mean, I'd have to look at the map of WA to see any changes. I think they lost more. Durack. I think they lost.
Pauline Hanson's One Nation did pretty well overall. No,
One Nation's One Nation in terms of their overall votes, they're getting the percentage. For the freedom parties, they're doing the best. Definitely.
That's because trumpets ran a crap campaign compared to the UAP campaign. I mean, not that the UAP one was great, but the UAP's percentage dropped. So the aggregate's the same pretty much.
Yeah.
So the freedom community hasn't actually grown net.
Chris Boy says, I'm keen to see the AEC transparency register donors to which companies pulled some over the line on campaign funding. Shall see after financial year. Yes. I mean, there'll be a lot of analysis done of the donors and the funding and, what went wrong and what went right. Alexandra Joseph says, we've abandoned God. He handed us over to Satan. It's a biblical take on what we've witnessed today in Australia. And there will be a lot of people feeling a similar sentiment. Wally Bay says, Babbitt, you need to get involved. Yes, people need to get involved, but the people also need a workable vision to unite behind. I think the vision is libertarian. Why not address my point?
Libertarians got decimated this election, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't know if no one looked at the Senate. They got decimated.
How'd they go, Joel? Can you give us a quick rundown of numbers?
They did terribly. I mean, their best ticket was a combined coalition ticket with Rennick in New South Wales, and the Heart Party in New South Wales, and they got absolutely smashed. I mean, Craig Kelly, a former member of Parliament, the fact that he got, how far down do I have to go for the Libertarians? The coalition ticket they got was 0.15 of a seat. They got 2% of the vote in New South Wales. 2%. So they needed 14% basically to get a senator up.
They were very grassroots organized, though. That's the thing. I'm surprised by their result because they were very vocal and they seem to be doing a lot on the ground in terms of trying to get attention.
Before this election, I advised them not to run in this state election. Sorry, in the federal election. I said, wait until the next state election. Just sit this one out, because they've overextended themselves. They completely have overextended themselves, and now it's they do well in certain seats in Sydney, especially Western Sydney. That's why they got 12 councillors up, and they have enough votes to get an upper house member in the state parliament, but they don't yet have enough to win a Senate seat. Only One Nation does. And so I advised them not to run, and they ran, and they didn't listen. And that's part of the problem. But it is what it is. Craig's going to want to, mate, it's going to be a complete crap fight in the next state election for New South Wales. The amount of libertarians that want to run for the upper house is going to be dirty.
Interesting. Mind the Gap says, maybe bring it back up. It's going to go off the screen. It's too long, Avi. Avi, please attend the event by Zero Suicide on International Men's Day. Every year is ignored by Labor and media. I spoke last year at the event with grieving families. Parliament lawn in the ACT.
Send me the details. Avi@rebelnews.com.
There you go. The world is halfway to hell says, okay, leftist bedtime. How do we unite? Talk, boys. Good night, mate. Thanks for all the super chats. Kim, thanks for the super chat, $15. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kim says, Canada, we effed up. Australia, hold my beer. Thanks for ever making tonight tolerable. Pretty much. It was one of those moments. Writing was on the wall. Writing was on the wall when we saw what happened in Canada. And we all kind of commented online, what's going to happen in Australia. And yes, it's probably even worse here.
It is worse.
Equal to greatest sin is not hasten to coming of the Messiah. Would you rather learn Mandarin or Hindi? That's Hindi. From TP. Yes, look, I mean... The way things are going, you don't know. D-Max says, seriously, Senator Babette, marry me. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I love you a long time.
Kafia says, Adam
Band. Oh, drum band. Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Kim says, Canada. We're at that one. Mate, we got a lot of super chats. Is there a lot more to go?
No, we're basically almost done.
Almost done. Vic looks effed considering leaving Australia. Next, UK.
UK's even worse, bro.
Go to the UK. No. I mean, UK's worse.
No, they're saying we're going to be the next UK. So I don't know where they're going to go.
Right, yeah.
Maybe to America, maybe to Texas, something like this.
Yeah.
Radical says, Turning Point Australia, can we go into unis and engage debate the way Charlie Kirk does in the USA? That's an interesting question, Joel.
I know. But
can that actually be done in Australia?
There they actually protect free speech. So, like, if you see the way Charlie Kirk sets it up, like, it's actually protected. You just can't do it.
Is that organizations in the university bringing Charlie Kirk down for that specific purpose? I always thought it's that. I thought it's like the conservative student union.
It's a mix. They would shut us down here. I'd love to do it. I think it'd be phenomenal. It'd be like Abby Chatfield all over again, where they start crying. But unfortunately, we want to do it. But I think out of our 40 universities, only 2 of them end up actually supporting that, and they're receiving public funding. So I'd love to do it.
Yeah.
It's just like there are some unis. They're so crazy. They ban political parties having a club. Like, it's not like the USA.
The US at all. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's no campus culture compared to Australia. I mean the
US. Breaking. This is a pet message.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Now we're just being trolled. A super chat from Cool Guy, rocking a Please meme there. Can you check Drew Peacock? I think Peacock, yeah. I think he's retained his seat, right? Word of Rob says Jameson, JD cans, Irish Scotch whiskey, Trump's American. I think that's what he means there. Better than American whiskey.
It does, actually.
There you go. Stubbo says, do you think the fear of a Labour minority with Greens might have spooked people to vote Labour to screw the Greens over? Nothing wrong with JD Babs. Yes, perhaps. I mean, I know a lot of us are saying it's just better that it's a Labour majority. So
I'm questioning the JD, but yeah.
I don't know the psychological impact it had on voters. I'm not sure. Oz Bulldog says, we always follow America 5 years behind. Expect trans parties at Parliament House next Easter. I believe it's already been happening at Parliament House, and Senator Babette has some stories to tell us some other time. Melissa says people could have voted Labor because of Labor Greens. Minority would be an absolute nightmare. Yeah, that's similar to the other comment that we got before. Thanks, Melissa. Zed Kopelman says, what are your thoughts on the Libertarian Senate candidate, Kristen Abraham? Sadly, I didn't see her running any campaign down here in Tasmania. Yes, there was a Libertarian running in Tasmania. She's run previously, I think, in a state election, possibly for the Libertarians. I'm not sure how they did in Tasmania, but like Joel said before, their performance, they're underperforming. Spot the Aussie says, hey, Avi, could you go into detail about how One Nation and Trumpets for Patriots did? Been a fan since the Brexit protest reporting. Thanks, as always. Spot the Aussie. I think throughout the broadcast, we've covered a little bit of that, so it's probably already been answered.
A lot of these super chats are old, so it's just...
More Shekel says, want to hear Rukshan say Mike Hunt again. I am not sure what that means, but Mike Hunt. Michael Mayello says Clive is a traitor even on COVID. I don't agree with that, but that's his view. That Mike, thanks for the super chat. Encho says just poured a JD and Coke in solidarity with Babette. These Babette fans are infuriating.
And he's paying shekels, so we have this on the record.
Well, there's a comment that's not a super chat that I saw before. It says Babette is cute. He looking good. He just needs to work hard a little bit more. Matt Morrow says, Joel, I love the Assyrians. I'm a Pontian. Joel, myself, and Avi are from old civilizations. Would love to have a scotch together, the three of us. Love Babette, but he's a bourbon drinker.
Nah, forget Babette. Babette's out. Let's do
that
the Assyrians.
There's a lot of Babette support on this chat. Thank you, everyone.
No Mauritius. Ben James, $2, $3 super chat. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. $2.99. Get it right. Spannerhead says, if we have MyGov, then we have e-referendum with per policy optional voting. That's interesting. So I think digitizing some of the voting and giving people the option to give their preferences for different things. Word of Rob says, not to do with Marble's preferences. People just voted Labor. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Right. I am Nalbadan says, $1 super chat. Thank you. I am Nalbadan. Thank you so much. Flow Agency says, what do you think of the future made in Australia policy for Labor? Friendly Geordie posted this before the elections. I am not too versed in that. Joel, do you have any?
Future Made in Australia is about manufacturing renewables in Australia. They want us to be like the Dubai of, like the Saudi Arabia of oil, but with renewables. Yeah, so the future made in Australia isn't like, MAGA, bring industry back.
No, it sounds like it, but it's some woke green nonsense. Kim says Canada, we effed. We read this before. Hold my beer. Thanks, Kim. Thanks for the super chat.
Copying and pasting their messages now.
That's perfect. All of the racism we see today is actually being perpetrated by people of color. This is so much confusion between the concept of skin color and race. White and black are not race. They are skin colors. The world is so confused at the moment. Thanks to Daniel for the super chat, $100.
So true.
Appreciate it. There is a lot of racism that goes unaddressed from different groups. Stranger says, maybe this was covered before, but what's the main reason that the Freedom Parties don't create a coalition? Policy differences. That's been covered at length at different times, mate. So appreciate the super chat. And there's lots of different reasons for it, but mostly there are slight differences between these parties and they can't come to terms on some of the things that differentiate them. And Nebulan says, Senator Babette for leader and Nebulan for deputy. So you found your deputy prime minister, Senator. Flow Agency says, okay, we've read this one. Thanks for the super chat, Flow Agency. Appreciate it. Yep. So Cunt Speed says, the Pavlou network sends its regards. Total Labor victory. Drew must be loving it. James Tiribus Kirk says, Australia is now officially in distress. I just put a sticker of the Australian flag upside down on my ute. Once Gen X retires in a few years, it's well and truly over for Australians. Thanks for the coverage. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of people would be feeling like that this country is in distress. You wouldn't get that from watching Albanese speak, but there are many Australians today and obviously waking up tomorrow looking at the rest of the 3 years coming up under Labor and wondering, how much worse it's going to get for the country.
Yeah.
Josh says, is Australia officially gay now? Senator Babette, I'll leave this question to you.
Babette's in charge.
Babette's in charge.
Yeah, no comment.
No comment. John Miguia says, we need strong alt-libs, need to have balls with policies. NDIS out of control. ScoMo GST deal sucks. We need to make mining royalties. Try win votes. He's just giving some techniques perhaps the Liberals could adopt. Costas says, why did Dutton change styles from 12 to 18 months ago, from being strong to what was like in the last few months to a softer version? Very disappointing, yes. They're always trying to win the middle voters. They're always trying to win people on the fence, I think, sometimes. And they just go really soft. Rob says, acknowledge at least Libertarians had name change. Yes, I think we discussed their name change earlier. Ben, thanks for the super chat, says, Babette, I messaged you on IG last week saying this exact same thing would happen. They're coming through now. If you want common sense, watch Foreign Minister take notes of what he says and Westworld included in Australia. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for the super chat. Jay says, no, nothing. $15 super chat. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. Philip says, Avi, wasn't there a heap of anti-Semitism in the 1940s? Do people not make these connections? I think that's a long, winding topic, Philip. But Avi, you can watch his other videos. He has many views on this. Josh says, we need to pinch votes from those who are socially conservative and fiscally left-leaning, like what Trump did with the working class vote. Definitely, there'd be people on the left and the center left who would lean towards better financial policies. Monmuk says, thanks for the stream, boys. Sending my love from the Northern Territory. Thank you for the super chat. Josh says, we read this one. Thanks, Josh, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Ken says, Avi, you're a shit stirrer. Love it. In all fairness, all in all, fantastic coverage tonight. Thanks for watching, Ken. Thanks for the super chat.
Glad you guys are enjoying it.
Floeki says, what do you think of the future? Thanks for Nate for the super chat. Another one from Flo. Same question. Next one, Nate. TP says, Australia's strategic fuel reserve is 27 days. If the US strikes Iran, 30% of global supply through Straits of Hormuz go to petrol stations if occur. I'll take that as a statement, TP, but there is truth to that. Kafir says, why do the left support Muslims? Have they not read their holy book? It's never made sense to me. Thanks for the super chat. Again, a long thing to go into. Appreciate it. You guys want common sense, which watch Foreign Affairs Minister Russia, very smart person. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for the super chat.
Three more.
Whoa. Matt Morrow says, I love all four of you guys and all you do and have done. Much appreciated, guys. Morrow, thank you for all the super chat contributions you've been doing.
We've got to recognize Matt. We do a welcome to country. We're going to recognize Matt because Matt has been consistent through this feed. Matt has even felt bad enough for Babette to give him compliments.
Adam says that's because Australia is full of tall poppy syndrome. Those successful are demonized here. I think that's maybe related to Clive Palmer being demonized for his success. And this happens a lot.
I didn't demonize him because he's successful.
No, not you, but just in society in general. Sometimes,
he does get a hard time in the media and unwarranted. Yeah. I agree with that, but my problem was different. Anyways, last comment.
Last one, Zed Coppola, man. You should have David Leongerm on here. This is Libertarian.
Lineham.
Lineham,
hold on, there's one more now.
It's late. Oh, there's one more. Thomas Kirk says, I think I'll infiltrate leftist gatherings in Melbourne as a trans woman. The problem is I'm big as Avi's security, so I'll have to identify as a trans wrestler. Look, they will not discriminate against you. As long as you say that you are a woman, you're in. It's fine. They're very simple with their requirements. Josh, sent another super chat to waste more time. Babbitt, you are my daddy. It's getting really weird now. Babbitt attracts interesting people. TP says this super chat is just to keep the stream going.
Guys, I want to thank everyone for joining us here tonight. Oh
my God.
We did that. We are just about to hit 9 hours straight. I want to thank
9 hours.
I want to thank, firstly, all of you guys. So, Joel, Babette did about an hour. Joel, for all your hard work tonight, you put in the hard yards tonight. Rukshan, thank you. Technical support. I'm reading. You want to know how many you read? Do you want to know how many super chats you actually read?
Yeah. Please.
How many super chats have I read?
330.
I think if you read them, we'd be here for much longer. I'm glad I took
we'll be
over.
here for a month. 330 super chats that was.
We've lost Babette's mic, luckily.
Thank God. I feel like turning here. Let's fix
I was going to say, good job, Matt Morrow, as well.
Yeah, that's better.
Matt Morrow. I feel like Matt Morrow is Babette.
No, really appreciate it, guys. We got 56,000 views at the end of it. Almost 9 hours. Wasn't the result we really wanted. Was kind of the result that 2 of 3 of us was expecting. There was one here that was thinking that tomorrow we'll be doing the Chinese national anthem. But final words, Rukshan.
Look, I echo your sentiments. It wasn't the result that those of us that follow this from our side expected, or at least wanted. Sorry, not expected. But you live, you fight another day, and you continue on. So it starts all over again, and it's about preparing for what happens come 3 years from now, and doing all the groundwork and all that kind of stuff that needs to be done to be ready for that time when it comes. So still very passionate and positive about Australia's future. It just needs the right kind of direction that only people like us and others who are involved in this can give it. So thanks for watching, guys. I really enjoyed being a part of this live stream and reading all your comments. I appreciate it. I think I'm just talking crap now because I'm just wrecked.
Joel. Cheers,
mate. I'm stuffed too. Yeah, cheers, guys. I'm not surprised, but yeah, I think the phone's got to go off tomorrow because I know it's going to be blown up a little bit by some of the Liberal people who I told this was going to happen and they didn't listen. But people are going to hurt from this, but understand that it hurts because you're early, but people will actually see this, what happens to this country, and they will wake up, just as you woke up during COVID, because you went through a lot of pain in COVID. And it's sad that we have to do that, but it is the reality of life. It is why Poland is what it is today. It's because they learnt the hard way from being invaded by Hitler and also by being invaded by Stalin. That puts a very hard-lined message into your brain you don't forget very soon. Similarly, Australia, we've never fought a war on our lands. We've never fought a civil war. We've never fought for our independence. We are a country that is very spoiled, but also blessed. But we need to learn some harsh lessons in order to actually get ourselves back on track, Peter Dutton. And so when I look at what's going on in the country, freedom movement, we've got a lot of work to do. The Liberal Party have a lot of work to do. Alt media, we've got a lot of building to do. And in terms of campaigning tools, I've got a lot of work to do. And I'm looking forward to learning, and I'm not going anywhere. No retreat. The ships are burned. Syria is a smouldering ruin. I can't actually go back to it. And Australia is my home.
Don't worry,
so
Greater Israel will extend and make you some space.
They already have. I guess they've already gone after the sort of Druze area and the south of Lebanon, and they're already demolishing.
You know me, so I'll get you a little plot. All right.
A little plot, right? I heard there was a bushfire there because they planted the wrong trees in Israel. Some sort of fire.
Do you know what is all around Israel?
Yeah.
What is it? What's the wrong tree that you think is planted there?
I don't know, but apparently I was reading a story about it this week, and
do you know what's planted all around Israel? The Australian gum tree. You actually
why would they do that?
No, there is a reason. There's a listen. I wouldn't actually question the Israeli the way they agriculture thing. They turned actual dead land into green agriculture like crazy. They grow everything there. So there was a scientific reason as to why they planted But you drive in parts of Israel and suddenly you feel like you're in the middle of Australia. It's weird. And I didn't realize why, because like I was young when I joined the army. I was young, like I never paid attention to native Australian plants. I didn't like the only green I knew in Australia was what was smoked. I didn't understand that there was, and so like I was like, oh, I feel like I'm in Australia, and then this Aussie soldier explained it to me. Anyways,
I guess it makes sense because they're evergreens, right?
Babette, final words.
Final words.
Try be nice to the audience now. They stuck around for 9 hours.
Look, final words is that we got the government that we deserved, and I think it's a good thing, not necessarily a bad thing that the Labor Party won. It's a good thing in the sense that nothing changes unless people suffer a little bit at least. And it's better it happens now or maybe in the next election, even in 2028, than it happens in another 40 or 50 years when we're as bad as Argentina is. So I think it had to happen sooner or later, and it's better that it's sooner. So people will hurt, people will recover, and then hopefully next time people will make better decisions. And if they don't, then we'll be back at this spot again and we'll go again. But it's better that it happened now than it get as bad as it could get. And if you look at Argentina was just like us. First world country, a lot of resources, Western, doing very well economically. And then socialism took hold and they ended up where they were eating their pets. Until they got to the stage now where, of course, they've got a new leader now and he's doing very well, but they went through a lot of pain before he came in. So we don't want to get that bad. So let's take our medicine now.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure whatever platform you're on, hit subscribe, press the bell, get the notifications. And till next time, 9 hours. God bless you all.
I'm going straight to bed. Straight to sleep.
Rukshan's going straight to bed and Babette's going out to party.
Hell no, I'm going to bed.